Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly.
Before we begin today's business, just like to remind members that as the Business Committee is not meeting today, there will be no lunchtime suspension, and business will continue then until 2 p.m. when it will be interrupted for question time. Moving to order paper item number 2. Mr. Chris Lyttle has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have up to 3 minutes to speak, and I call Mr. Chris Lyttle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my privilege to present this petition for free period products in schools. I do so on behalf of the 5,000 people that have signed it and the organising charity, the Homeless Period Belfast, a volunteer-led initiative founded and managed by Caoimhe McDonald that is alleviating period poverty by providing period packs and campaigning for universal access to free period products. The Homeless Period Belfast Menstruation Matters campaign is calling on the Education Minister to bring Northern Ireland in line with other parts of the UK by providing free period products in all schools. Schools provide free toilet roll, free hand soap and free hand towels in toilets. We would never accept children bringing any of these essential items to school, and period products should be no different. The Homeless Period Belfast conducted a survey of 200 schoolgirls in Northern Ireland. 74% left school early or missed school because of a lack of period products. 87% said a lack of period products negatively impacted their attention in class. And 91% had used toilet roll as a temporary measure due to a lack of access to period products. In a Homeless Period Belfast survey of 100 teachers in Northern Ireland, 60% had bought period products for use in their schools. The survey also asked pupils how access to free period products would impact their experience at school. One schoolgirl said, "I wouldn't miss as much class time and would feel a lot happier knowing the products are in toilets so I don't have to feel embarrassed approaching the school nurse or my teachers." Another schoolgirl said, "I dread getting my period in school. I pretend I am sick so I can go home because I'm too embarrassed to tell my friends that I don't have any money for pads, and can't ask my mummy because she's lost her job and is struggling to do food shopping for me and my brother. I use toilet roll instead, and I'd much rather use that at home and risk leaking in my own house than in school where everyone could see." Mr. Speaker, no young person should suffer this experience or have their education disrupted by a bodily function as natural as their period. Free period products in schools would ensure that every young girl has equal opportunity to learn and achieve their potential. The Assembly Education Committee has written to the Department of Education in support of this campaign, and I will be glad to submit this petition to your office electronically for the consideration and response of the Education Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyttle. Normally, I would invite a member to bring his petition to the table and present it here. However, in light of social distancing, the member will be aware that I will ask the member to remain in his place, and I will make arrangements for him to submit his petition to the office. I thank the member for bringing this petition to the attention of the Assembly, and once received, I will forward the petition to the Minister of Education and send a copy of this to the committee. Thank you. I have received notice from the Minister for the Economy that she wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I do remind members that in light of social distancing practices being observed by the parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members do still have to make sure that their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called, but they can do this by rising in their places, as well as notifying the Business Office or Speaker's table directly. I remind members to be concise in asking their questions. I also remind members that, in accordance with long-established procedure, points of order are not normally accepted during the statement or the question period after. And I call the Minister. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I wish to make a statement in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 regarding a meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in tourism sectoral format. This meeting was held by video conference on the 25th of November 2020. I represented the Northern Ireland Executive and was accompanied by Minister Conor Murphy. The Irish Government was represented by Minister Catherine Martin, TD, Minister for Tourism, Culture, Arts, Gaeltacht, Sport and Media, who also chaired the meeting. This statement has been agreed with Minister Murphy, and I am making the statement on behalf of both of us. Ministers noted the efforts made to deal with the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on the tourism industry and acknowledged the importance of continued cooperation across both jurisdictions to address the impact of COVID-19 as the sector begins to recover. Minister noted activity undertaken by Tourism Ireland to prepare for the UK's withdrawal from the EU and noted that the Department for the Economy and the Department of Tourism, Culture, Arts, Gaeltacht, Sport and Media will continue to support Tourism Ireland in this regard. The Council received a report from the Chairperson of Tourism Ireland on the work of the Board since the last NSMC tourism meeting. This outlined the work of the Board in developing and approving and monitoring the business plans for 2017, 18, 19 and 20, and the corporate plans for 2017 to 2019 and 2020 to 2022. Ministers also noted the progress made in delivering Tourism Ireland's performance goals from 2016 to February 2020 and Tourism Ireland's activity during the COVID-19 pandemic since March 2020. The NSMC noted the progress made in developing the COVID-19 recovery planning framework, Restart, Rebuild and Redesign to support the recovery of the tourism industry. The Council approved Tourism Ireland's business plans and budget grants for 2017, 18, 19 and Tourism Ireland's 2017 to 2019 corporate plan, which have been agreed by sponsored departments and finance ministers. Ministers noted that Tourism Ireland's business plan for 2020, including the budget grant provision, has been completed and submitted to sponsor departments and will be brought to a future NSMC meeting for approval. The NSMC noted that Tourism Ireland has prepared an addendum to the 2020 business plan to guide its operations in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Council noted that the Tourism Ireland 2020-2022 corporate plan has been approved at board level but is currently being reviewed in light of COVID-19 and as an amended plan will be brought to a future NSMC meeting for approval. The Council noted the annual reports and accounts for the years 2015, 16, 17 and 18, which have been laid before the Northern Ireland Assembly and both houses in Dublin. Ministers noted that on the 17th of December 2019, the Tourism Ireland Board approved the granting of the general power of attorney as a short measure until further board directors were appointed by the NSMC, and that this power of attorney remained effective until the board meeting on the 25th of March 2020. The Council noted the continuation of the appointment of the Chief Executive Officer of Tourism Ireland and also noted recent developments with regard to Tourism Ireland's staffing complement and that officials will take forward discussions on this and report back to a future meeting. The NSMC agreed that officials from the Department of the Economy and the Department of Tourism, Culture, Arts, Gaeltacht, Sport and Media will review the existing work programme in the NSMC tourism sector and report back to the next meeting of the Council in this sector. The Council agreed to meet again in tourism sector format in early 2021 on a date to be confirmed. I commend the statement to the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call the Chairperson for the Committee for the Economy, Dr. Caoimhe Archibald.
And I thank the Minister for her statement. Tourism is obviously a very important sector here in the North, and the pandemic has had a particularly hard impact. But on the couple of months that it was able to open during the summer, there was a large increase in all-island tourism. And just in light of that, what work is being done, particularly in the way of marketing and the development of experience packages, because even though we may have a vaccine online next summer, we are likely to still be dependent on very much domestic tourism to compensate for the loss of international visitors. And when do you expect the corporate plan for 2020 to 22 to be signed off? Can
I thank the member for her statement? The marketing of Northern Ireland in the Republic of Ireland is a matter, of course, for Tourism Northern Ireland. So we will be taking forward those issues with Tourism Northern Ireland. But you are also absolutely correct in saying that we have seen a 30% increase in visitors from the Republic of Ireland, and this has been very, very important in supporting tourism businesses over what has been an extraordinary period of time for them. So we will be continuing that marketing with Tourism Northern Ireland and continuing to use the Northern Ireland brand of Embrace a Giant Spirit within that market to encourage our neighbours in the Republic of Ireland to come and spend some time with us and support our tourism industry.
And I call Gary Middleton.
And can I thank the Minister for her statement this morning. Minister, obviously the tourism sector is a vitally important one for us here in Northern Ireland. How can we use the centenary year of 2021 to promote Northern Ireland as a tourism destination across the world?
Well, I know in this House there will be different views on Northern Ireland's centenary, but I think we can come together and use the 100 years of Northern Ireland to drive forward the new economy for Northern Ireland and not just commemorate, celebrate, whatever way we want to look at it, that 100 years of Northern Ireland, but look forward to the new economy for Northern Ireland in the future. And tourism has an absolutely pivotal part to play in that. In the next year, we will, vaccine and COVID allowing, will be driving forward our marketing campaigns in GB, because we see that as a pivotal market and one of the easiest markets for a return to tourism activity. We'll be driving forward our campaign with Tourism Northern Ireland in the Republic of Ireland, and we'll be looking and working with international tour operators. And there is no doubt that Northern Ireland's centenary will play a key role in that marketing.
I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement here this morning. Tourism is an extremely important sector in Derry. It is also very important, the coastal route, the Wild Atlantic Way. Is the Minister working with the Irish Government to develop a continuation of the Wild Atlantic Way through the northern coast? Because the brand is so strong worldwide, and we should be locking on to that in terms of growing tourism in Northern Ireland.
I thank the member for a question and also agree that tourism is extremely important for the northwest of Northern Ireland, and that is hugely important. Northern Ireland, Tourism Northern Ireland, just last year launched its own brand for the promotion of Northern Ireland, and that is the brand Embrace a Giant Spirit. And that is the brand that we've been going out into the GB marketplace, and Tourism Ireland has delivered a very specific campaign in September and October in the GB marketplace around the Embrace a Giant Spirit campaign. That is the one that we've been doing when we've been doing our meetings with buyers from outside and other world markets, and that is the brand that we will be using. No doubt the Atlantic Way, the Wild Atlantic Way is a well-known brand, but the brand for Northern Ireland is Embrace a Giant Spirit.
And I call Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much indeed, Minister, for your statement so far. I would be aware that Tourism Ireland has been, in the past, been accused of over-promoting Dublin Airport. Bearing in mind that the Northern Ireland Executive provides a third of the budget to Tourism Ireland, could the Minister say what steps she's taking so at least our airports will be equally as supported in the forthcoming years as we deal with COVID and Brexit, as Dublin Airport seems to be, which seems to be an underlying key element of what Tourism Ireland has been doing over the last couple of years?
Well, of course, Dublin Airport is an important route for international visitors into Northern Ireland, but I believe that we can support and develop our own airports. And I have had recent conversations with Belfast International about routes to North America, and I have had conversations with Belfast City about wider network of routes throughout Europe. I think in Northern Ireland's centenary year we would like to explore how we can support those routes and grow that network of routes for Northern Ireland with our national government Government, and I've already taken up that challenge with Grant Shapps, the Transport Minister.
And I call Stewart Dickson.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement this morning. Minister, up to now, EU funds have made a considerable contribution to local tourism projects, particularly in border counties. What action are you proposing to take to ensure that we maintain comparable amounts of support after Brexit, given the news yesterday from the Finance Minister that he expects the Prosperity Fund to have a deficit of some £70 million in year one?
Well, of course, tourism wasn't specifically supported under PEACE or Interreg in the last iteration of those funds, although there were environmental programmes which would support the tourism sector. I would hope that the wider range of funding would support tourism, particularly in border counties, and I do think that there is some very, very important work to be done in terms of waterways, for example, with tourism. In the wider question that you ask, and I am in the process in my department of preparing a paper on this for the Executive. We were promised by our national government a like-for-like replacement of European funding. I would like to see that being honoured. And I will do what I can to make sure that that is honoured. Of course, for the Department of Economy, European funding is very important in terms of employability and support for social enterprise and those who are far from the labour market, and we need to continue that very important work.
And I call Gordon Dunne.
And thank the Minister for her statement. I think we're all very much aware of the challenges faced by tourism in 2020. What more can Tourism Ireland do to bring life back to our major tourist attractions such as Titanic, the Ulster Folk Museum, the Antrim Coast, and of course getting our tour buses back up around Stormont to see what goes on?
Yes, the member makes a really important point, and I have been working with Tourism Ireland to make sure that Northern Ireland as a brand and as a destination is part of their campaigning, but also to look at the research that they have been doing into the general tourism area. So let me share with you some of the conclusions that Tourism Ireland have come to and the research and insights for the next year in terms of tourism. So all of the research indicates that holidaymakers are still planning and indeed dreaming of taking their next trip away, and that is an important part of people's personal planning for 2021. And that really the most influential parts of that will be the vaccine, the rollout of the vaccine, and the driving down of COVID transmission over the next number of months. Summer 2021 is seen as the most opportune time for people to take further breaks. And then you're absolutely right that we need then to drive forward that spend in relation to Northern Ireland. So over the last number of months, there has been a campaign rolled out in August, September and indeed very early October around campaigning and around Northern Ireland as a tourism destination within the GB market. We allocated $750,000 to that campaign, and it was, as I said, done under the Embrace a Giant Spirit banner. That was ceased in the early October because of the increase in the transmission of the virus. But that included talking to travel journalists, influencers, relationships and media partnership with The Guardian, marketing activity in Scotland, social media and traditional media marketing. So those are the important things that we've been carried out, and we will continue to do so.
And I call Sinéad Ennis.
Caoimhe, I thank the Minister for her statement, and the Minister will be aware that the Narrow Water Bridge project is gaining pace, and when that project is finally completed, it will act as a major catalyst for economic and tourism growth in the wider South Down area, because we need to go from a region that people pass through into a region that people actually stay in. Now, I believe that can be achieved through extending Ireland's Ancient East marketing franchise to the North Easterly counties of Ireland, as opposed to the ambiguous nature of Embrace a Giant Spirit. I'm not even really sure what that means. So will the Minister commit to exploring this with Tourism Ireland and ensure that it's on the agenda at the next NSMC on tourism?
Well, as someone who comes from South Down, although lives in Upper Bann, I know this part of Northern Ireland very, very well. We need to drive forward tourism in the area, and I look forward to looking at, for example, Kilkeel Harbour plans for expansion, as well as the Narrow Water Bridge, and I think that these will drive forward tourism in the area, although real economic development would allow lorries to pass on the bridge as opposed to the more limited form that it currently is in. So these are really important issues for South Down. But Northern Ireland has just spent, Tourism Northern Ireland has just spent a considerable amount of time using the Embrace a Giant Spirit logo to sell Northern Ireland to international destinations. That has been going very well, and that is the one that we will be using for Northern Ireland in the future.
Call Chris Stalford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, at least 15 presidents of the United States of America can trace, or their families can be traced back to the province of Ulster. The migration of Ulster Scots down the Shenandoah Valley had huge influence, particularly in shaping the development of country music. Can I ask the Minister how her department intends to tap into not only that huge diaspora that exists in the United States, but also that interest in music and the arts as a means of marketing Northern Ireland as a tourism destination? Thank you.
I thank the member for his question. And one of my very, very first jobs in politics was to chair the Tourism Committee of Belfast City Council, where we set up the Belfast Nashville Partnership, which I still think is a very strong partnership for the wider, not just Belfast, but for the wider Northern Ireland, given, as you say, the general interest in music and the connections, the historic connections with the area. The greatest thing that we can do is to have and increase our connectivity to the area, not just for tourism, but also for businesses. One of our greatest FDI partners as well for Northern Ireland is North America. So we'd really like to see that connectivity enhanced, and that's why I said in response to Mr. Aiken's question that those are the things that we would need to explore to take full advantage of for the future, and particularly again in Northern Ireland's centenary year.
I call Jemma Dolan.
The importance of All-Ireland tourism has already been mentioned, but the importance of All-Ireland tourism to Fermanagh is of utmost importance, and initiatives such as the Shannon Nairn Waterway have provided a unique opportunity for visitors to travel through counties such as Leitrim, Fermanagh and Cavan via boat. And Minister, you've just mentioned the potential of our waterways. So has there been any commitments made regarding the further investment into the Shannon Nairn Waterway as a major tourism initiative, particularly in terms of the linkages between Clonus and Upper Lough Erne, which were set out in the New Decade New Approach?
The member asks a very specific question as well as a general point. I do think that we can cooperate and work with our neighbours in the Republic of Ireland to make sure that we can have that exchange of tourists that is very important for the economies of both jurisdictions on this island. And I look forward to actually working to try to ensure that those things happen. And as someone who has Fermanagh links as well, I understand the importance of this to the county. It is hugely important. As yet, we have just completed our very first NSMC meeting after I don't know how many years of, I think 2016 was probably the last NSMC meeting, and these issues will come forward in due course.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Minister, the pub trade, the Irish pub, is critical to our international tourist offer on both sides of the border. But because of COVID-19, pubs everywhere, particularly on the island of Ireland, are in terminal crisis. Can I ask the Minister what thought she is giving to a long-term rescue and revitalisation plan for our pub industry? And let me say, I don't think this requires... short-term, we are going to have to be realistic in the next couple of months, so I'd ask her about this in the long term. What is she doing, both with her colleagues in the south, to think about rescuing, revitalising pubs on this island, but also is she going to speak to the Communities Minister about licensing reform, including reform of the surrender principle, which could mean that we lose a load of these pubs in the coming months if they don't feel able to reopen?
Well, the member is quite right that the matter of licensing is a matter for the Minister for Communities, but that is something that we can look at together. The issue around the wider pub trade in Northern Ireland, we all know that they've been enormously impacted by COVID-19. And no amount, as I've said many times in this House, no amount of grants or money or funding that we can provide is actually enough to able to sustain them from this repeated round of closures that they've experienced. I'm currently finalising and should be ready for the Executive on Thursday the grant which will look at those traditional pubs who have been closed virtually continuously since March of this year. And in the long term, revitalising our tourism and hospitality industries is the way that we will be able to help our pubs to sustain themselves. In 2019, in Northern Ireland, tourism and hospitality had contributed about $1 billion to the economy and employed around 70,000 people. That is an enormous contribution to the overall economy. So driving forward tourism will help our hospitality industry to get back on its feet again.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you so far for your statement and some of your answers. Minister, I heard your party colleague refer to tourism in a number of places in Northern Ireland. However, he forgot to mention his home county. Minister, can you inform us this morning in this House how you intend perhaps to market the beauty of the lakes in Fermanagh, especially for trade coming into Belfast and getting them to move west into Fermanagh and further along to Donegal?
Fermanagh is indeed a very beautiful county and very, very important to the tourism industry in Northern Ireland. And I recently was down in one of the very large sites in Fermanagh overlooking the lake, and it was absolutely beautiful and wonderful to see it in all its glory. We do need to make sure that tourism covers all of Northern Ireland so that it is not concentrated on just Belfast or that wider region or the north coast, but that it covers all of Northern Ireland. And that is part of, I believe, two different kind of things that we need to do. It's driving the product and the destination of the tourism. So Fermanagh, we will always associate with the fishing, the waterways, the golf, the wonderful hospitality. And just in Upper Bann, just at Banbridge, my hometown, we will also be offering new tourism product this year with the opening of the Game of Thrones exhibition and tour, which will be world renowned. So what we need to do is to develop product in those different regions and then try to maximise our audience with the kind of promotional activity that we do.
I call Philip McGuigan.
Minister, I noted in the press yesterday that the Minister for Sport and Tourism in the South, Catherine Martin, responded positively to a TD when asked if she would give consideration to extend an invitation to the organisers of Tour de France to Ireland. Minister, you should hopefully be aware that I submitted a written question on the 15th of October 9 weeks ago, and then resubmitted again on the 2nd of November, asking if you would, if given the success of the Giro d'Italia Grand Partenza in 2014, whether you would work with your ministerial counterpart Catherine Martin, who you met in this meeting in the South, to put together a bid to bring the Tour de France to Ireland, in particular to my own constituency along the North Coast and the Glens of Antrim. So, Minister, given that major events have the potential to drive participation and support, contribute to trade, tourism, business, community pride, community engagement and economic growth, will you today give a commitment that you will look at this issue and work towards bringing the Tour de France back to Ireland?
There are a number of these initiatives that are around at the moment. So there is an initiative around the World Cup. There's an around the Five Nations approach to both, the soccer and the Rugby World Cups. Of course, as you rightly said, we had an enormously successful time with the Giro d'Italia in Northern Ireland. Again, we've had contact with them as well, would be happy to look at whatever is proposed in relation to the Tour de France. These are really enormous, world-renowned events that really have a lasting impact. And I do believe that events tourism is something that we need to take forward. And I'm looking forward again to engaging, because we had an enormously successful Irish golf tournament in Ballymena and in Galgorm just in the autumn, in September there, and I'm looking forward to engaging with the Royal and Ancient with a view to bringing the tournament back again to Northern Ireland. So events tourism is hugely, hugely important. However, to strike a note of reality to the House, events tourism requires huge financial support. So we would have to work as a whole executive to ensure that that financial support was there to help to encourage events tourism.
I call Jim Allister.
To return to the question of the centenary, unfortunately, much of the promotion would have to rely on Tourism Ireland by virtue of the subordination of Tourism NI. Why then is there no mention in this statement of discussions about the centenary? And in checking what the Board of Tourism Ireland's attitude might be to these matters, why do the minutes of the board not appear on its website?
The member makes an absolutely excellent point, and one which I've made to Tourism Ireland myself, and which is why I'm still awaiting on the revised plans.
Members, that concludes questions on this statement. I'd ask you to take your ease for a moment or two, please.
Order, members. If I could ask members to resume their seat. I've received notice from the Minister for the Economy that she wishes to make an additional statement. Minister.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker. Should have been more prepared. Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I wish to make a statement in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 regarding a meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in Trade and Business Development sectoral format. This meeting was held in Armagh and by video conference on the 25th of November 2020. Minister Conor Murphy, MLA, and I represented the Northern Ireland Executive. The Irish Government was represented by Leo Varadkar, Minister for Enterprise, Trade and Employment, and Taoiseach. This statement has been agreed with Minister Murphy, and I am making the statement on behalf of us both. The Council noted the impact of the pandemic on society and on the economy in both jurisdictions, and the measures put in place by both administrations to support communities and businesses affected by the crisis and to assist economic recovery. Ministers welcomed the productive cooperation between both administrations and Intertrade Ireland in relation to support for businesses facing challenges arising from the COVID-19 pandemic, and noted that Intertrade Ireland will continue to provide support to assist businesses in coping with the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly in the areas of supply chain management, health and safety and human resources. Ministers noted the work being carried out to prepare for the end of the transition period and the implications for cooperation in the trade and business development sector arising as a result of the UK withdrawal. Ministers welcomed the overall achievements of Intertrade Ireland from 2016 to 2020 and recognised the valuable contribution that Intertrade Ireland has made through its trade and development programmes for small and medium-sized companies trading across the border and in both jurisdictions. Ministers commended Intertrade Ireland for its work in helping businesses to prepare for the UK withdrawal from the EU and for its research on the issue. The Council recognised the impact of the innovation and technology programmes run by Intertrade Ireland and its support for building relationships between companies and researchers. The Council approved the Intertrade Ireland business plans, budgets and grants for 2017, 18, 19 and 2020, and the Intertrade Ireland 2017 to 2019 corporate plan, which have been completed in accordance with agreed guidance issued by the Department of Finance and the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform, and have been agreed by sponsor departments and finance ministers. Ministers noted Intertrade Ireland's annual reports and accounts for 2016, 17 and 18, which have been certified by the Controllers and Auditors General and led before the Northern Ireland Assembly and both houses of the Oireachtas. Ministers asked sponsored departments to consider Intertrade Ireland's staffing complement in consultation with the NSMC Secretariat and the Finance Departments, and to provide an update to the next Trade and Business Development meeting. The Council approved the appointment of Martin McVicar as Vice Chairman, Michael Hanley and Richard Kennedy, and the reappointment of Florence Bayliss, Adrienne McGuinness and Michael Brodie to the Board of Intertrade Ireland. Ministers noted the progress and the current position of the North-South collaboration in relation to the Horizon 2020 programme and the achievements and current position of the US-Ireland Research and Development Partnership. Ministers noted that Intertrade Ireland will continue to work with relevant stakeholders, including sponsor departments, to explore new ways, both financial and non-financial, to maintain and strengthen research and innovation collaboration across both jurisdictions. Ministers noted that the process for appointing a Chief Executive Officer to Intertrade Ireland has commenced using the existing approved process and following consultation with the NSMC Joint Secretariat and the respective finance departments. Finally, Ministers thanked Aidan Goff and Margaret Harty for their work in successfully leading Intertrade Ireland as Designated Officer and Assistant Designated Officer respectively since they were appointed to those positions in September 2017. The Council agreed to meet again in Trade and Business Development format in the spring of 2021. I commend the statement to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. I call Dr. Caoimhe Archibald.
And I thank the Minister for this statement also. Minister, in your statement you say that it was noted that work was carried out to prepare for the end of the transition period. The Economy Committee had a briefing a couple of weeks ago from officials around business preparedness, and in it we were told Intertrade's All-Ireland Business Monitor for Q3 showed that only 9% of firms had plans in place in terms of mitigating Brexit. So in light of that, what is being done by both the Department and Intertrade to help businesses prepare following the announcements last week around the protocol and the lack of clarity ongoing over the overall trade deal?
Again, can I thank the member for her question. Intertrade Ireland has a number of programmes which it has been using to help those businesses that it works with to prepare for the end of the transition period. And that, as well as the work that Invest Northern Ireland is doing, has been important in helping businesses to prepare. And just so that we could have a little bit of a thought around that today, I did print off for the week beginning the 7th of December the kind of things that, for example, Invest Northern Ireland were doing with businesses. And these included working with businesses in chemicals, fisheries, in the legal sphere, looking at authorised economic operator status, the export of live animals and animal products, the moving of animal products from the 1st of January, inward processing relief, customs warehousing, trading and moving goods in and out of Northern Ireland, and a very large range of information and webinar and support that was given to business just last week. Of course, you're absolutely correct. Last week's announcement will have helped significantly, particularly around the movement of goods from Northern Ireland to Great Britain, and the fact that we will not have an excess of paperwork and bureaucracy. That still leaves the issue around the Trader Support Service, and the hope that that Trader Support Service will work, that enough firms in Northern Ireland have signed up, as well as enough firms in Great Britain have signed up to make sure that that Trader Support Service is working. It also included the small derogations for a small and limited time period. Those are real live issues that need resolution, and this has avoided a hard stop, but it hasn't provided that.
Thank you. I call Mr. Gordon Dunne.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister. I think we all recognise the need for continuous business support for recovery through the pandemic. And I think those of us that have been around for a while recognise the good work of Intertrade Ireland. But what has been done to ensure that there's not an overlap in the efforts of Intertrade Ireland and Invest NI in relation to supporting businesses?
Again, can I thank the member for his question, and he is right in the work that Intertrade Ireland have been doing. I just want to draw the House's attention just to two particular aspects of Intertrade Ireland's work. The eMerge programme, and this is consultancy support of $2,500 to help businesses develop online sales, marketing and e-commerce solutions. In the period from April to June this year, this supported 140 businesses. The next phase of the programme supported 270 businesses, and that made available almost £1 million of support to those businesses. There's also the Emergency Business Solution Programme. These are the kind of things that Intertrade Ireland are doing, and they mainly work with much smaller businesses that are for dipping their toe into that export market by doing those cross-border exchanges. And that is the value of the Intertrade Ireland work, where the Invest NI work tends to be wider, larger and focused on an international audience.
Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, thank you for your answer so far. Can I ask you what practical steps that your department has taken in conjunction with the Irish Government to maximise the opportunities that the Northern Ireland Protocol, or the Irish Protocol, has given us?
I think that there is always room for cooperation. But I think the members should also remember that in the search for FDI, the Irish Government are our competitors. And that is an important distinction. I don't say that in a political sense, it's practical economic reality. And of course, the protocol has given us trade that will flow between us and the Republic of Ireland, and indeed us and the rest of Europe. But it has given us very, very significant disruptions to trade within the United Kingdom's internal market. That's why I personally could not support the protocol and would not support the protocol, because I believe that that interruption of the United Kingdom's internal market to be wholly wrong. However, I am also a realist, and the House voted to instigate the protocol, and now we must ensure that we help businesses in Northern Ireland to navigate this complex scenario as best we can.
Dr. Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Principal Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her remarks so far. I do need to declare an interest here as the ex-Chief Executive of the British Irish Chamber of Commerce. And I do note you talk about the success of Intertrade Ireland, but the reality for many small and medium enterprises who have been involved with Intertrade Ireland is it's been seen to be in the past especially bureaucratic, and indeed hasn't been particularly helpful in their development as they're coming through. But could I ask the Minister, now that come the 1st of January we will be through Brexit and the protocol will be in place, could she commit to having Intertrade Ireland being more refocused from its present role in supporting Brexit and move towards Brexit to being something more about promotion and promotion of Northern Ireland businesses, particularly in the small and medium sector?
I'm sorry to hear that you think that some of the processes of Intertrade Ireland are overly bureaucratic, and if you have specific instances of that I can take up with Intertrade Ireland, I would be very, very happy to do so. We will all need to leave Brexit behind and move forward to promoting Northern Ireland as a really good place to do business, to live, to work, to bring up families, and to have a really good all-round education. That's what I will be doing in the next year. And I look forward, along with Intertrade Ireland and Invest Northern Ireland, and indeed with the wider executive, to being able to get back out into the wider international sphere, attend some of the fairs, and particularly in Dubai and in the Middle East, and explore new markets for Northern Ireland, and try to get that side of Northern Ireland's promotional activity ongoing again.
Mr. Stewart Dickson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement again this morning. Minister, I am pleased that you noted the progress in the current position of North-South collaboration in respect to the Horizon 2020 programme. But, Minister, given that it is an EU programme, what action are you going to take to make sure that such research cooperation can be continued on a cross-border basis before those that you supported consign the EU to the scrap heap, and the funds and support that we have received up to now?
I'm not going to bite at the last remark. You'll be happy to know. But I do think that research and development and innovation for Northern Ireland firms is a really, really important element of how we build the economy going forward. And I have some brilliant examples of innovation and creativity of Northern Ireland firms, even during the COVID pandemic, and how those firms have linked up with our universities to produce goods that go to market for the current situation we find ourselves in. So innovation, research, development, is the way forward. It will build the economy of the future, and that is very, very important. I do believe that the United Kingdom would be wise to become a partner in Horizon 2020 and its successor programmes if they can get to that stage where it is proved that it is value for money. Horizon 2020 and its forefather FP7 are successful programmes, but they are focused on very large businesses. And I think that has been one of their downfalls. But their success also has been in that one of the greatest benefactors of, for example, FP7 was actually Israel, where the last time I looked was not in the European Union. So this kind of research collaboration and buying into this programme is perfectly possible, perfectly feasible, and I think that our government have said that this is something that they would like to do. And one of the other programmes that we are supporting is the US-Ireland Research and Development Partnership. And indeed, the member will probably have noticed yesterday the number of COVID-related joint research funding that we submitted yesterday. Because, as I said in my statement, COVID knows no barriers, and therefore in our search for solutions, we shouldn't.
Mr. Carey Middleton.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for her statement. The Chair had mentioned around the officials that came to the Economy Committee and they raised the issue of low levels of preparedness by businesses and many firms, primarily because many businesses have been focused, and rightly so, on the COVID-19 pandemic. Minister, what engagement have you had with counterparts across the UK in terms of ensuring that businesses are prepared, more importantly for the East-West trade and implications, the disastrous implications of the protocol?
These are huge issues for Northern Ireland, and I think that fundamentally this House should remember when it thinks about the protocol and that interruption to the UK's internal market that the protocol represents, and that indeed our Prime Minister instigated. That for Northern Ireland, GB is its biggest market by far. We sell more in the GB market than we do in the Republic of Ireland, the rest of the world and the rest of Europe all put together. So any interruptions to that business is very serious and very difficult. I think the announcements last week did help us in respect of NI to GB trade and did help us somewhat in relation to tariffs. However, going forward, the best thing that can happen is that we have that zero tariff, zero quota deal, and that we are able to trade freely in all directions between GB, Northern Ireland, and indeed North-South and with the rest of Europe. That is massively important. Last week I also took the opportunity to talk to the Northern Ireland Office Minister, Mr Robin Walker, not just about Northern Ireland's centenary, which we are looking at promotional work for Northern Ireland in really important trade markets, but also about the funding that they announced, the 400 million that was announced. And I think that we should have a synergy in between what the Northern Ireland Office are going to look at with that funding and what the Northern Ireland Executive are looking at, so that we can reskill and rebuild for the future.
Mr John O'Dowd.
Minister, in regards trade north-south, the Minister will be aware that the latest NISRA figures show that more businesses are trading north-south than trading anywhere else, including to Britain, and the value of that trade is growing year on year. What discussions has the Minister had with our Dublin counterparts about protecting the supply chain and the intermediary trades involved in that trade to ensure that our businesses aren't disrupted as a result of Brexit and that growth area continues to grow?
Of course, the member is right that more businesses trade north-south, but the largest impact and the largest volume is with GB, and we do need to remember that. I am hoping that we will be able to grow our markets north-south, east-west, and indeed throughout Europe, and using the new trade agreements that the UK has signed to explore potential in those markets as well. And I was really encouraged. Last week I was speaking to the red meat industry and really encouraged that the first exports of beef to America were from Northern Ireland. These are huge opportunities for Northern Ireland in wider international markets, and we must grasp those and take those as part of the new opportunity that we will have in the next number of years.
Mr. Matthew O'Toole.
The Minister is right. Brexit will lead to both north-south and east-west disruption to Northern Ireland's trade. Whatever the scant detail in this statement, it will unfortunately cost jobs and lead to severe disruption. Since the referendum in 2016, and indeed since the Supply and Confidence Arrangement in June of 2017, the DUP is the sole party in this Assembly which has had the power to force the whole UK into a soft Brexit, a closer relationship between the UK and European Union, which would have been in the interests of not just Northern Ireland, but all businesses and workers in the UK. Since the DUP did not use that power and has left us at the precipice of chaos, would the Economy Minister like to take this opportunity to express regret for the actions of her party? Indeed, would she like to apologise to the people and businesses of Northern Ireland for the situation we face?
Order. If I could ask the Minister to resume her seat. I generally will allow leeway, and I don't mind back and forward. Indeed, when I'm not in this chair, I engage in back and forward myself, and I enjoy a bit of sport. But I would remind members, if insofar as possible, when asking a question, to try and relate it directly to the content of the statement that the Minister has given to the House. If the Minister wishes to respond, I'm happy to let her do so. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm going to resist getting into too detailed a response, except to say that I thought that Sinn Féin were the only party in this House to rewrite history, and now I discover that the SDLP are at it as well. What we need for Northern Ireland going forward is the ease of movement of goods between us and our largest market, and between our largest market and us in GB. That's fundamental to the Northern Ireland's economy. That's fundamental to jobs and to families in Northern Ireland. That is something that I have worked at since I became a minister. We had some easement of that last week with the agreements around the protocol, but really, I would much rather we didn't have to do this at all, and that the UK's internal market remained intact, and that we could trade as a third country with the EU on that basis.
Mrs. Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, can you clarify the support that transport firms have been given in relation to transporting goods back and forth from Northern Ireland to the Republic and from east-west, west-east to ensure there is least disruption?
The member will be aware that the issue of transport is a matter for my executive colleague, the Minister for Infrastructure. However, I think if the member looks at the kind of things that Invest have been doing, she will see that there has been significant work done around the issue of transport. Can I just focus on one particular area of transport, which I think is very, very important for Northern Ireland and important for Northern Ireland's economy? And that is to ensure that Northern Ireland transport, Northern Ireland lorries taking goods from Northern Ireland to the south of England who prefer to use the Dublin-Holyhead route should have free course to do so, given that in Dublin they would also like to use the transition agreement to transition lorries across GB for access to the EU. This is a really important issue for Northern Ireland hauliers, for Northern Ireland firms, and around 20% of our goods go to market in GB this way.
Mr. Jim Allister.
I read and heard in this statement Ministers asked the sponsor departments to consider Intertrade Ireland's staffing complement. Does that mean more staff, more cost for Intertrade Ireland? And given the perilous state of our trade and the threats to it with our main market, would it not be better now to refocus and to create an Intertrade UK? And would the Minister work for and support such a body?
The member knows that to consider something is to consider it, is not to consent. So therefore, that's exactly where the position is in relation to the issue of staffing. And these are issues that will be discussed, no doubt, further down the line, given finance or direction of travel on the matter. And yes, the member and I are absolutely in agreement that trade with our biggest market, that internal UK market, is the most valuable thing for Northern Ireland, something that we must protect and, of course, grow in future years. Certainly, if the member wants to write to me with his proposals around such a body, I'd be happy to look at it and take it forward.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes questions on the ministerial statement. If I could ask members to take their ease for a few moments, and if you are leaving the chamber, please make sure you clean your surface and what have you. Thank you. Order, members. If I could ask members to resume their seat. I have an item of business that I have to transact. Members will have in front of them the indicative timings. The revised indicative timings for today's business indicated that the Minister for Education was to be on his feet roughly 12:35. It's 11:34. So I think I can anticipate the response that I'm going to get. The statement arrived in the Speaker's office at 11:18. Standing Order 18A2 requires that a written copy of a statement be made available at least half an hour before it is delivered in the chamber. That hasn't happened in this instance, but as I say, I suspect I know what the explanation will be. Therefore, before calling the Minister with the leave of the Assembly, I propose to suspend this sitting until 10:45 in order to allow 10 minutes for members to have the opportunity to familiarise themselves with the content of the statement. Mr. O'Toole, did you want to make a point of order?
Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I didn't mean to do it from a sedentary position. 11:45. I believe you said 10:45. Simply to avoid that.
The record is now corrected. 11:45, just so members have the chance to read the statement before questions on. Mr. Lyttle.
I may have missed your initial remarks, but this obviously applies to effectively two statements that are back-to-back here. We're getting 10 minutes to read two significant statements, I think.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. We'll have 10 minutes for the first one and then 5 minutes for the next one. All right? Grand. 10 minutes, folks. The sitting is suspended for 10 minutes.
late arrival of the statement. We had anticipated from the original timings that this would be a little bit later in the day, and therefore were slightly caught unawares, which meant that we missed the deadline. I suppose I'm around this place long enough to know that the timings will alter, so I humbly apologise to the House and indeed all members for missing that particular timescale. Should I also say at this stage, also add an apology, the original intention had also been that prior to the statement that I'd arranged to brief the Chair and Vice Chair ahead of that. Obviously, because of the collapse in terms of timing, that was not possible, but I would like to place on the record to the Chair and the Vice Chair that subsequent to the statements today, that myself and officials will certainly be available to discuss over any elements of detail which are not drawn out from the statement or the questions themselves, and I'll be happy to meet with them after the statements.
Thank the Minister for that, and it's now on the record. And I call the Minister for Education, Mr Peter Weir, to make a statement. Minister.
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to make a statement to the Assembly. Today I am announcing a further package of comprehensive measures which I believe will ensure fair, inclusive and flexible public examinations in 2021. As I have said on a number of occasions, exams will go ahead, but will be underpinned by contingencies for all scenarios. However, it is not business as usual. I know our students are facing unprecedented disruption to their learning. That's why our qualifications will be different next year, and why I will be taking exceptional steps to ensure that they are as fair as possible. Over the past few weeks, my officials have been working closely with CCEA to develop wide-ranging measures which will best support students in these unprecedented times. In doing so, they've engaged with the Education and Training Inspectorate, school leaders, teachers, and very importantly, young people to seek their views on the way forward. I believe the changes I'm announcing will provide young people with the clarity and confidence they need to achieve success. These changes include more generous grading across all qualifications, as well as significant reductions in the content which will be assessed compared with normal. I'm very conscious that our young people have faced incredible challenges as a result of this pandemic, and in making these far-reaching adaptations, we will ensure that their lives are not defined or held back by the disruption they have experienced in 2020. I want to start by publicly thanking each and every teacher, school leader, governor, and all the other vital support staff who work in and around our schools for their incredible efforts. They have dealt with a wide range of difficult and exceptional issues. Thanks to these efforts, our children have been able to return to school and continue their education. In particular, I want to pay tribute to the work of the many dedicated teachers who continue to go above and beyond to give every pupil, whether in school or at home, a high-quality education. I recognise this is a difficult period for young people. Many of them have been personally impacted by the pandemic, and they are particularly concerned about how there can be fairness in the examination process. I trust the changes that I am announcing today will go some considerable way to reassure those young people that we will continue to support them and help them to succeed. I will begin by reiterating that I will not be cancelling examinations. I've been clear about this over the past number of months, and my position hasn't changed. Indeed, with the COVID vaccine being rolled out across the country, I am confident that examinations will be delivered in summer 2021. The recent November series went extremely well and has heralded a successful return to public examinations. I've heard the calls for me to cancel examinations. Those voices have been loud and clear, but I've also heard quieter voices of those who are equally anxious that exams should go ahead and have urged me to stand firm on this. Whilst some have called for centre-assessed grades, and I entirely understand their position, I've equally heard from many who feel that cancelling exams will put school leaders and teachers under terrible pressure, putting schools at risk of numerous appeals and litigation. I've also heard from many young people in recent days who want exams to go ahead. Just last week, my officials met with groups of sixth formers across a range of different school types, both in terms of the sectors and selective and non-selective schools, and many were not in favour of replacing exams with centre assessments. They expressed concern about objectivity and fairness and wanted the opportunity to demonstrate their knowledge and skills through the examination process. I'm also conscious that our focus needs to be on the well-being of our children and young people. Cancelling exams would lead to further months of continuous testing, adding to the stress and anxiety experienced by pupils. In effect, would be the worst of all worlds, a point that was very well articulated by the sixth formers. Some other jurisdictions, in purporting to avoid exams, are instead running them by the back door. In Wales, young people will face externally set assessments, and they will be taken earlier than usual. The harsh reality is that there's no alternative to assessment or examinations in one form or another. The education system in 2021 must ensure that the cycle of over-testing is broken. And I know that I have got numerous concerns that have been raised in terms of what is happening on the ground as regards pupils. Over-testing is not healthy, and it's not in the interests of those pupils. That time could be better spent concentrating on teaching the specification and preparing them for progression to the next stage of their education. With exams, pupils know that they will be assessed, the form and timing of that assessment, and will be able to focus their learning for revision and progression. As Education Minister, it's my job to weigh up these differing views, consider all the evidence and make a decision that I think is in the best interest of all the young people in our schools. It would be easy sometimes to make a seemingly populist decision, but being in government is about making the right decision in the interests of all. So while on the face of it, simply cancelling exams would seem like a good approach as we sit here today, I do not believe it is right in the longer-term approach for our young people. The best way to ensure fairness and comparable standards across all schools is to have a common assessment tool that is applied under the same conditions in every school and marked externally to ensure fairness. I genuinely believe that the experience of summer 2020 has shown us that exams remain the fairest method of assessing and awarding qualifications. We saw that right across the UK, indeed much in Western Europe, that despite every effort and good intention, other forms of assessment are likely to be more inequitable. Cancelling exams would undoubtedly lead to different sorts of anxieties for young people and would put incredible additional pressures on schools. Therefore, I believe it's in the best interest of pupils in schools that public examinations go ahead. Exams are the best way of giving young people the opportunity to show what they can do. That is why I think it's so important they take place next summer. I want to turn to standards, and first of all I want to reassure all of our young people that we will take a generous approach to grading similar to that recently announced in England. These are extraordinary circumstances in which you have to complete your qualifications. In recognition this cohort has faced and is facing, I've decided that grading will carry forward the overall generosity and standards of 2020. That will ensure the 2021 cohort are treated fairly relative to their 2020 peers. Students will be awarded more generous grades in line with last summer's significantly improved results. Schools can be confident that my department and SIA have the tools to make summer 2021 exams fair and that young people in Northern Ireland will not be disadvantaged. The aim should be to achieve a level playing field for all candidates right across the UK. I've also agreed that the collection and publication of school-level outcomes through the summary of annual examination results should be suspended for a further year in recognition of the significant disruption experienced by schools. 2021 examination outcomes will not be used for accountability purposes. I want our school leaders and teachers to feel supported and confident as they prepare young people for public examination, collaboration and cohesion across our system rather than competition. In October, I announced a range of changes to CCEA qualifications, making a range of public health adaptations to ensure safety and delivery, and reducing the number of examinations pupils will take. I've also agreed that CCEA should delay the start of the summer exam series by 1 week to provide more time for preparation. In the October announcement, I said that GCSE candidates would be able to omit assessment of 1 unit of each of their qualifications, up to a maximum of 40% of each qualification. Take as a total package, this represents a very considerable reduction in the assessment burden and goes significantly further than adaptations in England, where 100% of the assessment of the course will be assessed. In recognising, I think, the difficult public health circumstances and continued disruption, I've decided that GCSE Maths in January and June 2021 will be provided with additional support materials. These support sheets will relieve candidates of the burden of memorising all the information that they would normally have to. I feel they will be more prepared and more confident as a result. and this aligns with the recent announcement in England. Today, in terms of AS and A levels, I'm also announcing significant changes to AS and A level qualifications, which will sit alongside the earlier amendments to GCSEs. In recognition of the challenges of studying for Level 3 qualifications in such disrupted times, I'm taking unprecedented steps to reduce the assessment across all of these qualifications. Young people will have the opportunity to omit up to 60% of their AS or A2 assessment. In a significant number of subjects, this will mean taking only one unit of assessment. The key requirement that the unit or units assessed must comprise at least 40% of the AS or A2 qualification. At the centre of this reduction is choice. Our schools and colleges will choose which unit or units of assessment their pupils will take. Our young people will be assessed on topics and content in which they feel most confident and well prepared, allowing them to determine their skills and knowledge to the highest possible level. In line, if they so desire, with this emphasis on choice, candidates will be able to take all of their AS or A level units if they individually choose. I believe these changes will relieve much of the stress which our young people are experiencing. The approach will allow them to focus on key topics for a small number of examinations, whilst enjoying teaching and learning in other areas of the qualifications which will not be examined. This is a flexible and unique solution designed to reflect the differing approaches and experiences to teaching and learning across schools and colleges, whilst retaining the rigour of external assessment, which universities have told us is so important. Our universities have told us, while preferring regulated external assessment, they will make a sensible and pragmatic approach in these extremely difficult circumstances. The solution I have presented today provides assurances to universities that the outcomes in Northern Ireland will be robust and comparable between learners, whilst recognising the need to reduce burden and safeguard the well-being and mental health of our young people. In terms of detail, I will write to schools, pupils and parents tomorrow, setting out my decision. I'm confident that the changes I am announcing today will help all learners build their understanding and knowledge in these important qualifications. I can also say that there will be a reserve series for A2 candidates who miss exams through illness or self-isolating. This will remove any doubts or uncertainties and make sure that every young person has the opportunity to progress to education, employment or training in 2021. The reserve series will run in early July, immediately after the main A-level series. The timing of this is to ensure that results are available to the system and for pupils who wish to move into tertiary education. So the results will be for every pupil at the same time. Where a candidate legitimately misses GCSE exams, for example due to illness or self-isolation, CCA is working to develop a process which facilitates the award of grades for progression. Turning to mitigation for different levels of disruption. Disruption to learning has not been uniform across the different areas of Northern Ireland, or even within schools, or even within families. Last week, my officials met with young people who had experienced vastly different levels of disruption, some who had missed significant amounts of school and others who had missed none. Firstly, I would reassure those candidates who have been ill during the academic year that SEA's existing special consideration process will continue to be available and will operate as it has done in previous years. In addition, there will need to be developed a COVID-specific special circumstances for young people. So I will explore the possibility of COVID allowance or tariff for young people who have missed significant number of days through face-to-face teaching or self-isolation. This will allow for specific amounts to be taken of the variations in disrupted learning since September. Just to be clear, this will be separate from and additional to the existing special consideration scheme. I've asked SEA to work closely with other awarding bodies to develop a UK-wide approach to any potential scheme. It is, as with all these things, important that our students are not disadvantaged in this respect compared to their counterparts in other jurisdictions. In conclusion, I want to thank the House for the opportunity to address you on these important issues. My department is working hard to make sure that we take into account the effects of the pandemic, to make the best contingency arrangements we can, and to make sure exam results will be fair and command public confidence. Fairness of pupils is my priority and will continue to be at the forefront of every decision that is taken in the lead up to exams next summer. Exams are the fairest ways of judging students' performance, so they will go ahead underpinned by contingency measures developed in partnership with the sector. In these exceptional times, I've taken exceptional and unprecedented steps to ensure our young people are supported to progress in education, training or employment. But let me make one further commitment to our students. Across GCSEs, AS levels and A levels, candidates will be awarded a grade based on their own performance in the units of assessment they have taken. Your work will determine your final marks and grades. There will not be the use this year of algorithms or anything which goes beyond that. Again, I commend all our school leaders and teachers for their efforts in these difficult times. In closing, to all those in schools, staff, pupils and their families, at the end of what has been a very difficult year, I want to send my best wishes for a quiet and restful Christmas and every success to all our students in 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call Mr. Chris Lyttle.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. The Education Minister's inaction, indecision and U-turn caused grading chaos in 2020, so I think we're entitled to expect more than a statement that was late in its arrival and vague in its commitments. Generous grading, reduced content, support sheets, a COVID allowance tariff with a UK-wide approach without great detail for any of those commitments. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, other jurisdictions have taken decisive action to cancel or significantly modify examinations in 2021 due to the unprecedented disruption to learning. In the week commencing 12th of October, approximately 50,000 children were unable to attend school. We know some pupils are on their 4th period of self-isolation, with many staff in self-isolation as well. Can I ask the Education Minister what level of COVID-related pupil absence is the Education Minister willing to accept before introducing moderated teacher and centre assessed grading for 2021?
Well, and I wish the member a very happy Christmas as well. Can I say in response to some of the issues that he's raised, as regards other jurisdictions, Scotland have made a decision that they will be using some form of assessment. They have not come up with the details of that. Wales is a changing flux of a position where they are introducing examinations effectively by the back door, but are still to hammer out a reasonable level of details. England have made some of the announcements, but again are to sketch out some of the details. So we need also to make sure that, as I said, that none of our students are in any way disadvantaged compared to other students. He mentions in terms of the levels of absenteeism, the position is that there's always a number of pupils who will be missing at any one particular time, and that he mentions a particular week where actually those related to the COVID situation, there was 2.4% of the school population were isolated because of some level of illness, and another 5% roughly that were there because of they had been were isolating because of contacts in that regard. That's the peak point of that. There will be other students who will be missing for a range of reasons during that. But let us also remember that those pupils as well, while it's important that the position is taken into, we're receiving throughout that learning and remote learning. So let us not create a situation where we equate simply someone not physically being in school on a particular day with them not working hard at home. So let us make that fairly clear in relation to it. He mentions about the issue of mitigated centre assessed grade, because anywhere where it has happened has been mitigated. But again, this creates, I think, one of the problems that would be there that was seen in 2020. It is not fair across the system. Different schools will take different approaches. Schools may well take a situation in which they give particular grades to their pupils, knowing that it is likely that it will be reduced down. And again, we would be faced with the spectacle of a situation where a pupil may get a particular grade, will get a situation in which on that grade differs from what their school gave them. Generally speaking, would be lower than what their school gave them, and I think that that would create a level of conflict as well. But it is also the case that in terms of to reach that grade, and this is one of the dangers that potentially could happen within the system, that you will have 6 months of continuous assessment, where a pupil will feel themselves to be under the microscope every day. Schools will not, there is no route out which says there will not be examinations, because the alternative will be a range of examinations, put possibly on a weekly basis by schools, because schools will also feel concerned that potentially a disgruntled parent may try to sue them, for example. So we need something which is recognised clearly, which is the support of the universities, but is also fair to students. And I appreciate in current circumstances getting something which is fair across the board is a very difficult thing to achieve, because you make a move in one direction, it is maybe fair for some and less fair for others. But I think the mitigations that I put forward go further than what is there in England. It avoids, quite frankly, the confusion that is out there in Wales, because they will have external examinations. They will not just call them external examinations, or the level of uncertainty that is going to happen in Scotland, which in any event has a completely different examination system. So I think this is the fairest way forward.
Mr. Robin Newton.
Well, Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Minister for this piece of work, and indeed for all the hard work that has gone in the preparation of the statement, and indeed the initiatives that he's prepared to undertake. Could I just seek total clarity from the Minister? Minister, you'd ask about, you'd mentioned within your statement about consultation, and that your officials have been working extensively with CCEA in developing, and that you'd engage with the Education and Training Inspector, school leaders, teachers, and very importantly, as you say in your words, very importantly, the young people, our pupils themselves, to seek their way forward. Can I just clarify that the new assessments will be effectively at AS and A2 level be reduced by up to 60%?
I'm supposed to answer to some of this once. Yes, there's been extensive work that has gone on, and obviously because of the nature of this, it has had to go on in the background in relation to both the CCAA with ETI, but we've worked with a group of school principals, of stakeholders drawn from a range of schools, again of a widely differing natures in terms of sectors, but also in terms of, for example, whether they're selective or non-selective, whether they are a school which goes to sort of a sixth form or not a sixth form. So there's a range of things. This has been teased out on a number of occasions and discussed back and forward. And indeed also making sure that what is doable, because there's no point in producing some idyllic solution which actually then couldn't be implemented on that basis. But also significantly, last week, my officials met on a confidential basis within a number of schools to actually talk through with the sixth form what they saw as the options. And again, I think there was a strong support for this type of route that could be taken in connection with that. The issue is, and I think this shouldn't be forgotten, that when we're talking about A levels and AS levels, we're putting, if you like, a minimum standard of a 40% floor, which essentially means that provided in terms of the units which are selected by the schools, because some schools will take a different view over which units they would like to see assessed. Some will have had, as we appreciate as well, different levels of disruptions at different times of the year. So they will want to actually ensure that the units that they are taking will be ones that relate most directly to their circumstances and their particular children. But that will lift the burden of up to 60% of the assessment from children at A levels and AS levels. There's a different arrangement with regards to GCSE where particular units have been taken out at, say, the earlier stage. But again, there'll be a considerable reduction there. And that runs alongside some of the other measures that are there, including the generosity of grading.
Ms Karen Mullen.
I thank the Minister for bringing the statement to the floor today to give students some assurity before Christmas. Minister, I've heard you say before, nothing replaces that in-classroom learning, and following on from the Chair's point, and your answer was that those students were working hard at home, when we know that there's very much a varied learning experience at home, particularly for those who have special education needs and need that in-classroom support. So for their students and the other students who have missed up to 8 weeks and will continue to be disrupted, when will you publish the full details of the special circumstances?
I want to work with colleagues across jurisdictions in relation to that, because my key desire, you make a very good point about where it will be an individual side of things now. I think the system-wide adaptations will go a long way to meeting that. So if a student is only expected and will know really from their school very early on which particular units they're being assessed on, they are effectively being assessed on 40% of the course, which removes more than half the course in terms of what the assessment will be, which means that even with considerable levels of time missed, there is that level of compensation. The reason why I think it's important that in terms of special circumstances we reach a point, if possible, where that is something that is universal across jurisdictions, is to try to create a situation where our students are not disadvantaged. And what I mean by that is that if we had, say for example, which is one option that is there, is some additional tariff or additional marks that we would put in place for students who'd missed a particular length of time. If we reach a point, for example, where our students have, on the one hand, get a much higher tariff than anyone else, then there will be a suspicion, universities and other places, that effectively a Northern Ireland or CCA degree or qualification will be an easier degree than an easier exam than anywhere else. We've also got to take into account as well that in the comparability, we have about 20% of our students at A levels and AS levels who are doing boards that are outside Northern Ireland. I should make it very clear in terms of what can be delivered upon, and I appreciate it's probably been sometimes a bone of contention with myself and the Honourable Member for Upper Bann in relation to it, but where we are obviously at present, we want to make sure that students are also treated equally between each other. On the flip side of the coin, if we were simply on a solo run to do special circumstances, which didn't go as far as was happening in other jurisdictions, we would have a situation where achieving particular grades would be harder in Northern Ireland than anywhere else. So that is why there needs to be a bit of work done that we can reach a common position, if at all possible, between different jurisdictions to try to make sure that special circumstances are reflected so that no one is disadvantaged when it comes to future employment or, for example, on a university place. And sometimes you'll get at different levels in university places. So we want to make sure that our students are given that level playing field.
Mr Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for the statement. Minister, in order for your department to engage in evidence-based policy making in respect of these examinations and recognising the potential for differential adverse impact, it will be necessary, and the view of the Children's Law Centre, for your department to screen the policy and carry out a full equality impact assessment of each available policy option, including proper consultation with affected young people and their families, educators, exam bodies and other affected stakeholders. Have you done this, Minister? And also a human rights impact assessment and a rural impact assessment should also have been conducted. Have you done that also?
All necessary procedures will have been gone through, and we have done the level of consultation. But the member also needs to be aware, because there has been accusations that we have delayed this. We've been trying to ensure that this has been got right. Now, we could spend the next 6 months consulting on all these things, but that's not going to be a great deal of use of giving a level of certainty to pupils. So we need to ensure that what we have is robust, one, that there's a broader level of buy-in, and indeed we've gone, I think, with the adaptations that we have that is a bit further than what England has gone, while ensuring that these are still acceptable to universities, and we've given a level of clarity which isn't there in other jurisdictions.
Mr Robbie Butler.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I'd like to join the Minister in thanking our teachers for the hard work and wish them all a happy Christmas, and yourself, Minister. There is some good news in this announcement today with regard to A-levels, with regard to the 60% admission, which is something I've been pushing for. However, Minister, for instance, I have a 15-year-old constituent who has missed 18 weeks of face-to-face teaching in Lagan Valley, and his father is at pains to understand how his lost learning will be mitigated. Given the fact that we have 60% admission at A-level, why can we not have 60% admission at GCSE level, where actually there is no equity across the subjects at GCSE level?
The problem in terms of reduction on that side of things is trying to get something that's equitable. The position as regards GCSEs, because there was a position that was declared earlier in terms of the unit admission, has meant that the same units are able to be admitted across the board. So everybody is entirely on a level playing field in relation to that. That combined, it should also be noted that in terms of trying to reach something that was equitable this year, that while perhaps the focus at times has been in A-levels and AS levels in terms of grading, that generosity there in terms of grading will also take into account of that the 2020 standards for GCSEs as well. There will be, as I said, further work that will be on the individual special circumstances. But we also need to make sure that there is a level of coverage of GCSEs also which enables pupils to be able to progress on to AS and A levels. So there's got to be a level of grounding that is there as well. And because the position at an earlier stage then has been that in terms of GCSEs, across the board on specific subjects, the particular areas of units admitted have already been worked on and schools have been working on those, the same level of choice would not be in a position. If we were to then at this stage, for instance, say we can take further units out of this, there would be some schools that in terms of, well, there was clear guidance given as much as possible for schools to try and do things in the same order. You would be omitting then potentially some units which schools may well have, some schools may well have dealt with very extensively and others where they wouldn't have. So it's not quite the same position as regards that. But again, we're talking about up to 40% omission on GCSEs as well.
Mr Morris Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for making his statement to the House today. And Minister, could you please clarify for me 2 points in your statement? Is it correct to say that schools and school leaders can now choose themselves which unit they wish their pupils to be examined on? And secondly, there are no algorithms or Z-scores used to calculate a student's grade. It's all now based on the student's own performance. Is that the case?
I suppose in terms of the 2 points, yes. On the A levels and AS levels, it will be the schools making that level of choice. And in part, that will be because schools will have been in a position where they may have different levels of disruption. They may well have found that in doing a particular component of the course, that was a period in which, for example, a large section of the school was off, or a large section of that year was off. That allows them a level of choice. It allows them probably to concentrate on some of the things they've taught already. Because again, the nature of things that not every school will have taught things in the same order. So it will enable that level of flexibility to be put into place. While still, as I said, there may be a very small number of students who want to do everything, and there will be the opportunity for them to do that. On the issue of the calculations, yes, someone is sitting, for instance, one paper. They will simply get the mark that they get and the grade that they get from that paper. It will not be adjusted by algorithms which seem to take on a certain level, which I suppose a mathematical formula, but which seem to be externally put in place and created great concern. Or similarly, what is normally for missed units, Z-scores, which again can adjust where a pupil will be. The only adjustment will be made is if someone is doing, for instance, 2 papers and the 2 papers are weighted differently. So you may get a situation, for example, where to make up the 40%, 2 units may be used. One would normally be worth 20% and the second unit would be worth 30%. Well, obviously in those circumstances, the 30% unit will count 50% more than the 20% unit, if you understand what I mean. It's a scaling up, if you like, but it's a scaling up purely of the marks that they get in the exam, so that people can be assured that it will not be an intervention from above, because I think a lot of the problems and concerns were created because there was an expectation amongst pupils that they had got a particular grade and then found whatever calculations had been put in place, and this was particularly true, I think, of small cohorts, that they were then finding that they were getting a different grade, quite often a lower grade than what they anticipated. In some cases, it produced a higher grade, but it means that this would be purely alone on the merits of how the student performs within the examination themselves.
Ms Nicola Brogan.
And I thank the Minister for your statement today. Minister, much of the speculation and media interest around today's statement has centred on GCSE and A-level students. But on behalf of the anxious BTEC students, can I ask what these new arrangements will mean for them in terms of their massive coursework burden they have had to shoulder despite months of disruption to their education?
Specifically, I appreciate where there's probably a little bit of restriction in what can say. BTEC will always direct into the vocational qualification side of it, will lie under the control of the Department of the Economy. I suspect there will be a level of read across. We'll be working with the Department of Economy, but I suppose it's not my place to make an announcement on behalf of the Economy Minister, but clearly there will be implications. And I think across the board there has been work, I think, that has been ongoing in terms of how BTECs are reflected, not just here, but in other jurisdictions, to try to make sure that we have a fair reflection of circumstances for BTEC students as well.
Mr William Humphrey.
Speaker, and I join the Minister in thanking all of the staff in all our schools across Northern Ireland for all their work and dedication in this most difficult year. Minister, I welcome the engagement. It is hugely important, and you did mention that no child in Northern Ireland should be disadvantaged across our United Kingdom. You also mentioned mitigations re students who have had to endure significant remote learning or indeed been ill, sadly, during COVID. Can I ask the Minister to confirm that he is currently looking at other scoping mitigations that would ease the already difficult circumstances that young people have found themselves throughout this pandemic, and on top of those that are already in place from SIA?
From that point of view, yes. As I said, in terms of special circumstances, I want to reach a situation where we have broadly speaking, a level playing field, if at all possible, across the UK as regards that. I think in mitigations as well, we will need to give a good deal of thought. I think there are things which can be put in place which will facilitate students taking those examinations, which will protect their opportunities to do that. Those will all be examined as well in terms of the individual measures that can be put in place. But this is about, I suppose, providing, today's statement is largely about providing systems-wide mitigations, if I put it that way, and they go a long way also covering a lot of the individual circumstances, but there will be people who will still be disadvantaged, and I think it's important that there is a level of protection that is put in place. There is still some further work to be done on that. So rather than give something which is very definitive and may end up being wrong in that regard, we want to work with colleagues across different jurisdictions, across different exam boards, to put in place something ideally where special circumstances, and indeed in terms of I think that is something which is accepted, for instance, by the Minister of Education at Westminster, that as much as possible, if we can reach a UK-wide position as regards special circumstances, that would be something which would be advantage to all pupils, and make sure that no one is standing out. Because, as I said, depending upon what direction you go in, there is disadvantage in either direction if there isn't that level of parity across the board.
Mr. John O'Dowd.
I would ask and thank the Minister for his statement and answers thus far. Minister, this has been an awful year for students, particularly first-year students in our further and higher education institutions. What consultation has the Minister had with the Minister for the Economy and our colleges and universities in relation to today's statement? And on another matter, Minister, if students are being assessed on 40% of the course, is there a danger then that students are taught 40% of the course, which then limits their horizons in terms of the next phase of their learning in colleges and universities?
Well, look, the idea, and again, this is where there's no perfect system, there has been work ongoing, particularly with the universities, to try and make sure that whenever grades, that there's something that is acceptable in that regard, and that with all universities within that. And in terms of, while there are certain decisions that will lie within the remit of the Minister for the Economy, I'll be working alongside her on those issues as well. Look, the member makes a valid point in terms of the level of assessment that potentially is there. The aim will be to try to ensure that the full course then is taught. Will that, in some shape or form, create some level of skewering of the course? There is a degree of danger within that. And I think, to be fair, with all these, and there is some level of difficulty with any potential solution in that regard, I suspect it will mean that those that will be directly examined, those areas that will be examined, will have probably a higher percentage level of concentration from the schools, and that becomes a certain level of natural consequence. But the aim is still to ensure that the full course is covered, and we're trying to make the best of the very difficult, and I entirely acknowledge for everyone, but particularly for our students, this has been an incredibly difficult year, and while there is hope on the horizon, we're not out of the woods yet.
Mr. Justin McNulty.
I would like to thank the Minister for his statement and for his answers so far. Minister, there have been disproportionate adverse impacts on children's education as an outcome of this pandemic. The gap is widening. Children and young people from disadvantaged backgrounds and children with special educational needs are falling further behind. How are your proposals on exams addressing that, and can you confirm that the algorithm fiasco of earlier this year will not be repeated?
Well, look, I'm very happy to confirm that. I mean, I think that as much as we can get fairness and objectivity within the system, and if somebody giving a subjective opinion or using a mathematical calculation which simply then adjusts according to how a school does compared to another school, which I think is one of the problems that will be there with even sort of moderation in terms of CAGs in that regard. But I can give the member an absolute assurance in terms of the algorithm. The algorithm, well, I'm not altogether sure that many people and many of us would be experts in algorithms in that regard. There's no algorithm There's no which would normally apply Z scores being applied within this year as well. So it would be purely on the basis of what the student achieves directly on their own merits and their own marks within that, against a backdrop in which there's a generosity within that. I think that in terms of levels of, he's right in terms of the issues about differential disruption in that regard. I think by ensuring that there's a considerable level of reduced content, that goes a long way to meeting a lot of those measures. But again, as I said, I want to explore, hopefully on a cross-jurisdictional basis, how we can apply special circumstances for individual students. And I would also indicate that that will be in addition to the current, as the member I'm sure is aware, there are already mechanisms in place which apply that if someone in a, call it a normal year, has some set of special circumstances through illness or whatever, where there's provision can be made. So anything that we're doing this year will be on top of that. So if someone is, for instance, ill for another reason, but we need to actually see how we can adapt that, particularly for the particulars for those who have missed out because of COVID.
Mrs. Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister, so far for your answers. Minister, you spoke previously this morning about not having our students disadvantaged if they wanted perhaps to go to universities in England, Scotland, Wales, etc. Now, as you'll be aware, we've still quite a few students here in Northern Ireland that like to study in Trinity, in Dublin. Have you had any talks or discussions with the universities down there and what would be acceptable?
I think I'll have to get some detail back just in terms of, I mean, at the moment, while things are a little bit unclear, in the Republic of Ireland, the suggestion is I think they will be doing all of the leaving cert and certainly would intend to be by way of examinations. We believe that a system which is broadly speaking acceptable to universities should be therefore acceptable across the board in relation to that, but there will be further engagement as we move ahead, particularly with our colleagues in the Republic of Ireland. I should be on Friday. Unfortunately, we're still by Zoom, but there's a North-South Ministerial Council meeting on Friday, so I may be in a position directly to raise that with my opposite number, Norma Foley. Unfortunately, it's not in the beautiful city of Armagh. Just to make sure that Mr McNulty is paying attention in that regard. We'll be doing it by Zoom, but it will still enable that level of engagement to take place.
Ms Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much, Minister. And I'll declare an interest as the mother of a young person who's going through their A2s very shortly. You must feel for me. Minister, you have mentioned about the COVID allowance or tariff. Can I just ask when that will be published? And will it, for instance, specify things like how many missed school days will be necessary for a pupil to receive the COVID grade tariff? Young people need confidence now, and I think if we can publish specifications like that, it will help them.
I understand that. The position, though, is, and I think that's one of a number of options that are there, it's probably the most likely option. The point I'm making in terms of any level of tariff is we want to make sure that it's something that, if at all possible, that is universal across, because that also, on the basis, as I said, mentions, and I sympathise with the position of being the mother of an A2 student, but both at A2 and A-level, there will be about 20% of our cohort will do this from boards that are outside Northern Ireland. So we want to make sure that everybody is treated fairly. And the point made that if, for example, we end up with a situation in which there is a COVID tariff, if that is the route to which special circumstances go down, and we'll need to work with other jurisdictions, I don't want a situation where either, as I said, our results are then viewed with suspicion by employers or universities because they have a more generous tariff than elsewhere, or alternatively, which I'm sure would be of grave concern to people, that if we reached a system in which there was a tariff which then applied at a much lower level to other jurisdictions, that we would actually then be disadvantaging our pupils in terms of grades. So I think there's work to be done between boards, with Ofqual, and indeed between the jurisdictions to try as much as possible. It may or may not be 100% possible, but as much as possible to reach a common position across different jurisdictions.
Mr Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Given what the Minister has said about the need to introduce special circumstances and the fact that SIA will be responsible for dealing with a vast and, I'm afraid, what will inevitably be a chaotic process of appeals, first of all, is he confident that SIA has the resources to deal with this unprecedented and Byzantine process, which is going to be inflicted on them and the young people of Northern Ireland? And secondly, Minister, can you confirm that the upshot of your statement is that if Gavin Williamson, the widely thought to be incompetent and chaotic Secretary of State in England, has to perform a U-turn on exams proceeding in England, then here in Northern Ireland we will simply follow what he's done?
From that point of view, I always want to make sure, above all else, that our students are not disadvantaged. So obviously we will have to look at times at what happens in other jurisdictions. And we cannot, if you like, have Northern Ireland as an outrider. But it's been made very clear the position in England as to where they are with examinations. And indeed, particularly as regards some examinations in November went ahead without, at a time whenever we anticipate the pandemic would, at a greater level, it will be at next summer, went ahead very successfully in connection with that. I should say, almost from a historical point of view, while something being accused of being Byzantine is obviously a form of insult in that regard, it was a very successful empire for many centuries prior to its collapse in that regard. And I know sort of that as a member of the DUP, sometimes we're accused of harping back to the 17th century, but there may be more classical civilisations that we could look at within that as well.
Mr. Jerry Carroll.
The Minister ended his statement by saying fairness to pupils is my top priority. He also stated that over-testing pupils is not healthy. Can the Minister explain how it is fair or indeed healthy that post-primary exams will go ahead in the new year despite pupils being in the middle of a health pandemic, many thousands missing so much of the time off school and teaching, not to mention serious concerns that exist around children's safety that his department still hasn't addressed?
Order. Second time today. Post-primary transfer was not in the statement issued by the Minister, and I have to remind members that questions should relate to the statement. The Minister is at liberty to answer that question if he wishes to, but he doesn't have to.
Okay, well, look, at the broader level on it, any examinations will always take place against public health guidelines. We'll make sure that is the case. And it is the point that most directly as regards post-primary, it's not really as Principal Deputy Speaker, the subject of today's debate in relation to this. But from a health point of view particularly, if we're talking about on each day roughly 300,000 pupils being in, to be able to accommodate 10,000 on a particular day doesn't seem beyond the bounds of possibility. I want to make sure that in terms of all our examinations they are as fair as possible, that we've taken, I think, a very far-reaching decisions today in relation to reduction in course content, in relation to where grades are, which create a unique circumstance, which put, for instance, it will mean that those pupils in 2021 will be in a very different position from those in 2019 on that basis. And I think that is where that level of accommodation has also got to be reflected as well. But again, I thank the member for his good wishes.
Mrs. Clare-Sugden.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Can we assume, given the process that you've now outlined, that students may perform better than would have been expected? And how will this then affect admissions to FE and HE, particularly for competitive courses? And also, does it open up options for students who maybe didn't think they would perform as well to maybe apply to different courses? And I ask this in the midst of an admissions process going towards university. And lastly, how are we supporting teachers? This seems quite chaotic, and I understand that this will be new to them perhaps today. So how are we going to support teachers through the next 6 months?
On a number of the points, yes, it may mean that because there's been a shift in where the boundaries are, what it does mean is that I think that those who are in sitting exams in 2021 will be put in a very similar position, at least in terms of eventual outcomes, as 2020. And in some cases there will be, for some university places, for FE places, there will be some, for instance, who will have not taken up those in 2020, and it will mean then, either by way of deferred entry or indeed people who simply felt, I don't want to apply at this stage because I am not getting the full university experience, for example. What it will mean is that those who are graduating, if I can put it that way, in 2021 and those graduating in 2020 will be on a level playing field with each other. She mentions particularly the issue of teachers. I think one of the advantages of this, in terms of where teachers, they will see a reduced burden because of the assessment change of it. The problem is specifically as regards, and I appreciate that with every subject there will be a range of opinions that will be there, but for teachers, because they are not then doing a central assessment of their individual pupils, that I think will relieve a level of the pressure on them to be able to say not simply what I believe the student would get, but also rank them, and will feel, no matter how much there is a level of confidentiality with that, there's always going to be a concern, I think, from some teachers looking over their shoulder of, if I don't give somebody this, will there be any level of comeback on me? So I think this does actually relieve the burden. It is also because the choice is then going to be at a school level. It gives that opportunity, rather than having something as much as possible imposed upon schools. There were other options which involved, if you like, simply an overall high-level reduction, but it's simply being imposed from SEA at this stage. And I think particularly as where we are in the school year, that wouldn't have given schools that level of flexibility within that.
No other member has indicated to me, and that concludes questions on this statement by the Minister for Education. The next item of business will be a statement from the Minister on the terms of reference for the independent review of education. If I could ask the House to take its ease for a few moments while there's a change at the top table. Thank you.
Order, members. The Minister for Education has indicated that he wishes to make another statement. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I would like to make a statement to this Assembly regarding the establishment of the Independent Review of Education. Members will be aware of the commitment in New Decade New Approach to, quote, establish an external independent review of education provision with a focus on securing greater efficiency in delivery costs, raising standards, access to the curriculum for all pupils, and the prospects of moving towards a single education system. And I think there's a couple of other references directly to the review within NDNA. Work to establish the review had to be suspended in March 2020 due to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm keen to make further progress in establishing the review, and to that end secured the Executive's agreement in principle to the draft terms of reference, which will now be published. This is very much the start of the beginning. The real work lies ahead once the independent panel is recruited and the evidence gathering commences. However, the agreement in principle of the draft terms of reference is an important first step, and it signals the intent to have a wide-ranging review of our education system with a view to providing outcomes for children and young people. I should start by saying that we should not underestimate the task ahead. The review and the delivery of whatever recommendations it makes could radically reshape the design and delivery of education in Northern Ireland. However, reform and transformation will only occur, I think, with political and stakeholder agreement and wider community engagement, as well as the provision of adequate funding. Education in Northern Ireland operates in both a congested and contested space, and change is inevitably a highly emotive issue. A non-political, non-sectoral and wholly independent review is an essential starting point. It is important that we approach the review with open minds and without our own predetermined views on what its findings will be. We must also recognise that whilst the education system faces many significant challenges, we are building from a position of strength. There are many areas of excellence within the current system we can be proud of: our school leaders, our teachers and our pupils. We have a well-trained and highly committed workforce delivering innovative practice, and our children and young people continue to achieve high levels of attainment. These strengths need to be built upon to ensure that they permeate the entire system, and challenges must be identified and addressed. We are all in agreement that if we are to continue to deliver world-class education, we need to reform, modernise and transform. We should always be striving to improve services and deliver better outcomes. Indeed, there is already a significant amount of work happening in the field of education transformation and reform, and it's important that this review builds upon such work rather than trying to stall it or duplicate it. Members will be aware of the ongoing work of the expert panel into educational underachievement, which was also a commitment within NDNA. Further, that my department continues to work closely with the Department of the Economy on a 14 to 19 strategy, and work is commencing on the delivery of 9 workforce reviews linked to the teachers' pay agreement. The review panel will need to be cognizant of a wide range of work across the executive which link to improving outcomes for children and young people. All good education systems continually look at how they might improve the quality of provision, and all good schools want to improve further. This is now an opportunity to strategically review education policy, services and provision, and set out a clear vision of how education should be delivered in Northern Ireland in the 21st century. The terms of reference for the review have been agreed by the Executive and will now be published. The review will commence in 2021 once an independent panel can be appointed. This will be done via an open public appointments process to ensure the panel is wholly independent with an appropriate breadth of experience and range of expertise. The panel will work over a period of approximately 18 months, producing an interim report after 12 months. I'm open to providing a level of further time, if required and requested, to ensure a quality piece of work is produced. The panel will be made up of a chairperson, a vice chairperson, that should read a vice chairperson rather than a vice person, and 3 panel members. These roles will be remunerated. The agreed terms of reference sets out the scope of the review and expected deliveries from the independent panel. The review is based around 3 core strands. Strand 1 will focus on the educational journey of children and young people and the outcomes they achieve. They will consider all aspects of the pupil's experience of education from early years to transition into careers. This will include a range of issues such as the transition and transfer at age 11, the experience of children with special educational needs, and the delivery of the curriculum, as well as many other important aspects. Strand 2 will focus on support for settings in schools, introducing the issue of funding and local government's arrangements. This strand will wish to consider how we support our schools and our teachers to best teach our children and young people. Again, this will cover many different issues, including the challenging roles of school teachers and school leaders and teachers, the role of inspection and school improvement, and the role of technology in education to support learning, pedagogy and qualifications. Strand 3 will then consider how our education system is designed, delivered and administered. The panel will wish to consider the barriers to effective delivery and areas of duplication or inefficiency. This will be a complex work area with a focus on the core structural issues which may negatively impact on delivery and outcomes. While the terms of reference and scope of the review covers a wide range of areas, it's clear to me I think there's one element that still requires some further refinement. That's to ensure that the review is ambitious enough to encompass a vision of change and puts in place the practical steps for the learner's journey beyond school to further and higher education and fully prepare them for work and life. To that extent, today's announcement is not the finalised position, and given the critical involvement of the Department of the Economy, I'll be engaging with the Economy Minister in the time ahead to see what additions are needed to the terms of reference. None of this will detract from the existing terms of reference, but will add to them before the panel commences at work, and any additions will be brought to the Executive and then confirmed in a statement to the Assembly. I would also reiterate that nothing in the review will act, or indeed should act, as an obstacle or delay to the necessary reforms that may need to be made in the interim by either my department or in conjunction with the Economy Department, such as the 14 to 19 strategy, or the need to prepare our future workforce by embedding a digital spine in our young people's education. Nothing in this review should be allowed to impede progress, nor used by anyone as an excuse to avoid difficult decisions by attempting to kick the can down the road. In addition to the three distinct strands, the panel will be asked to outline a clear vision for what education in Northern Ireland should aspire to be in the 21st century, the outcomes it should deliver, the appropriate indications of success, and the key actions required to make this vision a reality. It will be for the appointed chairperson to set the work plan and agree the methodology for engaging with stakeholders. However, I expect the review to be delivered in a collaborative manner with significant engagement in order to gather evidence and assess issues. Education has a wide range of stakeholders, and it's essential that we have an opportunity to support and inform the review. I'm keen that the voice of children and young people is central to the work of the review, and their views considered on how education is currently delivered in Northern Ireland and how it might be improved. Parents and carers also have a critical role in shaping the needs of our education system, and it will be critical to ensuring the review progresses successfully. Our school leaders and teachers will also be able to provide insight on current provision, gaps in services and barriers to improved outcomes. There should also be significant engagement with education's sectoral bodies and trade unions, as well as wider representative groups. While engaging with children and young people, practitioners, trade unions, etc., it's vital that all viewpoints, all stages, all sectors and all school types, including special education, are involved. There will also be a cross-departmental working with many areas of government, having a role in the delivery of education or improving outcomes for children and young people. In particular, I would expect close working with the Department for the Economy on matters relating to further and higher education and preparation of young people for the world of work. Engagement at a political level is also vital. I see little value in taking time and spending money on delivering the reviews if its recommendations cannot be put into action. It is incumbent on all of us to work together to find solutions to the challenges we face, build consensus on delivery of those actions, and secure the necessary resources and commitment for educational transformation. I firmly believe that everyone in this House wants to see the same things for our children and young people and our education system. We all want a system which provides children and young people with the absolute best start in life. We all want a system that fully develops children's personalities, talents and mental and physical abilities to their fullest and equips them to thrive in later life. We all want a system that is fair, open to all and provides appropriate support for those who need it most. We all want a system that values its workforce and provides them with the tools they need to be effective. We all want a system that is sustainable, effective and joined up. Fundamentally, I believe, despite our differences at times, we all want the same things for our children and young people, our workforce and our schools. Just sometimes we disagree about the methods of obtaining those outcomes. It is, as we are at the start of a journey, and we can all agree on where we want to go, but have different opinions on the best route to get to that destination. I think we must all approach the review with open minds. The review must be based on evidence, learn from best practice locally and elsewhere, and be informed by the voice of stakeholders. The panel will operate with objectivity, and we, as the final decision makers, once that review concludes, must do also. I look forward to the review commencing later in 2021 and ask members to appreciate it will take some months to run the recruitment process. I'm sure everyone in the House will support the work of the panel once it is in place.
I call Chris Lyttle, the Chair of the Education Committee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The time that was given to this Assembly to read the key statements on exams and now fundamental external independent review of education was completely unacceptable, and I hope that will be dealt with by the Speaker's office. I nonetheless welcome this important statement in relation to the independent review of education, a proposal that was made by the Alliance Party during the New Decade New Approach talks, and it is obviously a key opportunity to reshape an education system that is high on quality, low on equity, in financial crisis, and that separates children and young people at the age of 5 and trains our teachers separately. It is an opportunity for fundamental reform to put in place equal educational opportunity for children and for them to learn together. Can I ask the Education Minister when the independent review will start, when it will report, and when that fundamental reform can commence?
For his comments. I should say as well, again, obviously referred to the earlier remarks in relation to the timing issue. I suppose where we were in a slightly different position, I think, and there were a few of the detailed comments, for instance, that came from the Education Committee, we were able to take on board. The member will have been aware that in terms of the terms of reference, while the final decision lay with the executive in terms of reference, we were in a position from both some sectoral bodies and also the Committee of Education to give draft terms of reference and take on board where there were some suggestions in relation to that. In terms of timescale, the aim would be to move as quickly as possible, but it will be probably a few months into 2021 before it is fully established. So there will need to be a recruitment process of, first of all, expressions of interest by way of public appointment, then at least some level of, be it whether it's interview process or whatever, to ensure that, if you like, people are appointable. Appointments will then be made, and then provision made to be able to support that. And the member will be aware, for example, that when it came to which was arguably a simpler process, the expert panel, the position was we were in a position to announce, for instance, in one particular month, I think in June, and then with the work to start in September. Now, I don't think it would necessarily be that level of time frame, but it will commence in 2021. The member indicated in terms of time frames, again, to some extent, this will be up to the panel itself. We have given an indication that a full report should be there within 18 months and an interim report within 12 months. There was initially slightly tighter time frames, but one of the bits of feedback that we got from a range of the sectors was that was, given the scope that would have to be encompassed by the panel, was potentially something that would be challenging, at least in terms of being able to deliver that. So what has been put in place is that, as I said, there will be an 18-month period for that, with an interim report after 12 months. But this would be at the call of the Chair itself, an opportunity that, should they feel that they need a little bit more time, that they can ask for up to an additional 6 months. It is important that whatever emerges out of this is got right. And so from that point of view, while it is prescient that this is delivered, it's also the case that it's not a question of rushing something to a particular absolute deadline in that regard. And I should also indicate, indeed, some of the issues that will be covered within this and will be of interest to both the Chair and the Committee. If there's changes that can be made within education, it is not a question of we should wait on a report doing. If there is issues that we can get consensus on and work through, I think we need to be making that progress in the meantime. So none of this should be an obstacle to any level of change that can be brought about.
I call William Humphrey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement to the House this afternoon. Minister, can I welcome your commitment to this review, and in particular welcome your commitment to the establishment of the panel on educational underachievement, which is hugely important and a policy which I hugely endorse and support. Does the Minister feel that 18 months in terms of the deliberations will be long enough for the panel to conclude its work and report?
As I indicated, I think there's a degree of balance of not something, if you like, simply moving into the ether, never reporting, while giving a realistic time frame. The original, I think, time frame was envisaged that a final report would be done within 15 months, and there was considerable feedback from a number of those we consulted with to say that they felt this was tight. So the balance, I think, that we've struck is that there's an expectation that there will be a final report within 18 months, but there's the opportunity for the panel itself, if it feels that there is a further amount of work that needs to be done for a level of extension. But I think the request from that point of view should come from the panel, rather than either myself as Minister or a successor entitled saying, you know, from my point of view, trying to impose a particular additional time frame.
I call Karen Mullen.
Minister, I welcome the work your department has done in bringing forward the commitments and New Decade, New Approach. Again, I share a concern in relation to the time frame, to be able to achieve the in-depth review that we require, but thank you for your answer. On the cross-departmental working, you mentioned economy. Would the Minister agree with me that the Department of Health play a vital role here, particularly around our young people's well-being and to ensure that it's provided for in a modern-day education system?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose I gave, first of all, I take on board what's been said in terms of the time frame, and I suppose if there was clearly levels of difficulties that arose in terms of the time frame, I'm sure that there could be some level of amendment to that. But I think by the same token, there will be a range of issues which all of us within this chamber at great length could debate until the cows come home. We can't just have something that's open-ended entirely either. But there will be a level of reflection, and that may be something which ultimately, in terms of, as a process issue, may have to alter. But again, we have to see just how that works out. In terms of the cross-departmental, I've obviously given one specific example of economy, yes, but there are other issues which will come into play, which I think will require that cross-departmental support. She highlights obviously very clearly the Department of Health being a key consideration, and I suspect, at least even tangentially, there will be actually other departments that this will touch upon. And so, I want to see the panel particularly engaging with the widest range of stakeholders, and that will probably vary to some extent according to the subject matter that the panel is looking at. So if they are looking at progression, for instance, into further and higher education, the key focus, for instance, will be in terms of the learner journey on economy. If we are looking at, for example, how support within the system is there for particularly vulnerable children and children with special educational needs, health will probably be the key department where there will be that cross-fertilisation. And there may be other issues which will touch at least on other issues. If they're looking at school transport, is there a role particularly for the Department of Infrastructure? Nothing in this actually circumscribes both who the panel can meet, what organisations. I think the point very clearly, though, needs to be made. It goes beyond simply the remit of the Department of Education. And so therefore they will look, and I suppose not simply within government, but there's also a lot of good work that at times has happened on the ground through third sector bodies, through individuals, and as well as those formerly within education, for example, the role of parents, I think, will be critical as we move ahead.
I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the statement from the Minister. I welcome the review, and I also welcome the opportunity on behalf of the SDLP to engage with the panel on educational underachievement, which was very useful. Minister, why is your department and EA outside of the scope of the review, considering how vital these organisations are to the effective operation of the education system? Surely DE and EA should have been part of Strand 3. Are EA separate, and if so, Minister, why are they separate? Surely they should have been part of this review, particularly given the trail of chaos to date in relation to aspects of their remit around SEN and other matters.
What I would indicate, first of all, is that there will be a particular review. There's a separate review that is due about now into EA as well. I think this will involve all organisations, and indeed the other issue in terms of the terms of reference. There is a clear reference in this to what the strands can contain, and effectively therefore is an expectation can contain. But this is put in a very permissive way, so that if in terms of the wider position as regards governance or anything else, if the panel seeks to move beyond simply the definitions that are put within the terms of reference, there's no bar in them looking at anything, including the Education Authority or DE for that matter.
I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for bringing a statement to the House today, and it is an important piece of work. The Minister rightly pointed out that there are a number of strategies that are ongoing and aren't mutually exclusive to this strategy. And on one of those, Minister, the best start to education is vital for any pupil, and the Minister is aware that Northern Ireland currently has the lowest starting age in Europe. He is also aware that children born prematurely, underweight, or with a birth date in May or June are at a developmental and academic disadvantage. Can he update us on the call for a flexible school start age, or will this have to wait on the independent review picking this up as a critical issue?
Look, I made it very clear, and I probably gave a couple of examples that maybe had a crossover with economy. But I made it very clear in the statement that where there are changes that can be made and should be made ahead of any level of any level of reporting of this, and particularly within the next year and a half of the Assembly lifetime, I think they should be made. And I think he makes a very valid point in terms of, particularly for premature babies, and the impact in terms of, and I would be keen to look at what can be done. I think it would require, from initial exploration, it would require a legislative change, because at the moment the school starting age is set very rigidly in legislation to require. If there is legislative action that can be taken during this term to actually put a greater level of flexibility, I would be keen to see that happening. We need to scope out precisely how that can be done. But that is, if you like, a very good example of here's perhaps where something, if it is able to be changed, can be changed. And it shouldn't be a question of this is something long-fingered until the report comes out. So I would share his position. We did, I suppose, to make sure that it was directly looked at. I think it was one of the suggestions of the Education Committee, make an explicit reference to the flexibility is now within the final terms of reference on that basis on it. But the member makes a valid point.
I call Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I agree with others. This is indeed a very timely announcement today. It's very ambitious and undoubtedly will be welcomed right across the Chamber and right across the educational sector. I note it is the second, as others who have spoken this is the second New Decade, New Approach initiative that the Minister has announced. Minister, I quote you from your statement. This is very much the start of the beginning. The real work lies ahead once the independent panel is recruited and the evidence gathering commences. Can I ask the Minister, what do you believe is going to be the most challenging aspect the panel will face?
Well, look, I'm not sure, but look, I think probably the most challenging aspect across the board. I mean, there will be some issues which are more contentious than others. I think the challenging issues will be particularly around the breadth which, by its necessity, an independent review has to encompass, because we're talking about the education of our children from preschool age right up to beyond secondary school age on that basis. So there's a very wide remit to cover. And I suppose the other issue will be, while there will be a scoping out of what is needed to financially support particular aspects, it will also, I suppose, be trying to ensure that what is there is realisable from a financial point of view. Now, there may well be certain proposals, I can't prejudge what will come forward, that could be argued then that will create greater efficiencies and save money, but there will also be some proposals which will lead to additional expenditure. And I suppose it's trying to make sure that, that we have a broader sort of way forward, which also then can be compatible with what ultimately can be affordable, because I suppose if any of us, we may come with very different visions, but if any of us was given several billion extra billion into education, there's an awful lot of the problems out there could be solved, but it's a mixture of where it is financially and a need for best practice and reform. So it's about the two going hand in hand.
Can I encourage the Minister to continue to use his microphones to ensure that what he's saying is picked up from Hansard? I call Nicola Brogan.
Caoimhe Archibald, and again thank the Minister for his statement here today. Minister, the New Decade, New Approach outlined that an independent review would look at a number of aspects of the education system here, including special education. The Minister is aware that regulations and a code of practice are currently being consulted on for the new Special Educational Needs Framework. Is this new framework beyond the scope of this review, or how does the Minister expect the independent review to impact the new framework?
The point is, and I'll try to speak into the microphone, I know that there may be some at times who feel actually not hearing what I'm saying may be a positive advantage, but nevertheless, for the sake of Hansard, I will make sure that I'll speak into it. No, I mean, special education is contained within that. This, I suppose, comes back to one of the issues which has been raised, and I think there's ongoing work in terms of special education that we shouldn't be waiting for the review to appear before these things can be put in place. Specifically, as the member outlines, in terms of the SEN regulations and the code of practice, those are coming to conclusion in terms of, I think, given time frame, there's been a slight extension in terms of the discussion around that. I think the only limitation, while I'll wait to see precisely what emerges from that, the only limitation in terms of the speed and extent to which that could be implemented would be the budgetary position, which has not as yet been determined for 21-22. But SEN regulations are probably my top priority for next year's budget. I think it's important that those are implemented and that we ensure, because I think as well as providing that protection and support for our young people who have special educational needs, I think the SEN regulations and the code of practice will also actually have a very positive long-term impact, because a lot of it is about ensuring both collaboration and cooperation, but also ensuring as much as possible there's an earlier intervention, which again, I think, both from the benefit of the young people themselves and the wider system, I think can be beneficial.
I call John O'Dowd.
And I welcome the Minister's statement, though, with the caveat that the upcoming centenary of the state will remind us as to why we have the educational structures we have. And I think there will be some concern in some of those structures that they may find themselves under pressure. But we'll wait for the review and we'll give evidence to it. The point I want to raise is I welcome the fact that there's going to be continued decisions made within education, because reviews can delay progress as well. Will the Minister be in a position soon to announce the outcome of the 14 to 19 review, which has been going on for a very, very long time?
I think there's still further work to be done on that between myself and economy. Look, as with a lot of things, the member makes a very valid point that there shouldn't be any levels of delays. And I think there is always somebody within the system of whatever, but who would be quite keen, because the decision will not necessarily be to their liking, to push it down the road. And I think that it's important that on a range of decisions that doesn't happen. I think there will be ongoing work to ensure then that we reach a point during 2021 where we can have a full declaration on the 14 to 19 strategy. That will require further work with the Economy Minister. But again, it's one of the, and why I think specifically I mentioned it, it's not something where there will be an examination of how we impact on the learner journey, that is one of those things which should not be delayed by this, and we need to move ahead with finalising that.
I call Justin McNulty.
And thank the Minister for his statements, and I warmly welcome any endeavour to improve education for our children and young people and for our teachers and school leaders. Minister, I'd like to see a specific focus on improving education for children and young people from disadvantaged backgrounds. I didn't see that referenced in the statement or in the terms of reference. I think the scope of the terms of reference should very much focus on improving the education for those young people. And if you could let me know why the ongoing review does not include or marry with the review that's happening in the Education Authority. Surely there should be a symbiotic relationship there. And when will you report on the independent review on exams last year undertaken by Deloitte?
Okay.
Or this year?
I think there's probably about 3 questions in there, so I'll try and remember those. Sometimes I feel like a bit the generation game as the obstacles, as the prizes go past in that regard with Mr McNulty. I suppose in relation to those, yes, look, as regards any other reviews that are taking place, the idea is to have this in a symbiotic relationship. The point is that they shouldn't obstruct other reviews, but should be cognizant of those. That relates to both the Education Authority, but also, I think, again, within this, looking at the wider context of where there's disadvantage within the system will clearly be part of this review. Again, I suppose in terms of reference, the point is to have something that is relatively succinct in its nature, but there is no bar beyond what is put down on paper for the panel to be looking at. And I suppose in terms of particularly disadvantage, there's a level of cognizance that presently we do have a panel that is looking at educational underachievement, and it's due to report, I think, in May of this year. And as with other reports, the idea is that as the panel works ahead, they are actually to be cognizant of what is happening elsewhere, what may well be reported elsewhere. In terms of the 2020 situation, I think that Deloitte have carried out the report. I think their report, as I understand it, is at draft stage. And so I would anticipate that will be published early in the new year.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, indeed, we all want our young people to have the best possible educational experience throughout their lives. But I don't see any mention of the preschool sector in this review. I'm wondering if you can advise me, will they be included in the review? Because I think they're extremely important, because it's at the age of 2 onwards that our children start to learn.
No, from that point of view, no. I think the Preschool is considered, so it's whenever we're talking about as part of one of the bullet points, the preparation of children, and I think the very first bullet point in strand 1 is the preparation of children for schooling in the early years, including childcare, preschool and transition into primary school. So it will be part of that, and I think the member is also right in terms of the critical nature of that. And again, without rehearsing other arguments, sometimes we have clashes over what particular provisions are put at certain particular points in the school year, in the lifetime of pupils. Actually getting it right from the start in terms of that preschool year has a high level of shaping of what our young people will be. It's not saying that once you get to the age of 5 or 6 that things are abandoned, but if we're trying to do a catch-up at a later stage, if we don't have that level of focus in at the preschool era, then we are reaching a point at which there is a danger of children already being behind on the first day they enter P1.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, I'm not going to ask you what's already contained within the document, because as the person who actually wrote the definition of what was going into it, I'm quite happy with what's there. However, I am disappointed that it's only your department that's looking at this review, because it was very clearly stated during New Decade, New Approach that this was a cross-departmental consideration of an independent review of education. I know you've mentioned that you will be working with the economy. It has been mentioned before about infrastructure, communities, health. Everybody needs to be involved in this, but this comes down to the key of my question. Who's the recruitment panel? In the terms of reference under paragraph 34 and 35, it states that within your department that you will be coming up with the recruitment panel, and there will be criteria for the independent panel that has experience, skills and personal qualities. When will those be published, and will the executive feed into that criteria?
Well, in terms of the detail of that, the aim would be early in the year to have public advertisement for those who, from an expression of interest and criteria in connection with that. I mean, I am almost tempted to say, I thank the member for all the work that she's done in this sphere. If she's written the terms of reference for this a year or two ago, it could have saved my officials an awful lot of work in the meantime on that basis. What I would say is she does make a valid point in terms of this being, and that's why I've referenced this being cross-departmental. But the position on, I suppose, with any review, any panel that is brought forward, there will always be a department which has a lead role within it. And consequently, clearly into an independent review in education, while it will touch upon a range of other departmental subjects, it is clear that the strongest place where that is centred is within the Department of Education. But she's right in terms of the fact that the NDNA commitments are cross-cutting across the executive, and that was why, for example, that in terms of the terms of reference, while we sought the views of stakeholders prior to it moving forward, the principal point was that this was actually brought to get a full executive approval from the whole executive. And I know that, for example, while I think, broadly speaking, without speaking out of turn, that the executive welcomed this, there was, for example, some changes that were suggested either by the Economy Minister, or indeed I think there was some change of language that was suggested by the Justice Minister, which was able to be taken into account. So it is, from that point of view, while the Department of Education is leading on this, it is a wider executive commitment, and that is why it has been through the executive itself, and also why, if there was any level of adjustment at any later stage, it would be the executive would be, any level of approval would be sought for that.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, there's always a risk with these things that if you prioritise everything, you're prioritising nothing. The scale of what's being described here is truly vast in ambition, and while that's welcome, it's important that we see proper resourcing and also genuine independence of those who are undertaking the study. In relation to that independence, can I ask, given that his statement specifically says that open-mindedness will be key for all of us as we approach this review, given that there are very few internationally respected educationists who believe that selection at 11 is a good idea, if they come back and say that that is something that should be either reformed or abolished, will he retain his open mind in terms of changing that approach?
I'm sure I will retain the same level of open mind as the honourable member on the subject.
I call Cathal Boylan.
Ceann Corlin, could thank the Minister for her statement, and the Minister knows that the British Government has reneged on certain financial arrangements and commitments under the NDNA. What financial commitments has the Minister been given in relation to this review?
The establishment of the panel, indeed, I think has been scoped out by way of essentially a panel doing its work. This is something that can very clearly be retained within budget. And for instance, I think the cost, which is estimated for 18 months, is a little bit over $250,000. That's something that's relatively. There are, and I know we can have levels of dispute at times, sometimes between ourselves and government, or between ourselves within government, as to where financial support should be. But this is something that financially is something that clearly can be afforded and as well within budget on that basis.
I call Jim Allister.
I want to probe why the terms of reference have been expanded considerably beyond what was in New Decade, New Approach. New Decade, New Approach summarised the focus as being on greater efficiency, rising standards, access to the curriculum, and the prospect of moving to a single system. Yet within these terms of reference, we have, for example, as just referred to, the transfer system now subject to review. Was the Minister worked over in the Executive by the Anti-Selection Brigade? And is that why this is now here? And on the independence of the panel, is that independence called into question by virtue of the fact that their interim report goes secretly to the Executive and the Education Committee, though no doubt we'll all hear about it on the BBC. But is that an indication that the Executive is wanting to shape the outcome of this rather than truly submit themselves to an independent review?
Well, I suppose I appreciate the point that the member has made. First of all, I've not been done over or in any way in relation to that. The review itself has to be, if we're looking at the full review of education, it has got to be comprehensive in its nature in relation to it. And different members in this chamber, including myself, will have particular views in terms of selection, for example. But in terms of he mentions about the norm will be that there will be an interim report produced, and that's the case, I think, in most sets of circumstances on that basis. So I think the wider review does simply reflect the need to cover the wide scope, if we are to have a proper review covering all of education into the wide scope. And again, I think people shouldn't have a fixation with one particular aspect of this as opposed to the wider context in relation to that. Clearly, for example, if there's particular bits of change at any stage into the future, it will be for this House to determine what change actually happens.
I call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Outcomes-based accountability and cross-departmental working, you would think it was 2016 without the 5 years ahead of us. But Minister, I do welcome the review, but out of context of a programme for government, I really do wonder how cross-departmental and outcomes-based it can be, because to truly affect outcomes, it has to dovetail into other reviews and policy across all government departments. Childcare, social disadvantage, justice, trauma, civil responsibility. We could stand here all day and talk about the opportunities that education can have for those various things. So how realistic is it that we can progress something that is substantial and worthwhile without a programme for government, which realistically isn't going to happen until after the next election?
Well, look, there will be some work done. I mean, it's not really for me to answer directly fully on the programme for government. That particularly lies with TEO, but I think there will be progress that will be made in relation. I mean, there's no doubt that for all of us, where we would like to have been, whether it's in education or across government, we've all had to change course because of the COVID situation. But don't forget, as part of this, both in terms of the short and medium term actions that can be taken arising out of this, there is also, as part of this, to try to establish a wider vision for education, which goes beyond simply assembly mandates. So all those things will be able to take into account. The point, I suppose, I made earlier is that we need to reach, and this is where I think some of the consultation will need to take place with the panel, to try and reach a wider political and societal consensus on as many issues as possible. There's no point in simply producing a report which gathers dust because it is in a, he said such and such, she said such and such, and there's no common understanding. I think that will be one of the major challenges that will lie ahead. But I think I described this as the start of the beginning, or the beginning of the start earlier on. I think while there is clearly a level of dovetailing in with programme for government and other things, I think we do need to make a start on this.
And that concludes questions to the Minister on his statement. Could I ask members who may be leaving the chamber now to ensure that they sanitise their area, and we'll take a few brief moments as we change those here at the table.
Okay, members. Moving on to item 3 on the order paper. Further consideration stage of the Domestic Abuse and Family Proceedings Bill, and I call the Minister of Justice, Naomi Long, to move the bill.
I beg to move.
Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. Members should note that the marshalled list is dated for the 15th of December, and both it and the grouping list supersede the ones which were issued for the debate that was scheduled to take place on the 7th of December. Members will have received both print and electronic copies of the documents, but additional printed copies are available in the rotunda if needed for the debate. That is the papers for the 15th of December. There are 2 groups of amendments, and we will debate the amendments in each group in turn. The first debate will be on amendments 1 to 8 and 13, which deal with additional protection for children and support for victims of domestic abuse. The second debate will be on Amendments 9 to 12 and 14 to 17, which deal with implementation and operation of the offence and technical matters. I would remind members intending to speak that during the debates on the two groups of amendments, they should address all of the amendments in each group on which they wish to comment. Once the debate on each group is completed, any further amendments in the group will be moved formally as we go through the bill, and the question on each will be put without further debate. If that's clear then, members, we're happy enough to move on. We now come to the first group of amendments for debate, with Amendment 1. It will be convenient to debate, as I've said, Amendments 2 to 8 and 13. And I call the Minister of Justice, Ms Naomi Long, to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group. Thank you.
Mr Speaker, I beg to move Amendment 1. Before turning to the detail of that amendment, I would like to highlight that both prior to and considering following consideration stage, there has been ongoing engagement with the Justice Committee to further develop, refine and improve a number of provisions in the bill, including the clause on information sharing with schools. As a result, the amendments that I withdrew or didn't move ahead of consideration stage have been further enhanced and will better serve the needs of all victims of domestic abuse. I want to thank the Committee for their constructive engagement on this. As a result of our collective collaborative efforts, we are able to bring forward further improved provisions in the bill, strengthening how the new offence will operate and be reported upon, as well as the safeguards and protections that will be afforded to victims of domestic abuse and children affected by it. As a result of the constructive engagement with the Committee, we are able to make a number of positive changes to the bill provisions. For example, Amendment 1 on information sharing with schools has been widened to include preschools and is greatly expanded upon in terms of the framework of the enabling powers. In addition, the provision on protective measures for victims of abuse, which is the next amendment in this group, now includes a subsection providing that steps or measures to protect individuals are not limited to the notices and orders set out in that clause. The framework for the enabling powers within that clause has also been greatly expanded upon. This would enable other provisions for protective steps and measures to be made, entirely separate from any domestic abuse protection notices and orders. I welcome the Committee's engagement and hope this will allow us to positively progress those amendments today. There will no doubt be a lively debate on the legal aid clauses, and I would ask the House to support my amendments in that respect. I will now turn to the details of the amendments that I am bringing forward and advise the House of my position in relation to the other amendments in this group that the Committee and individual members have tabled. Amendment 1 relates to information sharing with schools to advise them that there has been an incident of domestic abuse the previous evening. The amendment allows for the expansion of the current provisions in terms of the enabling regulation, making powers, as well as a number of small textual refinements. This new clause A26 replaces the current provision, which would be removed from clause 28 through Amendment 8. As I have noted earlier, the amendment builds upon, strengthens and improves the current provision in the bill through more expansively setting out what can be provided for in regulations. The amendment ensures that the regulations can set out who information can be shared with and to, what is deemed to be an education provider, including a school or college, providers of preschool education or any other body, facility or setting that provides education or training of any kind, who are pupils or students of schools, as well as who are education providers. This will include colleges or other bodies, facilities or settings providing education or training programmes, what a domestic abuse incident concerning a child is, circumstances in which information can be shared, and unauthorised disclosure of information, as well as the offences and penalties associated with this. The Justice Committee had asked that preschools be captured within the bill, both those that form part of a primary school as well as independent entities. This is now provided for, with the Department of Education content that early years education should be covered within the bill. Importantly, the amendment now includes reference to preschool provision outside of a school setting, with a school already captured in the bill. Changes have also been made to the provisions to ensure we can capture instances where a child or young person is educated other than at school, with around 30 such centres across Northern Ireland. Mr Speaker, this amendment, which the Committee is supportive of, ensures that the enabling powers are as robust as possible in terms of what can be achieved via regulations and that we have the necessary coverage in terms of what is to be provided for through the scheme going forward. Turning then to Amendment 2, this is a substitute amendment to Clause 26 on protective measures for victims of abuse. Similar to the approach that has been adopted for the information sharing with schools provision, this is intended to build upon and expand the committee amendment, setting out a more detailed framework for the underpinning regulation-making powers. This is also another area in which further changes have been made in light of constructive discussions with the Justice Committee. The amendment provides that the regulation powers will enable protection of a person from abusive behaviour and will set out steps or measures that can be taken in connection with this. As I've clearly set out before, my preference remains to reflect the detail of these provisions in the next Justice Bill, the Miscellaneous Provisions Bill. However, it is also vital that in order for this enabling power to be effective were it to be utilised, it is as robust as possible. While the amendment provides for the possible scope and introduction of new domestic abuse and protection notices and orders, following further discussions with the committee, it now also ensures that we are not limited to this. Without prejudice to the detail that has been set out in the clause on possible domestic abuse protection notices and orders, the amendment includes a new subsection providing that steps or measures to protect victims of abusive behaviour are not limited to the notices and orders covered in the clause. I would thank the committee for their intervention in that respect. Their deliberations have been an important part of ensuring that the enabling powers are as wide as possible and do not unnecessarily constrain us. This would enable other provision to be made entirely separate from domestic abuse protection notices and orders in order to protect victims of domestic abuse, should that be considered necessary. A further key change is that the amendment makes it explicit that requirements, including restrictions or prohibitions for notices and orders, would apply to children of or living with those for whom protection notices and orders are made. The provision now makes this explicitly clear for the avoidance of any doubt. Before turning to the detail of Amendment 2, members will also wish to note that I have today published for consultation proposals for new domestic abuse protection notices and orders. The new notices, which will be issued by the police, would aim to deliver immediate short-term protection from all forms of domestic abuse, whether physical or non-physical abusive behaviour. The intention would be that these would then be followed up with longer-term protection through domestic abuse protection orders granted by the courts. A domestic abuse protection order would provide flexible, longer-term protection for victims. The duration of orders could be from around 6 months to 1 or 2 years, but could be longer where that is deemed necessary and proportionate. The amendment provides that in relation to protective steps or measures, that this will apply in relation to abusive behaviour and those that are personally connected as set out in Chapter 1 of the Bill. In terms of the detail of the enabling powers, it makes clear that any protective steps or measures can apply in terms of both alleged or proven abusive behaviour. Importantly, in terms of the protection that may be afforded, an offence does not have to be committed, and this could be based on the risk of abusive behaviour that is present. The new notices and orders would apply for the purpose of directly protecting those that are aged 16 years or over, as well as associated children. Perpetrators or alleged perpetrators would need to be aged 18 or over. This reflects concerns that the new notices and orders could potentially criminalise young people for breach of the notice or order, but where no offence may have been committed. Furthermore, a lower threshold of, say, 16+, would result in young people potentially being removed from their home, again, where an offence may not have been committed. Both of these age thresholds also reflect the position on the domestic violence protection notices and orders that were passed by this House in 2015, as well as draft legislation in England, Wales and Scotland. This is also a position that is supported by the NSPCC, as well as being accepted by the Commissioner for Young People. The enabling powers provide that regulations can make provision about setting out the grounds for giving notices and orders, conditions to be met and the circumstances in which they can be given. It is intended that in the short term, the notices and order would set out what requirements could be imposed on individuals in terms of requiring an alleged perpetrator not to contact the victim, not to come within a certain distance of their home, not enter their home, or require them to leave the victim's home. The operation of these prohibitions would be introduced, stabilised and mainstreamed ahead of any longer-term provisions that would enable positive requirements to be introduced, subject to the necessary funding being secured. This could include, for example, a requirement to attend behavioural change or substance misuse programmes, or to be electronically monitored, with the latter most likely applying in criminal court cases. The regulations also make provision that would enable domestic abuse protection orders to be made by the criminal, civil or family courts of their own volition during other court proceedings which would not necessarily have to be domestic abuse related, but where concerns relating to domestic abuse emerge during those proceedings. Applications could also be made to the court. The court would have the power to extend, vary or revoke the orders. Notification requirements are also provided for under the enabling power, meaning that the notices and orders would require individuals to notify the police of their name and address and of any changes to this information while the measures are in effect. There are also a range of provisions associated with breach of notices and orders, that this would be an arrestable offence or could be dealt with by way of contempt of court. The provision in relation to complying with the extent of the order would also ensure that we could capture behaviour carried out elsewhere, but which must also have a locus back in Northern Ireland. Turning now to the amendments on legal aid. Amendments 3, 7 and 13. During the consideration stage debate, I made very clear my serious concerns about Clause 27, which currently stands part of the bill. Since that time, my officials and I have had the opportunity to engage with members of the Justice Committee and with stakeholders to talk about those concerns in more detail. From those discussions, it is clear that we have a shared ambition to help victims who need help. That is the whole purpose of this bill. But it is important that our actions, particularly in such a technically and costly area as legal aid, are considered and evidence-based. Clause 27 is running, and running fast before we can walk. To put it another way, it is like trying to build a house without a clear design and solid foundations. Amendment 7 is simply designed to put those foundations in place, while Amendment 3 focuses Clause 27 in a way that will help victims, and more immediately whilst minimising unintended consequences. The most serious of those unintended consequences, Mr Speaker, in Clause 27 as it stands, is that it is open to exploitation by abusers. That worries me greatly, and it should worry all members of this House. Through the current clause, there is nothing to prevent abusers masquerading as victims in order to access legal aid and to use it to continue their campaign of tyranny through the family courts at the public expense. That undermines the entire purpose of what was a well-intentioned provision. To be clear, the feature of the current clause that makes it dangerous in this way to victims is that it allows people to use the waiver to bring as well as to defend applications. If we are going to help all of the people who need protection from the waiver, we will not be able to have the strictest of tests for identifying genuine victims. There will be people who will not have secured a conviction or court order against their abuser and who may not have previously reported their abuse to the police. Those people may still need and deserve help. So we need to set a test that these deserving people can pass. This means, however, that there will also be abusers who could manage to pass that test by trying to pass it dishonestly. What we cannot allow is for these abusers then to use the waiver to access public funds in order to repeatedly drag their victims back into court. The only way to avoid that terrible and perverse outcome is to limit the waiver to people who are defending applications by their abusers. This protects victims and locks the door on abusers trying to cheat the system. So Amendment 3 focuses assistance on enabling victims to access legal aid to defend themselves in family proceedings initiated at the Family Proceedings Court by the perpetrator or alleged perpetrator of domestic abuse. That is my reading of the Assembly's intention in relation to Clause 27, and that is what Amendment 3 is trying to do, to support victims, but do it in a targeted way. Cost is, of course, an important consideration. Legal aid is public money, and we all share a common goal of ensuring that scarce public resources are targeted to help those in greatest need. Budgets are under pressure, Mr Speaker, and there is no sign that the Executive's financial position will improve in the next few years. This makes it all the more important that any additional spend on legal aid is focused properly and for the benefit of the most in need and for those who are victims of crime. Clause 27, as it stands, part of the bill, will cost many multiples of what is needed in order to support victims. By our calculations, the current clause could add up to an additional £14 million to the legal aid bill each year. Amendment 3 would reduce that bill considerably by targeting support on those who have the greatest need of it, victims who are defending themselves from cases brought against them by an alleged perpetrator in the family courts in a vexatious manner. I know that for some, Amendment 3 does not go far enough. It will certainly not solve all of the problems that victims of abuse encounter in the family courts. No legal aid provision possibly could. That's why I'm also moving Amendment 7 and the ancillary commencement provision at Amendment 14. Amendment 7 will place a duty on the Department to examine and report to the Assembly on what further protections would be useful for victims of domestic abuse involved in Article 8 proceedings. I remain to be convinced that a legal aid waiver is the most effective way to support victims of domestic abuse in the family courts, though I absolutely concede that such support is necessary. Amendment 7, however, gives the Department an opportunity to examine the operation and the effectiveness of the waiver, identify if and where it falls short in the support of victims who are in need, and what else needs to be done in order to supplement that. It is about building solid foundations for the future, and so complements Amendment 3. I'm keen to ensure that the work on the report gathers and analyses appropriate evidence and involves key stakeholders. I believe that is the best way to ensure the right outcomes for victims in the medium and longer term. Legal aid is a complex and contested area of law, and it interacts in many different ways with the experience of people in contact with the civil courts. Because of how this issue has been introduced into the bill, that detailed research work needed to fully understand the likely implications of the cost protections offered has not been able to be undertaken. Therefore, it simply does not make sense to hold firm to the very wide-ranging changes in Clause 27, as it stands with no clear idea of the impact that it would have. So that is why I'm urging the House today to support Amendments 3 and 7, while rejecting Amendments 4 and, most critically, Amendment 6. Amendment 3 ensures targeted help now, while the foundations for sustainable, evidence-based, affordable, long-term approach to the problem is developed through the work that will be undertaken if Amendment 7 becomes law. Turning now, Mr Speaker, to the other legal aid amendments 4, 5 and 6, which essentially undo some of what is being done by Amendment 3 and largely restore Clause 27 as it stands part of the bill. I will be resisting these amendments to different degrees for reasons that I have outlined. Amendment 4 seeks to broaden the waiver to cover advice and assistance. Advice and assistance is the most basic form of legal aid and is intended to provide limited legal advice on a point of Northern Ireland law, nothing more. It isn't needed in these circumstances, and in passing this amendment it will create additional cost for no tangible benefit to victims. This is because the types of help offered through advice and assistance are already included as part of the service provided by a solicitor through representation in the lower courts. All of the advice and assistance that a person needs in relation to their case, including access to mediation and other forms of support, are available through the waiver without the need for Amendment 4. It effectively duplicates payment for a service already included within the waiver. Amendment 5 is well-intentioned and designed to extend the waiver to the higher courts. I understand and sympathise with the intention and am concerned about rushing this provision without clear understanding of its impact on victims. But in particular, applying the waiver at this level will interact in a complex and ambiguous way with the other rules for the calculation of contributions that people need to pay towards their own costs. This could lead, for example, to quite high contributions being paid by people of limited means and very low contributions being paid by people of much greater means. In my view, victims of abuse would be better served by careful consideration of how existing and, if necessary, new protections can be used to protect those who need it. This is one of the issues that I feel should ideally be explored through the report envisaged at Amendment 7. However, Mr Speaker, in the event that Amendment 5 is adopted, it may be that as a result of those reports that we bring to the Assembly, we will need further legislation in order to address any issues of how it interacts. So while I am not in favour of the amendment, I do accept that there is merit in it, and therefore while I will not support it, I will leave it to members of the House to judge for themselves whether or not they feel it should stand part of the bill. The vast majority of family proceedings start in the lower courts. 80% of cases are heard there. And with increased access to legal aid, there should be less and less reason for people to have to need recourse to the higher courts, as access to justice in the lower courts should be significantly improved. For the other 20% of cases, a better approach would be to use the existing discretion available to the Director of Legal Aid casework around the application of the financial eligibility test to support those victims who need to defend proceedings in the higher courts, and allow time for the work proposed in Amendment 7 to examine whether this or an alternative is the best long-term way of supporting victims. For these reasons, I will not personally be supporting Amendment 5, but as I say, I will leave it to members of the House. I will, yes.
The Minister for giving way, but can the Minister outline how many times the existing discretionary power that the Director for Legal Services Agency has been used in the higher courts?
I can give the member an answer to that question because she has asked it before and it has not been used to date, and it is one of the reasons why in moving this legislation we intend to actually define how that would be applied, that discretion would be applied, in order that it can be used in future. So, with due respect to the member, looking at what has happened to date is not really a good place to start. It is looking what will happen from here on that really matters. And the importance of defining when that waiver would be able to be used in the higher courts is the part, I think, that is of most value. And that is what we're intending to do, because the waiver has not been able to be used to date simply because of the risk of appeal and challenge against it, because it is so poorly defined. It is the intention of the Department, obviously, to address that particular issue in response to the fact that this has been raised by a number of members. As I've said, however, Mr Speaker, Amendment 6 is by far the most problematic of the three amendments. It seeks to broaden the scope of legal aid waivers significantly. It enables individuals not only to defend themselves, but also to initiate Article 8 proceedings. The breadth of this application makes it much easier for a perpetrator to access legal aid, to continue their campaign of abuse by masquerading as a victim. This is not a hypothetical or potential side effect. It is a gaping hole in the provision that we can be sure a coercive and controlling abuser will seize upon. We cannot, Mr Speaker, allow that to happen. Of course, my department will provide guidance to the Legal Services Agency on the definition of a victim of domestic abuse that will try to reduce the risk. However, against the backdrop of a very broadly drawn legal waiver as envisaged by Amendment 6, this risk cannot be removed entirely without defining very tightly the definition of a victim through guidance. This would mean that some genuine victims of abuse would then be excluded from help. That, in my view, would be wrong. In the event that Amendment 6 is adopted, however, there may be no other safe course of action. It would therefore be far better to reject Amendment 6 while supporting Amendment 3. By taking this course, we would be able to focus support on helping genuine victims to defend themselves in family proceedings brought by their abuser in a vexatious and controlling manner. In tandem, the Department will, through Amendment 7, invest time and energy in examining if and in what circumstances victims should be able to benefit from legal aid when initiating proceedings. I strongly commend that approach to the House. Turning finally to Amendment 13, I have been very clear that there are potentially large and currently unquantified risks associated with the introduction of the waiver, not least as regards the possibility that it could have repercussive financial impacts both here and in other UK jurisdictions. I've asked members not to introduce commencement provisions that would lock us into a course of action that we might all later come to regret. This amendment continues to take us down that unwise path. We have now decoupled the abuse provisions and the commencement of abuse provisions from the commencement of the legal aid provisions. However, this amendment would still require that we commence the legal aid provisions regardless of any advice that we receive and regardless of whether it is repercussive. I received suggestions that if following proper economic appraisal of the waiver provisions in this bill, it is considered too unsafe to allow them to come into effect, they could simply be repealed. This is an extraordinary approach to making legislation. It is also wholly unnecessary. Mr Speaker, I have given a commitment and I give it again today.
Minister,
I thank you for moving the bill, firstly, I think it has to be said. But on Amendment 13, could the Minister at least recognise that there is not a lot of confidence in this place beyond these four walls? And particularly regarding this bill, there is not a lot of confidence from the stakeholders that this commencement will happen unless it is on the face of the bill. And I appreciate the Minister has given assurances in other places, but would the Minister give an assurance in this House, on this floor, on Hansard, that she will be held accountable for the remainder of her term, that commencement will happen on this?
Well, Mr Speaker, had the member not intervened, I was about to give such a commitment on the record in the House, and I'll give it again today. I will do the work necessary to understand the impacts of these provisions. I will share the analysis that is produced, and if it is safe to do so, I will commence the provisions in good time. That is the commitment made by an Executive Minister to the Assembly here today. Mr Speaker, we must continue to work on the basis of trust. And we must, if we want to raise expectations of our standing in the community, be willing also to trust each other when we make such commitments. I trust that this assurance will satisfy members. To require an alternative approach that might needlessly tie up Assembly time and legislative drafting resources in a very short term with a considerable amount of drafting pressure, I think is unprecedented and unnecessary. But further to my commitment, Mr Speaker, there is already a case before the Law Lords that sets this out in clarity, that where a minister has a piece of legislation that requires commencement, they cannot simply opt not to commence that legislation. That is already decided in a case before the Law Lords in 1995. So a minister is compelled to commence all parts of that legislation, other than where there is very good reason not to do so. And very good reason not to do so would need to be something of the scale of the repercussive costs in the rest of the UK. So members, if they do not wish to put their faith in me, can put their faith in the law. And it would be right, I think, for the Justice Committee above all to have faith in the law. So I'm asking members, Mr Speaker, to accept my assurance and that of the law on this point and to reject Amendment 13. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. And as question time begins at 2 p.m, I would ask the House to take its ease until then. This debate will continue after question time, when the next contributor will be the Chairperson of the Committee for Justice, Mr Paul Givan. Please take your ease. Thank you. Okay, members. It's time for questions to the Minister of Health, and I call Martina Anderson to ask the first question. Martina Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I intend answering questions 1, 8, 12 and 15, along with question 1, so if I could ask for additional time in this response. Mr. Speaker, this response, as I say, will also answer questions 8, 12 and 15. Northern Ireland has been planning for the deployment of the COVID-19 vaccine for many months, and along with the other devolved administrations will adhere to the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation advice on the prioritisation of the vaccine. JCVI have advised that the first priorities for any COVID-19 vaccination programme should be the prevention of COVID-19 mortality and the protection of health and social care staff and systems. Secondary priorities should include vaccination of those at increased risk of hospitalisation and at increased risk of exposure, and to maintain resilience in essential public services. The model for vaccine deployment has been designed to be pragmatic, agile and flexible. Teams of vaccinators have been trained for a range of professional backgrounds, and in addition to extant HSC staff and primary care staff, in addition to that, 870 individuals have now submitted application forms to help out as vaccinators during the vaccination programme. Phase 1 of the programme officially began on Tuesday the 8th of December, with all 4 UK countries launching their vaccination programmes. In Northern Ireland, the programme began at the Belfast Trust vaccination site, where vaccinators from across Northern Ireland were invited to receive the first dose of the COVID-19 vaccine. All the trusts intend to start vaccinating health and social care workers from the week commencing the 14th of December, although in light of the planned delivery schedules of the vaccine in December and January, the staff programme will now have to be phased, starting with those at greatest risk or working directly with patients at the greatest risks. Ultimately, all health and social care workers will have the opportunity to be vaccinated, which is expected to be within the first quarter of 2021. There will be 7 trust vaccination sites operating in Northern Ireland. These will be located at the Royal Victoria Hospital, the Ulster Hospital Dundonald, South Lakes Leisure Centre in Craigavon, the Seven Towers Leisure Centre in Ballymena, the Foyle Arena in Londonderry, Omagh Leisure Centre in Omagh and the Lakeside Leisure Centre in Enniskillen. My officials have worked closely with the MRHA to develop a deployment model that will enable deployment in care homes and which takes into account the unique characteristics of this vaccine, which includes transport requirements. Teams from health trusts will be vaccinating care home residents, working closely with local GPs on their comprehensive health trust governance arrangements, designed to ensure the integrity and efficacy of the vaccine is maintained throughout. Trust mobile vaccination teams intend to visit all the homes over the next few weeks, subject to dealing with any that have a current COVID-19 outbreak. We are currently considering how arrangements might be extended to include the over 80s living in the community, and due to the logistics, the strict handling conditions attached to the use of the Pfizer vaccine, it is very difficult to deploy the vaccine in a GP setting, but every effort is being made to try and arrange for either a trust-based or GP-based programme for the over 80s. From early January 21, subject to the availability of a suitable vaccine, it is intended to roll out the programme through primary care-led vaccination clinics, which will be responsible for the vaccination of the vast majority of eligible individuals over 50 years over. GPs will work their way down through the eligible cohorts, starting with the oldest first. While the start of the vaccination programme is highly positive development, I must stress that it will be months before the vaccination programme is complete, and we are entering an extremely challenging winter for the NHS in Northern Ireland, and I cannot stress enough the importance that the population follows the public health advice to drive down infections.
Martina Anderson, supplementary.
Caoimhe Archibald, thank you, Minister. Minister, by common consent, the British Government has been somewhat shambolic in their handling of this pandemic since the outset of it. I can't point to a single thing that they've got right. So, given what you said about the vaccine, I think it's unfortunate that we have to depend on them for the supply of it. But in light of what you said about the phased approach, Minister, can you guarantee that all healthcare and social care workers will have access to the vaccine within a clearly defined time frame, particularly the staff at McGuigan Hospital and domiciliary care workers who have been under considerable pressure for a very long time? I thank the member for her comments, but as I'm sure she'll be aware, I don't agree with them in regards to the vaccine. I think if we'd been left to our own to procure this vaccine, we would neither have the buying power nor the financial capability to pre-buy 7 different vaccines to the extent that we have, or to be able to provide the accreditation and certification that MRHA has provided to us to allow us to be part of some of the first delivery of vaccines across the world. We are now into our care homes and vaccinating care home staff and residents. So in regards to the delivery of vaccines, we have already received upwards on 50,000 of the Pfizer vaccine, which allows us to vaccinate just over 20,000 individuals. And as I said, the JVCI, which is the Joint Committee on Vaccine and Immunisation, has a clear priority of those who receive the vaccine and on certain levels. So in regards to can I guarantee access to vaccine? Yes, I can, because we are part of that UK pre-buying, which will see a massive number of vaccines made available to us, and additional vaccines, once they receive the MRHA accreditation and approval, will also be part of that additional programme.
I call Pam Cameron.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. And can I just put on record my thanks to the British Government for first of all, coming up with this incredible vaccine at this time and being the first in the world to do so, and also ensuring that Northern Ireland is part of that supply, as is the rest of the UK. In terms of the vaccination programme, I wanted to ask the Minister that, once the vaccination programme has completed within an individual care home, will the visitation then be relaxed, and how soon will we see that happen, given that many care home residents are often in the last years or months of their life?
I thank the member for the point that she makes, and as we've been clear in the past, it's not the initial vaccine that's the important one, it's the second one, and then giving it time to actually have that efficacy kick in. I can give her an update that as of today, we've had our vaccination teams across all 5 trusts and have vaccinated up to 54 care homes. So we've started with those with the largest number of residents, and that will be in the region of just shy of 4,000 individuals, which includes care home residents, care home workers, and also our vaccination teams themselves. So while the vaccine does provide a crucial tool in allowing visiting to take part, we have to make sure that we not only get that first vaccine in place, but follow up with the second vaccine, and would encourage that as many residents and staff members take up the offer that is there of a free vaccine delivered through the NHS, and also supported and paid for by the British Government.
I call Alex Easton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I also put on record my thanks to the UK Government for rolling out the vaccine first across the whole of the world. Could I ask the Minister, could he outline plans for the rollout of the vaccine in North Down and potential venues that they might be looking at?
I thank the member for his ask for a press release. I can give him the update as well that there will be no geographical specific priorities for any area. It will stick strictly by the JCVI accreditation and deliberation of those who need it most. As I said earlier, the venues that will be taken in the Southern Trust is the South Lakes Centre in Craigavon, and then in the South Eastern Trust will be the Ulster Hospital at Dundonald. So those programmes will start up for initial programmes, but the care homes as well will also receive the vaccination within the members' constituency as well for the residents and the staff as well.
I call Michelle McLaughlin.
Speaker.
I thank the member for her question. Training for those administering the COVID-19 vaccine is mostly completed online. The HSE Clinical Education Centre has provided some one-to-one training within the existing service level agreement, and there have to date been no additional costs.
I thank the Minister for his answer. Can I ask what consideration is being given to review the policy where only nurses who retired after 2015 can be added to the NMC register, when clearly there are a sizable number of qualified people who retired prior to that date who could assist with the vaccination programme?
The member makes a valid point in regards to the timeliness of the cut-offs of the accreditation. if there is anybody individually she does know of, I'd gladly receive contact details for them. I've been contacted by a number of GPs who find themselves in exactly that same point where the timeline that has been set, where they can engage and maybe after an hour and a half online training, they can be part of the vaccination programme. So if the members have individuals that they do know of, I'm happy to take them forward, because we are encouraged by the high number of people who have come forward to be part of this very important programme, 870 to date, who are going through a process of what will hopefully be mass vaccination programmes across the entirety of Northern Ireland, including North Down.
I call Colin Gildernew.
And thank you to the Minister for the answers. Minister, the Public Health Agency has been, in common with many agencies, but clearly been greatly challenged by the significant demands of COVID-19. Will you ensure that the lessons learned and the experience gained over the past recent months is retained, so that the Public Health Agency emerges from this crisis with greater and wider capacity?
I thank the member for his question. I'm unsure how it links in with the main substance of the question that the member for Strangford actually asked, but I can do that. We have seen expansive investment, not only in finance but also in people in regards to the PHA, to ensure that they can complete all the duties that they have been doing over this pandemic, including what has been a very impressive increase in the test, trace and protect system, where they are now contacting well over 90% of those targets within a 24-hour period and a 48-hour period, then to the lesser extent to a far more effective level than other parts of the jurisdiction of the devolved administrations. So the strength that we have in our Public Health Agency has been added to, has been improved, and will continue to be invested in. And the First and Deputy First Minister, along with myself, visited our test, trace and protect system in the PHA building in the County Hall in Ballymena on Friday, and as far as I'm aware from their press statements and their public statements, they were very impressed with what they saw in the service being delivered.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Minister, I thank you for your answers so far. And Minister, I welcome the high quality and training that's been given to the vaccinators that maintain our health services' high professional standards. Can you, Minister, tell the House this afternoon how many vaccinators have so far been employed by your department to administer the vaccine?
I thank the member for her answer, and I think, as I said in the answer to the initial question, I think we have 870 people who have come forward to be part of that vaccination programme. They are part of the initial wave of those who actually receive the vaccine. So that's, as I say, 870 individuals have now submitted application forms to help out as vaccinations during the vaccination programme. And of course, they are also supported by administrative workers and delivery workers and everybody else who's playing a vital role in pharmacy as well, in making sure that we can get this vaccine delivered during the very strict delivery processes that need and management protocols that are in place.
Moving on, I call Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Question number 3.
I thank the member for his question, and Deputy Speaker, if you indulge, maybe ask for a little extra time in addressing this, which is an important subject. Elective care waiting times were unacceptable before COVID-19, and unfortunately they will be even worse after COVID-19, because the need to redirect HSC resources to respond to the pandemic has had an inevitable and serious impact on waiting lists. The spread of coronavirus is continuing to cause serious disruption to our health and social care system, and it was unavoidable that elective care activity would reduce due to the need to redeploy staff to COVID-related activity. In the wake of the first wave of the pandemic, I was clear that rebuilding services across all programmes of care, including elective, while protecting staff and the public from COVID-19, was a key priority for the health service. And thanks to the huge efforts of our health service staff, much progress was made to restart elective care services. During the first wave, our health and social care system delivered 12,150 new outpatient consultations in April, and there were 29,163 in October. In terms of inpatient or day case procedures, 4,859 were delivered in April, and that compared to 13,301 in October. Similarly, there were 39,907 outpatient reviews in April, compared with 56,071 in October. Overall, there were over 73% more activity in October than there was in April. Our surge and rebuild plans were effective in keeping services going. Each trust surpassed its target for the period of July to September, but the pandemic has undoubtedly exacerbated what was already a crisis with waiting times. And given the reduction in the level of elective activity that can be delivered by trusts as they focus their efforts on responding to the pandemic, trusts have been utilising the local independent sector capacity to support the delivery of core health services activity and rebuilding our services. And during the period of the 1st of April to the 15th of November, approximately 3,500 patients have had their procedure carried out in the independent sector, and that was paid for by the health service. In rebuilding services, trusts have taken into account of new and innovative practices that have introduced during the first wave of the pandemic. For example, the use of technology such as telephone and virtual clinics to a much greater extent. Outpatient appointments have, where possible and where appropriate, moved to telephone appointments, and in addition a growing number of specialities are adopting virtual clinics using video conferencing, which will embed those recent innovations will be essential to maximise elective activity during the pandemic and into the future. Waiting lists were a clear priority in New Decade, New Approach. However, these plans have been delayed by the pandemic, and I am conscious that public spending is likely to be very constrained next year and that all departments will be facing seriously funding pressures. Tackling waiting lists will not be possible without sustained and substantial investment and additional staffing.
Call Robin Newton for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his very detailed answer, and it's obviously a subject that he is taking very seriously. I do want to pay tribute to the Minister in the sense that when I have raised matters around the waiting list or when procedures will take place, he has always been extremely helpful in that regard. Can I ask you, Minister, though, the picture you've painted is rather a bleak picture for those who are perhaps in the diagnostic area wanting awaiting treatments, cancer patients, diabetes patients. I assume from what you've said, Minister, that you will be making a bid to the Executive for increased funding in the forthcoming days. And if that funding becomes available, when might we expect to see waiting lists come down to what approaching a normal situation?
I thank the member for his pertinent question. In regards to bidding, of course, I will be bidding for as much as I can possibly chance my arm in regards to how we can tackle these waiting lists. As I said, when I took up this post back in January, it was an executive priority. There were additional monies under New Decade, New Approach assigned to that because as an executive, as an assembly and as a society, we realised that our waiting lists were too long. They have got longer. And we're looking now about how we actually reconfigure some of our services from day elective units in Lagan Valley, which I visited last week, where the surgeons, the nurses and the staff themselves have what I would call exciting plans about how they can reconfigure how we deliver services across Northern Ireland. One of the things we've seen coming out of COVID is a breaking down of silos that weren't created either intentionally or systemically, but just grew up over time. We've seen now surgeons from Belfast willing to travel to the SWA and take lists and patients with them to make use of our facilities that are in another part of Northern Ireland. So we're no longer looking at simply working in trusts or trying to centralise services. We're now looking at a regional approach, which I am hopeful once we get through this pandemic, and I firmly believe we will, that the new working procedures and the new collaborations that we've seen across a number of specialities and a number of disciplines will make a serious dent into our waiting lists, but it is necessitated on the additional funding that we need to be able to do that, because through that funding we can support more staff to actually deliver the services we need.
I call Emma Sheeran.
Minister, thanks for your answers thus far. In the past, some have used the cross-border directive as a means of getting treated in the 26 counties because of the long waiting lists. Minister, what actions have you taken to ensure that this method is still available post-Brexit?
That negotiation is, our conversation is ongoing, not just with ourselves, but also between the Irish Government and Westminster as well, because some parts of it are devolved, but some parts of it are actually centralised as well. So there's a three-way conversation going on at this minute in time with officials. There's a North-South Ministerial Council meeting due in a few days' time, where we will raise that subject again, because we're fully aware of not just patients from Northern Ireland travelling to the Republic of Ireland, but also large numbers of patients from the Republic of Ireland coming into Northern Ireland for cataract operations and such. But we already have, and I think as we touched on yesterday, a number of cross-border working relationships, children's cardiac surgery, been performed in Dublin, the support that we can provide in Altnagelvin for cancer services and palliative care. Those all work extant of Brexit. There are negotiations and relationships that we have with the Irish Government, so they'll be able to continue as we already have, and we continue to build on those as well, even in regards to how we can provide some kidney transplant and organ transplant services from members of the Irish Republic.
I call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Would the Minister have an update on the waiting list in the Western Trusts, which was recently identified as some of the highest waiting lists in Northern Ireland? Thank you.
I thank the member for her question. It's not statistics that I have to hand today, but I can certainly provide her with an update. But as I say, when we look at waiting lists now across a number of disciplines, we're now looking at a more regionalised approach. What I would like to see is the same level of access to a procedure, no matter where somebody lived in Northern Ireland, not dependent solely on where their trust was, and the capacity was solely in one trust. And I think it's one of the things, as I said earlier, that we have seen through COVID and coming out of COVID, is that greater collaboration of surgeons willing to travel, of patients willing to travel, and of us actually delivering the services to people when they need it, not always on their doorstep. And I think that, Mr Deputy Speaker, is some of the challenges that we as politicians often face within our health service, where the campaign starts to try and retain everything on our doorstep. But when we see now that patients are willing to travel and health professionals are willing to travel, I think this place will be well placed actually to support the work that our health service is willing to do in regards to how it tackles our waiting list, but also supports the patients that it wants to see and wants to support.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regards to waiting lists and pressures, Minister, I'm led to believe that there are no neonatal cots available at any hospital in Northern Ireland, and indeed even on the island of Ireland. Minister, can you clarify if this is the position, and if it is, what urgent action is being taken so that transfers are being avoided to GB? Thank you.
I thank the member for her question. I'm unsure exactly of the term neonatal cots and what she actually means, or at what point of time none are available. But if you look on the departmental website, we cover the number of ICU beds that are also always available in paediatrics. I don't think at any time that has shown them being completely full. So I'm happy to take the matter specifically up with the member after this. But in regards to that transferability between us being able to transfer patients, especially paediatric patients, to the Republic of Ireland, we have a relationship built up there, especially in critical care, where patients, if need be, can move either direction, north-south or south to north as well, but also east-west as well, because as I'm fully aware as well, when we do need to send some of our patients and the more vulnerable children, when they do need some of the specialist surgeries, we do have access to those operations and those skilled professionals in Birmingham Hospital and Evelina Hospital as well, so those working relationships are there. But in regards to the specific issue that the member raises and no neonatal cots available on the island, will follow that up if she can provide the detail.
Moving on, I call John O'Dowd.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And case question number 4.
I thank the member for his question. The Executive has discussed this matter many times and has sought numerous pieces of legal advice, and I am pleased to report that the Executive agreed to my latest proposals at our meeting last Tuesday. The Regional Business Services Organisation has now been instructed to make the necessary arrangements for reimbursement of any deductions previously made to pay.
Call John O'Dowd for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. And the question was obviously tabled before the very welcome announcement last week. I may claim in the press that my question forced you to do it, but it is a very welcome announcement. Can the Minister indicate as to whether those nurses will have this money in their wage packets before the Christmas break?
I thank the member, and look, he won't be the only one who'll take credit for my announcements, because, like anything else, success and delivery has many fathers. The payments will be made. It is hoped that the payments will be made by my business services organisation, and they will be in the December payroll. BSO has done a tremendous amount of work since I gave the direction to try and get this into place, and I can guarantee if it's not in the December payroll, they will definitely be paid in January. So our intention is to get it out to as many as possible before Christmas, and I want to thank and congratulate our business services organisation for moving so swiftly to deliver this.
Mark Durgan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Does the Minister acknowledge the vital role played by our student nurses and midwives working alongside our paid, albeit underpaid, health workers in extremely circumstances, and will he reconsider the decision not to pay them for their priceless contribution at this time, when the situation due to COVID appears as perilous as ever?
That is yet another question clearly beyond the original question. The Minister may or may not choose to answer.
I thank the Deputy Speaker for his direction, but I often answer many questions in here. In regards to, he talks about the decision being made, can I just clarify that in regards to the payment of student nurses, it's the regulatory requirement that nursing and midwifery students complete 2,300 clinical placement hours to be able to join the Registry of Nursing and Midwifery Council. These emergency standards actually ended on the 30th of September, with students returning to supernumerary status. There are no plans to reinstate these arrangements at the present time. It's a UK-wide position. The Nursing and Midwifery Council have issued a joint statement which was signed by the 4 UK Chief Nursing Officers, confirming the present position on keeping programmes on track and safeguarding the supernumerary status. So, as members will be aware, that is a decision that was taken by the Nursing Midwifery Council in regards to meeting their requirements for students to be able to complete the 2,300 clinical placement hours. So it's not the fact that we don't value the work that they do. We do. We greatly value the work they do and the commitment that they give to those roles, even in a training capacity. But the statement has been made by the Nursing and Midwifery Council in regards to the supernumerary status of nursing students.
I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers so far. I wanted to ask the Minister around the whole strike issue, whether he is concerned that nurses will be forced to strike again in future, given there has been no movement on the safe staffing legislation to date.
In regards to that, I don't see any opportunity where nurses should be moved to strike, because I don't recognise the statement that there's been no movement to date in safe staffing. There has been engagement and conversations in regards to what the terms of reference like on engagement between my department and workforce planning and the unions involved. The member will be fully aware that I gave a commitment and the executive gave a commitment when we were able to bring the nurses and our healthcare workers off the picket line earlier this year, that not just pay parity, but safe staffing was also a priority for both me and my department, but not just them, but also the executive as well. So that work is ongoing. There are a number of avenues being looked at, whether we follow the Scottish model or the Welsh model, whether it requires legislation or a framework model as well, and what can be done and what time actually we have left in the rest of this mandate as in bringing forward that legislation to make sure that the safe staffing and the rest of the framework commitments that the executive signed up to are delivered.
I call Sinead Ennis, but you may not get a supplementary.
Thank you. Question 5, please.
I thank the member for her question. On the 10th of December, my department issued additional guidance on Christmas visiting arrangements in care home settings. It is available on the NI Direct and Department of Health websites. This additional guidance emphasises that care homes should recognise the right to a family life for those in care homes, and in particular the importance many people attach to seeing family and friends over the Christmas period. Care homes are asked to make particular efforts at this time to facilitate visiting in line with the regional visiting guidance by offering a range of options for visiting. That includes indoor visiting rooms or areas, visiting pods, outdoor visiting and virtual visits that can take place in line with the care home's visiting policy. Visits into care homes are preferable to those out of care homes by the residents. Longer visits away from the home carry greater risk, and shorter visits, ideally for a few hours, are therefore preferable if a visit away from the care home is to take place. If a visit out of the care home is agreed, a number of measures to mitigate the risk of bringing infection back into the care home are identified. While away from the care home, the resident should only be in contact with one household bubble. Members of this bubble should strictly limit their contacts with others in the 2 weeks before a visit from the care home resident. Other precautions, such as good personal hygiene and regular hand washing by everyone, should be maintained. And on returning to the home, even if only visiting away for a few hours, the resident will have to self-isolate. The impact of this period of isolation on the resident, as well as the care home's ability to accommodate such periods of self-isolation, should be carefully considered by the resident, families, friends and care home staff in any discussions. But I recognise the need for families to come together at Christmas, but it is critical that we keep doing everything we can to stop the virus spreading while we begin the process of vaccinating those considered most at risk from coronavirus.
And that is the end of our period of time for our listed questions to the Minister of Health. And we now move on to topical questions. And I call Joanne Bunting.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Could I ask the Minister, when does he anticipate a move to rapid testing regime for care homes, please?
I thank the member for her question in regards to the support that we've given to care homes. It is a welcome indicator today that we are managing 87 care homes that have outbreaks, although it's a challenging time for those homes and the residents in them. It's good to see that we are beginning to see that decrease, and that has been brought about by the testing regime that we currently have in place, where we test weekly. What we've actually seen now is a greater ability to identify asymptomatic residents and staff due to the weekly programme. And of those 87 confirmed homes, only 40 are currently showing symptomatic, so our weekly testing programme has picked those up. So moving to the mass testing programme that we have seen being piloted in parts of South East England, it is something that my expert advisory group on testing is keeping an eye on to make sure that we can use that testing to the maximum efficiency and efficacy as well, to facilitate not just support for the care home residents and staff, but also allow safer visiting as well.
Call Joanne Bunting for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to the Minister for his answer. So moving now towards the vaccine, he'll be aware that there are numerous people who have underlying conditions which prevents them from taking the vaccine, but they remain vulnerable and will do until an alternative is found. When does he envisage something will be available to protect those people who have underlying conditions and who remain vulnerable in these circumstances?
And again, I thank the member for that question in regards to vaccines. And I suppose one of the things that we have been working closely with, and that's why we take our guidance from MRHA and the Joint Committee on Vaccines and Immunisation in regards to what vaccines are suitable for certain particular cohorts. It is a welcome step that the Pfizer one is suitable and being able to use in care home residents and staff, because we can get that, and we have got that vaccination programme started. As I said earlier, just over 4,000 people vaccinated to date since we received that accreditation. And as each vaccine comes forward, has been accredited by MRHA, we look at the Green Book guidance as to see what clinical groups it's suitable for, but also to ensure what clinical groups it's not suitable for, and that's the guidance and training that are given to all our vaccinators before they actually go out to deliver a vaccine to an individual.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Principal Speaker. Minister, it's my understanding that the PHA dedicated education tracing team will close for Christmas on the 23rd of December at 4 o'clock. Given some pupils across Northern Ireland will be in school on the 21st and 22nd of December, can you confirm who will be responsible for the contact tracing of any pupils who test positive after that time?
The PHA's contact tracing team themselves, the greater team, will take over that, but it has been work of a very specialised cell to support principals and staff.
Colin Kelly-Armstrong for supplementary.
And can I ask, as a parent of a pupil in Northern Ireland, parents aren't aware of how to report this because the children will be out of school at that stage. Will there be any work done by the PHA and yourselves to make sure that that goes through the education system before children finish for Christmas?
In regards to that specific guidance will be provided, I'm sure, by the Education Authority to schools, but I'll ask and ensure the PHA does carry forward that communication so that that clear line of sight and guidance is there and accessible. But should I say no, any child that does present with symptoms of COVID-19 goes through the same process as an adult when it comes to identifying or access testing then after that point, should they not be in school.
McLear.
Minister, in response to a previous question, you indicated that residents of care homes have a requirement to isolate for 14 days following an outside visit. There are situations where many care homes simply do not have that capacity. And what would be your advice to care homes on how to respond to this? Thank you.
I thank the member, and that is part of the guidance that we've given to the care home visiting actually over Christmas. It is important that for those individuals and families who are able to take someone out of a home for that family visit, but is over a special time of year as well, that we also take the same precautions when that individual returns to the care home as well. So there are additional pressures, and that's what I said in regards to someone coming back into a care home as well, that on returning to the home, the resident will have to isolate, and the impact of that period of isolation on the resident has to be taken into consideration. So for what may be a supportive and welcome 3 hours respite over a Christmas period, back into the family home also has to be balanced by the challenges, even to that individual, of the period of self-isolation that they will have to take part in when they return to the home. So that's why I've said in an earlier answer that should be carefully considered by the residents, by families, by friends and the care home staff, because of course the more residents that leave a care home and return, the more pressure it will put on some of the care home facilities in regards to being able to provide that supportive self-isolation.
McLear for supplement.
The Minister will also be aware that visiting restrictions also remain in place in maternity wards, for example. Has the Minister any plans to review this in the coming weeks?
Our visiting policies is something that we keep under constant review, especially in regards to where we see the coronavirus spread across the community as well. So where we see increased community spread, we also have to add additional restrictions to visiting capacity as well. So until we get into a place where we see continued reduction in the number of COVID cases that are active in our community, it is highly unlikely that we will see a massive change in any visiting policy in regards to hospitals, because what we also must remember, even coming up to Christmas, as the member's original question was about, the virus doesn't recognise time of year, calendar or social events, so we always have to bear the same due care and caution no matter what time of year.
I call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister. Maybe we'll get away from COVID a little bit and focus on some good news stories that sometimes get missed with all the doom and gloom, and we might even break a smile on the Minister's face. But come the 21st of March 2021, Northern Ireland will be the only part of the UK without an opt-out organ donation system, and therefore I welcome the Minister's decision to run a consultation on the soft-out option. Can the Minister outline the next steps of the process once the consultation closes in February?
I thank the member. I try to smile occasionally. It's not easy being an Ulster Unionist, but what I will say to the member, and he will be fully aware, of the work that was originally commenced on this issue by our party colleague Joanne Dobson. So it is something that we as a party have committed to in the past, and that's why I was pleased to launch the public consultation on the introduction of a statutory soft opt-out system earlier this week. That consultation runs to the 19th of February. At that point, my department will publish details of public engagement events that will take place in the new year to ensure that all stakeholders have an opportunity to hear about the proposals and submit their responses. Legislation will be required to give effect to these proposals following the consultation period. It is therefore my intention to bring a draft bill to the Assembly at the earliest opportunity, subject to the advice of the Office of the Legislative Council, if feasible within the current mandate and the agreement of the Executive to proceed. And I would encourage everyone to read about the consultation and submit a response on the Department's website. In the meantime, I urge everyone to discuss their wishes about organ donation and their family and friends, and look forward to the support of the Health Committee as well, and also bringing forward the legislation as expedient and as quick as possible.
I call Doug Beattie for supplementary.
Thanks, Minister. And I would want to go on record as well to recognise the work that has been done by Joanne Dobson previously. But sticking on the donation issues, further changes to blood donation referral rules have been brought in to allow more gay men to donate. Can the Minister outline the changes and the benefits to this?
Thank the members. Also an announcement that was made over the weekend. I made that decision based on the advice from the Advisory Committee on the Safety of Blood, Tissues and Organs, following its consideration on a report made for the Assessment of Individual Risk Steering Group. The recommendation itself is to implement the introduction of an individual behaviour-based risk assessment that will allow some men who have sex with men MSM to donate blood if they have had one sexual partner who has been their partner for more than 3 months. And I'm pleased to be able to introduce this change to the donor deferral policy in Northern Ireland, which means MSM and longer-term partnerships will no longer be automatically deferred from donating blood, provided they have been with the same partner for the previous 3 months. I want to see more people able to donate blood. However, I want to make sure it's also safe. And my decision to reduce the deferral period for 12 months to 3 earlier this year was also based on SABTO advice. So I look forward to seeing more donors on the Northern Ireland Blood Transfusion Services Register. Being a regular donor myself, I know the vital importance that giving blood actually gives, because every pint or every donation given can save up to 3 lives or have an effect on 3 lives. So the more people we have eligible to donate blood, the better it is for all of us.
Question number 5 has been withdrawn, so I call Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. A meeting will take place later today with the 4 nations, along with Michael Gove, to look at the restrictions over the Christmas period. What assessment does the Minister give in terms of what action should be taken, if any, over that period?
I thank the member for his question, and he's right. That decision or that discussion is being taken by the 3 devolved nations and chaired by Michael Gove this afternoon. As he will be aware, the announcement was made on a UK-wide basis by UK Prime Ministers, First Ministers and Deputy First Ministers. That discussion is being had, is being supported by decisions and recommendations coming forward from the 4 Chief Medical Officers across the nations as well. And as the member well knows, that I never comment before a decision or a discussion is had, so we'll wait to see the outcome of that meeting and what it recommends.
Call Gary Middleton for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for a response. I'm going to put it a slightly different way. Dr Tom Black had said that he believes that a 4-week lockdown would be logical in terms of moving forward. What is the view of the Minister, and what is the view of the Chief Medical Officer as to whether or not additional restrictions are required prior or during the Christmas period?
I can nearly just say refer the member to my further answer, but he will be aware that in regards to where we currently see COVID and the spread and the infection rates, although stable, still slightly increasing, the number of inpatients we have in our hospitals has not decreased. In fact, has not decreased at all over the last number of weeks. So the 2-week restrictions that we have seen a stabilisation of those numbers, still too high. So I don't think the member will be surprised to know that I will be bringing a paper to the Executive on Thursday with a number of recommendations. But as I said earlier, he'll also know me well enough that I make those recommendations to the Executive, so the discussion can be had there.
I call Martina Anderson.
Minister, I've heard you talk before about the care home sick leave support funding that is in place for for all of social care organisations, but they're not all availing of it. So what's the department to do to try and encourage those organisations to avail of it so that the carers can get some kind of financial support for sick leave pay?
And the member rightly, I think the member rightly identifies one of the biggest frustrations that I have and the department has as well, at the initial outbreak and the initial waves of this pandemic, where care homes and their owners came looking for support and the workers in them came looking for financial support, so that they weren't impeded by having to take statutory sick pay should they either contact COVID or become a contact case of COVID. We put financial supports into place that would support care homes to support their workers through what would be a very challenging period of isolation. We have regular engagement with care home providers. That is currently ongoing in a number of other areas. So I would encourage all care home providers, owners, shareholders to take up the financial supports that are provided by my department to ensure their workers are supported during any period of illness they have to take due to either being a positive COVID case or a contact case as well. That's what that finance is there for, that's what guidance is there for, and that's what that support is there for.
The member has a brief supplementary.
One of my constituents contacted me today. There's been a number across Derry, and I know they're being forced to take their annual leave. And they are not getting that kind of support. So can you do some more to try and encourage? I know you are encouraging the organisations, but we need to get that message across, particularly to the carers.
And I think by the member raising it here today, and my answer hopefully reinforces that message, that support and funding was there for a reason. It was there to support the workers, to support the owners of the care homes, but mostly importantly to support the residents of the care homes as well. So it's there, the message has been loud and clear, and it's one that my department will continue to make to the care home providers.
And that is the end of our period of questions to the Minister of Health. I ask members to take their ease for a few moments as we change those at the table.
Okay, members, if members just resume their seats, please. We will now move on to questions to the Minister for Infrastructure. Agus Iram Sir Linda Dillon, and then Kate Kestachur. I call Linda Dillon to ask the first question.
Caoimhe Archibald, Kest Evra Hain, question number 1.
Agus Iram Sir Infrastructure. I call the Minister for Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. My department manages the adoption of roads that are proposed for adoption through the private streets determination process, which is undertaken as part of the planning process. Once planning permission is received, my officials work closely with developers and financial institutions to pursue adoption of these development roads in a timely fashion. My department has undertaken almost 1,100 private street adoptions and developments over the last 5 years, and progress has been made in adopting a significant number of unadopted developments that emanated from the property crash in 2007. The member will also appreciate that the adoption of private streets within developments is a developer-led process, and the majority progress to adoption without the need for intervention by my department or Northern Ireland Water. I also fully appreciate the concerns of residents in unadopted developments and the difficult situations some find themselves in. My department continues to work closely with developers, NI Water, financial institutions and residents to get roads and sewage infrastructure adopted. I am committed to ensuring that developers provide road and sewage infrastructure to a standard suitable for adoption in a timely manner, and to impress on developers the need to provide safe and adequate infrastructure for residents in the interim period prior to adoption.
Linda Dillon, supplementary question for Linda Dillon.
Caoimhe Archibald, I'd like to thank the Minister for her answer, but what I'm referring to is more the historical issue around unadopted roads, developments and streets. So this is not a new thing from 2007, where obviously you have the bond, and we have been able to resolve a number of those within my own constituency. But there is an inequality, and there is an issue here for people, real life, every day, and this has gone on in some areas for up to 50 years, when the old councils built the developments and didn't do what needed to be done at that time. So we have a responsibility to these people, and I think that we need to start actually delivering for them now. So there are no developers that they can go back to. There is nowhere where they can turn, and we really need now as an executive to start dealing with these issues. And I would ask that the Minister would engage with some of the residents in my constituency, particularly around Coal Island and Donaghmore, where there are a number of these estates and streets that have this historical issue.
I thank the member for her question, and she is correct. There are a number of historical unadopted roads and laneways within Northern Ireland that sit outside of the private streets process. Article 9 of the Private Streets Order 1980 allows my department to consider adoption of some roads if the majority of the owners or frontagers request it and the road or street is first brought up to the required adoption standard. While I do understand that there is a desire among frontagers on private roads and lanes to have improvement works carried out by my department, the reality is that it's not feasible due to the current budget position and the many pressures faced by my department. There was a scoping study carried out in 2011 which found that there were over 620 kilometres of unadopted roads and laneways in Northern Ireland. At that time, it was estimated to be in the region of £300 million to bring them up to standard, and that was excluding any land purchase or required structures or utility work. So this is an issue, but it is an issue requiring huge resource.
Lewis Kelly, I called Lewis Kelly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for her answer. Minister, I know that your department is undergoing a planning policy review. Will that review include looking at some of the developer contributions in terms of the adoptions of roads and ensure that there's significant financial penalty for not doing so?
Thank the member for her question. She is right, and my department is carrying out a review of the Planning Act, and the purpose of that review is to ensure that the objectives that were intended through that legislation are being met. It would also examine things that can be retained, amended or repealed, and my officials are currently going out to consultation with councils, with businesses, environmental groups and other key stakeholders, and I'm sure this will be an issue that will be raised with them.
Call Johnny Buckley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the Minister knows that this is an issue that I have long championed in my own constituency in relation to Birchwood Manor. And I would echo the comments by the initial question from Linda Dillon that this is an issue that I know the Minister finds unacceptable, but to date limited progress has been made on some of the outstanding issues across many constituencies. I thank the Minister since then in terms of her department's willingness to engage with both residents and indeed with NI Water and roads development. Would the Minister also agree that there's a need to engage with the banks now as well to ensure that we can get a timely, satisfactory outcome and allow these residents to live at peace in their developments?
I thank the member for his question and I thank him for his kind comments in respect of officials' work on this issue. It is a complex issue and it is one that my department is working to try to address with developers, with residents, as he's rightly pointed out, but as he has also correctly said, the importance of engaging with the financial institutions as well as we try to resolve this difficulty.
Call Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. That'll be question 2, Minister.
Thank the member for his question. In 2019 and 2020, Northern Ireland Water and DFI Roads undertook measures to remove considerable amounts of stormwater from the foul sewage system. It was this excess stormwater during periods of intense rainfall which was the cause of out-of-sewer flooding in Saintfield. DFI Roads has replaced a damaged storm culvert on the Stewart Road, and Northern Ireland Water has undertaken repair work on sewer pipes in the same area. Additionally, the sewers in Old Grand Jury Road have been repaired by Northern Ireland Water, greatly increasing the resilience of the sewage system during heavy rainfall. Finally, Northern Ireland Water conducted extensive CCTV and flow surveys for use in developing a drainage area sewer network model in 2019. The model build phase was completed in December 2019 and audited for use in 2020, and the output of this model has been shared with NIEA, which will come back to NI Water once it has completed its assessment of the data.
Harry Harvey for supplementary.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for your answer. I appreciate your considering upgrades in all constituencies to allow building of new homes to continue. Could the Minister assure me that she will address current infrastructure issues within Strangford, particularly in relation to flooding, which poses a health and safety risk? Thank you.
I thank the member for his question. My department has not identified any significant flood risk areas in the Strangford area. However, coastal areas and roads can be subject to large overtopping waves when strong onshore winds occur and sea levels are high. My department has well-rehearsed emergency response plans that have been developed in conjunction with multi-agency partners should there be a need to respond to flooding in the area. I am also aware that some isolated properties that are at flood risk have availed of my department's homeowner flood protection grant scheme, and this scheme is intended to assist homeowners make their property more resilient to flooding.
Call Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Minister may be aware that elsewhere in the Strangford constituency, a major development at Rivenwood in Newton Ards is under threat because of an unexpected £1 million bill for the developers because of a lack of sewage infrastructure. Can the Minister detail how many planning applications are being withheld due to sewage infrastructure being at or indeed above capacity?
I thank the member for his question, and he raises a very important issue and difficulty. While I don't have at hand the number of planning applications that are currently being impacted, I can advise the member that there are some 116 locations across Northern Ireland that are either at maximum or almost at maximum capacity, thereby curtailing their developmental potential. This is an issue of huge concern. It impacts every constituency. It is impacting on every local development plan that is being developed by our councils. It will curtail the number of homes that we can build, Mr Deputy Speaker, the number of schools and hospitals. And the utility regulator has identified £2 billion that is required in investment for the next price control period. So this is an issue that affects every government department, every community, and it is an issue that we must tackle.
I call Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Question number 3, please.
As the member may remember from the recent Assembly debate on ammonia, I advised that I had written to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs about the ongoing ammonia and nitrates deposition issues we face, particularly as they affect the planning system. I highlighted the need for DAERA to urgently revise its current operational protocol on ammonia-emitting projects, which is used as the basis for DAERA's advice to planning authorities in its role as a statutory consultee. I also asked for an update on the current position with the ammonia strategy and how, in the interim, the Northern Ireland Environment Agency can provide the advice needed to enable planning applications for ammonia-emitting development that are currently on hold to be determined. Furthermore, I committed my department to assist DAERA in taking forward work on its proposed ammonia strategy, which I understand is to include a review of the operational protocol. In his response to me, Minister Poots advised that work on the ammonia strategy is in its final stages of preparation and will be completed before the end of this year, and when completed will be issued for public consultation. He also stated that with regard to the ammonia-related planning consultations that have been delayed, they are currently under consideration and that he will be discussing them with his officials shortly.
Claire Bailey for supplementary.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for her comprehensive answer, and that's very heartening to hear. Of course, the Minister will be very aware that of the ongoing high risk to both human health and the environmental damage that occurs the longer that we don't tackle this problem. So during the same debate in the Assembly, there was a commitment to also consult fully with the farming and agri-food sector, and I'm just wondering if that has happened by either yourself or anyone in your department.
As the member highlights, this was an issue that was discussed, and my role on this is from the planning perspective, and I'm conscious as well that in the same debate there was a discussion around implementing a moratorium on planning approvals, but I can confirm that I have engaged with the DAERA Minister directly. We haven't as yet gone out further afield, because my view on this is that the urgency that is required is the review and updating of the operational protocol by DAERA to ensure that it is able to respond to consultations in a way that is based on the most recent case law and the most up-to-date scientific data on the issue of ammonia.
Caoimhe Archibald, and it's already been mentioned around improving the guidance on ammonia, but I'm just wondering if the Minister can elaborate on whether there's any scope in the planning review to look at improving other environmental aspects of the planning system. Thank you.
I thank the member for her question. As I outlined, I think in the response to Dolores Kelly, the review of the Act is a review to ensure that it's meeting the intended objectives. But as I said, my officials are out going around doing a targeted consultation exercise, and so I would encourage people to be engaging with my officials and to be raising those issues so that we can explore what can be done. If not within the framework of the current review, then certainly at a later date.
I call Andrew Muir.
Very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Minister is aware of shared environmental services and the role they play in relation to this. Can the Minister outline when a review was last conducted of shared environmental services?
The member is correct to point out that the shared environmental services is a service that's shared across all of the councils. It was developed when we moved to the two-tier planning system. I'm not aware that there has been a subsequent review to that. I am aware, though, that councils have been asked to increase their financial contribution towards the shared environmental services, given the increase in consultation responses and the work that it is having to engage with. But if there has been a review in the interim since the transfer of planning powers, I'm certainly happy to update the member.
I call Jim Allister.
Not for the first time, we have a passing of the parcel between one department and another, but the victims of this are the many farmers who have been waiting out now for months running into years for planning approvals. And where it's at its most farcical is those who are wanting to replace old houses with more environmentally friendly houses with less output, and yet they are the very people who are failing to have their needs met. When will the Executive get a grip on this issue?
I thank the member for his question, and I think he was present during the debate on this issue, so he will be well aware that the difficulty here is that DAERA has not to date updated its operational protocol. That is the issue that is causing delay in terms of the determination of the planning applications. To my mind, if I recall correctly, there are around 19 planning applications that are being held in the planning system pending determination. So I think that one of the key issues in terms of resolving this matter would be for DAERA to complete the work that it has indicated that it's currently undertaking so that it can update its operational protocol, ensuring that the most up-to-date responses are being provided to applications and they can be appropriately processed.
Éire Declan McAleer for Hunyakest. I call Declan McAleer.
Caoimhe Archibald, Last Concordia, question 4.
Thank the member for his question. I want to reiterate my commitment to the A5 and to tackling regional imbalance, connecting communities and improving road safety. There are so many communities, particularly in rural parts west of the Ban, who can benefit from investment in the A5 project. The project has been subject to 3 separate legal challenges since its inception in 2007, the most recent being in December 2017, when a new decision to proceed with the scheme made in the absence of a minister was challenged, leading to the quashing of the statutory orders in November 2018. Since then, my department has been actively progressing the necessary work to enable a fresh decision to be made. In spring 2019, an addendum to the Environmental Statement of 2016, together with other environmental reports, were published for consultation. This resulted in a further public inquiry which concluded in March of this year, and my department received the interim report from the inspector in September. My officials have considered the issues raised and recommendations made in this interim report and have taken legal advice. I will be considering this legal advice and all advice carefully before deciding on the next steps for the scheme and the timing of the publication of the inspector's report, but I can assure the member of my commitment to this scheme.
Case to Declan McAleer. Supplementary question, Declan McAleer.
And I'm glad to hear the Minister's commitment to this scheme. I thank her very much for her answer. The Minister will be aware that this is a very crucially important project for the West and indeed the North West of the island of Ireland. So I wonder, could the Minister update us on any recent contact or consultation she's had with her counterpart, Minister Ryan in Dublin, in relation to the Irish Government's part funding of this scheme?
I thank the member for his question, and I welcome the Irish Government's reaffirmation of its commitment to contribute £75 million to this project in New Decade, New Approach. I can assure the member that I've had useful discussions with the Irish Transport Minister, Minister Ryan, and the Taoiseach on delivering on our shared commitments. I think it's very good news that the Taoiseach announced in October that €500 million will be made available through the Shared Island Fund to deliver on the Irish Government's commitment to build shared island infrastructure underpinned by the Good Friday Agreement. And this funding is intended to contribute to the delivery of key infrastructure initiatives, including the A5. I can assure the member I am committed to working with my colleagues in the Irish Government to ensure that we deliver for our citizens, and in fact we're due to meet again as an NSMC on Friday, and I have no doubt that this matter will be raised.
Ceist Fine Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's always a great honour to speak about the A5, and something that I feel very, very strongly about, and the SDLP absolutely very strongly support its development. Minister, your commitment to the A5 has been cast iron, and the people of West Tyrone are grateful to your office for making it such a strong priority. Minister, many people are looking forward to seeing boots on the ground. Have you any indication as to when that might happen?
As I indicated to the member, my officials have obtained detailed legal advice on the report that we have received. I will be considering that very carefully and all advice before announcing my next steps. It's not possible until that decision is reached to give a clear time frame, but I do want to assure the House that I've said on multiple occasions that I am committed to this project, and I'm keen to see it progressed as far as possible within my tenure.
Gary Middleton for a case.
Question number 5, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for his question. Construction work is progressing well on the 2 flagship dualling schemes on the A6 road, the Randalstown to Castledawson scheme and the Dungiven to Drumahoe scheme. Together, these schemes represent an investment of over £400 million to enhance the connectivity of the North West, improve journey time reliability, reduce journey times and improve road safety. COVID-19 disrupted or stopped many activities due to difficulties in the supply chain, social distancing requirements and staff absences. However, I'm pleased to be advised that the projects are on track. I was pleased to see at first hand the new 5-kilometre section of the Randalstown to Castledawson scheme, which opened to traffic last week. This means the entire 15-kilometre scheme is now open to traffic, although there are still works ongoing and temporary traffic management will be in place for several months. The benefits of this scheme are already being realised and fully welcomed by the public, and the scheme will be fully complete in the spring. The 25.5-kilometre Dungiven to Drumahoe scheme is expected to complete in 2022, largely as planned. And finally, the delivery of Phase 2 of the A6 Derry to Dungiven Road project, which extends from Drumahoe to the Caw roundabout, is key and will depend on a range of factors, including future budget settlements.
A supplementary for Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her response. I also want to put on record my thanks to her department and the contractor for working with local residents on some local issues along the scheme, so I do welcome that. Can the Minister give any clarity in terms of whether or not the scheme is on budget, and are there any concerns around lack of funds to complete the scheme?
In terms of the funding that's been set aside, in terms of the COVID impact, I did, because things moved rather quickly, made a bid for £14.8 million to the Executive and to the Finance Minister, and we increased the budget by that so that it could move ahead. So certainly from the advice that I'm receiving from officials, I don't have any concerns in that regard, and we are on track to meet all of the targets and deadlines in terms of the delivery of the project, particularly around the time frame as well, which I know will be welcome news to the member.
Mayor Martina Anderson, Fine Case, call Martina.
Caoimhe Archibald. Minister, as you would know, Chris Hazard, Sinn Féin, he championed this in 2016 and secured the funding, and I was glad to hear that you talked about the Caw roundabout to Drumahoe being crucially important and being key. So could you tell us what efforts is being made to take us through the statutory process before you get to the point where you're going to put in the bid?
As the member says, yes, Phase 2 of the A6 Derry to Dungiven Road project extends from Drumahoe to the A2 Call roundabout. This 7-kilometre section is estimated to cost around £200 million and forms part of the A6 flagship project. As the member will know, parts of the works will encroach on the Maboy waste site, and the final design will need to take this into account. Delivery of this phase of the project, which is not part of the current Dungiven to Drumahoe construction contract, is key in my view and will depend on a range of factors, including future budget settlements. And I look forward to the member joining me in making representations to the Executive to secure the funding that is required.
Roy Biggs for a question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The completion of the A6 will considerably improve the travel time between the North West to Belfast and indeed to Dublin. Undoubtedly that will have some effect on the viability of Derry City Airport, where more people will choose to travel. Can the Minister advise when that road is expected to be completed and how that may influence subsequent additional public funding which is continuing to be passed to Derry City Airport?
I thank the member for his question. As I indicated in previous responses today, we are on track to meet the time frame for the A6. So that section is due for completion in 2022, and we're on track to meet that. In respect of the issue of the City of Derry Airport, the member may be aware that York Aviation have been commissioned to carry out a study into the viability of the airport, and it will analyse all of the surrounding factors. That report has been submitted to a number of the departments across the Executive, given the statutory responsibilities for our airport cuts across a number of ministries. So my officials are currently considering that, as I will be with my Executive colleagues.
Cara Hunter von Call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, I welcome the progress so far on the A6 and welcome the work from you and your department. The route will have many major benefits for my constituents. My question pertains to an update on the section of the A6 from the Castle Dawson roundabout to Dungiven.
Thank the member for her question. My department is currently developing a new regional strategic transport network transport plan. It's a nice snappy title, which will set out future investment and improvement for our strategic transport networks by road, rail and bus, and reflect my commitment to improving connectivity for the benefit of our economy and communities across Northern Ireland. This will consider proposals for the further development of strategic road improvement schemes, including the Castle Dawson to Dungiven section of the A6, and how it might facilitate complementary improvements to promote sustainable travel choices, connect people and communities, and create thriving and livable places. I intend publishing the draft Regional Strategic Transport Network Transport Plan for public consultation in late 2021 with a view to issuing the finalised plan in spring 2022.
Call Mervyn Storey.
Thank Deputy Principal Speaker. I thank the Minister for clarifying, because for some time we have been waiting on the sub-regional transport plan and on correspondence with yourself in relation to the continuation of the A26 in my own constituency, which would connect Ballymena right through to Coleraine. Obviously, it's very important. So you did say late 21. Are we saying that before the end of this year it will be published, or like most things, will it be pushed into 2021 in terms of the latter part of the year? So it will not be published this year, it will be next year.
For clarity, I intend publishing the draft Regional Strategic Transport Network Transport Plan for public consultation in late 2021 with a view to issuing the finalised plan in spring 2022.
I call Chris Lyttle.
Question 6.
Thank the member for his question. My vision is for Belfast to become a cycle-friendly city where anyone can have the freedom and confidence to use the bicycle for their everyday journeys. The bicycle strategy, published in August 2015 by one of my predecessors, set out the objective of building a comprehensive network for the bicycle. One of the elements of that was to develop bicycle networks for the main urban areas in Northern Ireland, and the intention was that the first one would be for Belfast. A public consultation on the draft Belfast Bicycle Network was held in 2017, and following consideration of the many responses, some of which were very detailed, a consultation report was published in 2018 during the period when the Assembly was suspended. There was general support for the idea of a network, but the consultation highlighted the need to look more closely at the north and west of the city, where levels of cycling were lower and where there was less walking and cycling infrastructure. My department engaged Sustrans to carry out further work on the active travel feasibility study for North and West Belfast in 2019, and a final report for those two areas was provided to my department earlier this year. Some work has been undertaken to revise the proposed network in light of this, and I have asked officials to ensure that a final document is ready for publication in the new year.
Chris Lyttle for a supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her update in relation to the Belfast Cycle Network plan. As she said, a delivery of an easy-to-access, easy-to-understand Belfast Cycle Network is a key aim of the cycling strategy, but progress has been delayed for the reasons she outlines. A Welsh Active Travel Act places a legal requirement on local government to map and plan suitable routes for active travel and to build and improve their infrastructure every year. Is an Active Travel Act necessary in Northern Ireland to see substantive progress on our cycle network?
I thank the member for his question. I don't know the answer. I don't know if it is essential. I think one of the biggest challenges around changing culture within government and also outside of it. We have seen the success of active travel pilots, limited in number though they are, during COVID, and how citizens, if they are given the opportunity to be able to engage in active travel safely, then they will embrace it. To reassure the member, while I have initiated a number of policy changes in the department, while I have appointed a walking and cycling champion to ensure the culture change at the heart of my department, I've also asked my officials to bring forward to me a submission so that I can consider the merits of bringing forward active travel legislation. I also have to operate within the reality, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we do not have a significantly long period left in this mandate, and we have many other pressures, if not COVID and Brexit. But I want to assure the member that where change can be made, whether that's through resource allocation, whether that's through policy change, I am committed to exploring all avenues, including legislation.
I have time for a brief question and a brief answer from Robbie Butler.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I know the Minister is absolutely heart is in getting people on bikes. Would the Minister commit, I know it's not her purview, but to work with her executive colleagues to ensure that there's no financial barrier to those who are disproportionately financially burdened to availing of bicycles to get them fit and also to tackle their mental health?
Yes, I think it's very important that we have inclusivity and affordability at the heart of this. The truth is that there are so many families across Northern Ireland who can't afford to own a car, who are reliant on public transport and who could hugely benefit from being able to access safe infrastructure when it comes to cycling and walking. So this is an environmental issue for me, but this is also an issue of social justice, and I remain committed to doing what I can during my tenure to bring about change in the lives of our citizens right across the North.
That ends the period for listed questions. We now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Dr Steve Aiken.
Mayor, thank you very much indeed. Mayor, thank the Minister for answers so far. I could ask the Minister what provisions are being made for local HGV drivers for operating in the EU after the 1st of January, please.
I thank the member for his question. He raises an important point, and I am sensitive to the fact that discussions between negotiating teams are ongoing, and the outcome will be determined by the British Government and the EU. Any outcome that places a limit on the number of hauliers permitted to travel south to transport and receive goods, such as the need for an ECMT permit, will have the potential for serious supply chain disruption and detrimental economic impacts in the north. I welcome the recent contingency arrangements for a no deal announced by the EU, which are subject to UK reciprocity, and confirm that hauliers would not require an ECMT permit. I do, however, have some concerns that hauliers would not be allowed to conduct cabotage or cross-trade, and my officials continue to stress the importance of free movement by road hauliers on the island of Ireland to the British Government.
Mr Aiken for supplementary.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank the Minister for her answer so far. Could the Minister possibly feed into the Joint Ministerial Council that Northern Ireland haulage firms should be given commitments that they will indeed be able to work unimpeded in Great Britain, the EU and in Northern Ireland, particularly under the provisions of the protocol?
I can assure the member that certainly my officials at every opportunity are always stressing the importance and the uniqueness of the North and its situation, and raising the concerns that hauliers are rightly expressing to us. We have regular engagement as a department with the haulage sector as well, and I have written to Grant Shapps to raise these concerns directly. I raise them any time that I'm on Zoom meetings or conference calls with the British Government as well, and I've also written to the Irish Government highlighting my concerns, so I can assure the member that we will continue to avail of every opportunity to raise the issues and the concerns of our haulage sector, given they are so critical to our economy.
I call Gordon Dunne for a question.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Minister will be very much aware that a large number of taxi drivers have been unable to access her department's financial support scheme. Will the Minister look at how the criteria can be amended to assist those who had the correct insurance, cover and licence at the time of lockdown and are now struggling to make a living?
I thank the member for raising this question and this issue. The Taxi Driver Financial Assistance Scheme was opened on the 13th of November. That was 10 days after my department was given the powers to create a scheme, and it closed 2 weeks later on the 27th of November. The scheme, agreed by the Executive, is designed to provide a contribution to the overhead costs, including PPE, that have actually been incurred as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. This was designed in consultation with the taxi industry representatives, who said that while drivers were eligible for the self-employed income support scheme, they still had very static and high overhead costs, not least their taxi insurance, which they were struggling to pay, which is why the scheme was designed to be a contribution to overhead costs. The scheme has been set up as a means, as I say, of helping drivers with their ongoing overhead costs. But in order to ensure value for money, the scheme is dependent on actual expenses being incurred between the 22nd of March and the 30th of September, because it is a retrospective scheme. I am aware of issues where taxi drivers who had continuous insurance were not able to obtain evidence of that, and I'm pleased to say my department has worked with insurance companies who are now providing a letter which we are accepting as validity of that. But I'm also aware of a situation where many taxi drivers dropped their taxi insurance during that difficult period, and I have said that I will continue to work with the sector to provide them with support during this time. But I must say I remain disappointed that opportunities have been missed for their inclusion in the Part B scheme run by the Department of the Economy, because taxi drivers have been impacted by the restrictions on our hospitality sector.
Mr Dunne for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers. Could the Minister, though, however, outline the rationale for the decision not to open the scheme for taxi operators, not drivers I'm talking about, but for operators? And would she give a commitment to meet the taxi operators to discuss the particular circumstances that their businesses now find themselves in, obviously most difficult during this COVID crisis?
I thank the member for his question, and I have met with the taxi operators, and my officials have also met with the taxi operators as part of the stakeholder engagement process for the financial support schemes. As I said, officials and I held meetings with taxi operators on the 30th of September and the 27th of October. Officials also met with taxi operators on the 20th of October and the 27th of November. And in looking at the available financial support schemes and sector eligibility for those, because taxi drivers did not have premises, they did not qualify for the Northern Ireland Executive Support Schemes for businesses. However, taxi businesses and operators that did have premises could have availed of one or other of the business support grant or loan schemes available. This was clear from the evidence and the information provided by them themselves during the scheme's development stage. And so for these reasons, the scheme I put in place is designed to assist taxi drivers who could not avail of the existing schemes but still incurred overhead costs from March until September of this year. In addition, taxi operators themselves advised that providing financial support directly to drivers would provide them with indirect support, because we were helping taxi drivers to remain in business and in work.
Éireann Colm Gilden, you call Colm Gilden.
And thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, the public inquiry on the A5 concluded in March of this year, and we're still awaiting on a decision. When can we expect construction to begin on this essential and long overdue road scheme?
I thank the member for his question, and it was a question that was raised under the oral questions by your party colleague and by a number of other members. My department received the report on the A5 in September. It has raised a number of detailed issues that we had to get legal advice on. I will be considering that legal advice very carefully and all of the advice before deciding on next steps. It's therefore not possible at this stage to be able to provide you with a definitive timeframe, but I do want to assure you that I remain committed to the delivery of this project. It is a strategic road project, it's a key project in terms of road safety, and it's also critical to tackling regional imbalance.
Céis Dorlínta, Colm Gilden, supplementary question for Colm Gilden.
And thank you for that answer, Minister. But it is of course important that the Irish Government honour their commitment to co-fund the project. Can you comment on how much of the Shared Ireland Fund the A5 is expected to receive, and if the Minister is considering multiple simultaneous phases of that project?
I thank the member for his question, and he is right to point out that the Taoiseach has announced €500 million for the Shared Island Unit, which is for north-south infrastructure projects. I've discussed the issue of the A5. I've discussed also Narrow Bridge and the other commitments under New Decade, New Approach with my ministerial counterpart Ian Ryan, and also with the Taoiseach. And we are due to meet again as an NSMC this Friday, and I have no doubt that the A5 and the other commitments in New Decade, New Approach will be discussed.
Ceist Poinead Lors Kelly. Lors Kelly for a question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, I know that you have been working hard with the travel industry, and particularly Translink, in relation to keeping people safe during COVID-19, and I thank you for that. But in relation to Christmas and particular challenges around road safety, drink driving and drug taking, have you any particular measures in place?
The member asks a very important question as families prepare to make their way home together to bubble this Christmas in line with government regulations. COVID remains very much with us and we are at risk, so we all must do what we can to protect ourselves and our family from the virus. And I would urge all travellers to plan ahead, to wear a face covering, keep your distance and wash your hands. And today I issued a statement urging those travelling to take care, whether by private or public transport. I've also reminded drivers that my department will be carrying out parking and moving traffic bus lane enforcement as normal to ensure that vehicles are parked safely and are not causing disruption in bus lanes and elsewhere. And as many of us will hopefully be able to safely enjoy time with our families, I want to very clearly warn that driving while taking drink and drugs is never acceptable behaviour. One drink can impair decision making and cause a collision which can kill. I implore drivers to never ever drink or take drugs and drive this Christmas or ever. And finally, as your public transport services continue to operate all throughout the pandemic and they are available all over the Christmas period, I would remind passengers, including post-primary children, that they must also wear a face covering too, because I'm conscious it's an issue that members have been raising.
Ceist Dorlínta, Lors Kelly, supplementary question for Lors.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. And it's a very comprehensive answer. But can you also advise if the PSNI are providing any additional resources to clamp down on drink driving and drug taking?
The member will know that last month I brought a change in law which will abolish the driver's right to request a replacement blood or urine specimen where a breath specimen is marginally above the legal alcohol limit. The removal of the statutory option is a much-needed update to road traffic legislation here in Northern Ireland, and is something that I worked closely and in collaboration with the PSNI in terms of its delivery. There is no excuse for drink driving. I want to take a zero-tolerance approach to it. I know that the PSNI are taking a zero-tolerance approach, and so we will continue to work together to tackle drink driving and continue to send a very clear message that it is unacceptable and that it kills.
I call Chris Lyttle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Cumber Greenway usage has increased by more than 75% from April to November 2020, a welcome increase and an evidence base on which to target investment in walking and cycling at this route, not least in terms of lighting. Will the Minister commit to investing in a new network of cycle counters on key streets, roads and greenways to enable further targeted investment in active travel across Northern Ireland?
thank the member for his question, and it is something that we are actively exploring as part of our Blue-Green Fund. As the member has rightly said, we look at the usage figures for the Cumber Greenway, and in fact, recently at the Waterways Ireland meeting, we were reminded again of the exponential growth in the number of people who are embracing our greenways and our lagons as well. So I want to do what I can to progress this. I'm a firm believer if you build it, they will come, but we always need an evidence base, and so that's why we are looking to see, can we put more counters in places so that we can provide the evidence of what is happening, this quiet revolution that we know is happening when it comes to people embracing active travel and reconnecting with nature and each other.
Supplementary for Chris Lyttle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister provide some update then with relation to the budget allocation for active travel next financial year?
I wish I was in a position to be able to confirm that. I wish I was able to say that we have seen a vast increase in the allocations to my department, enabling me to do so much more. But what I can assure the member is, even in the absence of having that information, I remain committed to doing what I can to progress this agenda while I remain as Minister for Infrastructure.
Okay, Ceist Gasto, Linda Dillon. Quick question from Linda Dillon.
Minister, I'll roll my question and my supplementary into one if that's helpful. We have discussed before the issue around dangerous trees along roadsides, and I know that you had outlined what the department's official position is. What I'm asking now is that the department do a scoping exercise to see if there's anything further that they can do, because I know that I certainly have reported many more trees that are dangerous but also that have fallen across the road, and I would ask the Minister would commit to meeting with me and a constituent of mine whose daddy was killed by a fallen tree last year, and she's campaigning to have this issue addressed.
And I'm very aware of the case that the member has raised and the fact that she has made representations to me on this issue. The member will also know that there are complex issues around land ownership as well, and responsibility legally in that regard, but I'm more than happy to meet with the member and with her constituent to discuss what the department is doing, our approach, and what we can do working with other partners.
Thank you for that, Minister, and that concludes our time is now up. If members choose to take their ease, please, while we change the top table and prepare for the next topic.
Okay, members. We now return to the debate on the further consideration stage of the Domestic Abuse and Family Proceedings Bill, Group 1 amendments, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Justice, Paul Given.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And just before I comment specifically on the amendments before us today, on behalf of the Justice Committee, I would like to acknowledge the early notice the Department provided of its intention to bring forward a number of amendments at further consideration stage, which was very helpful. I also want to welcome the engagement of officials on the proposed amendments to the provisions that the Committee had brought forward at consideration stage, which were supported by this Assembly, and the constructive approach adopted to changes that the Committee requested to the text of the draft amendments before they were finalised and tabled for consideration by the House today. Turning to Amendments 1 and 8, which, as the Minister has outlined, replaces the current provision in the bill to enable the sharing of information between the police and schools for well-being as opposed to child protection purposes. This will ensure that schools are in a better position to understand and be supportive of the child's needs and possible behaviours as a result of being notified where a domestic abuse incident has occurred the night before in which police have been called out. The Minister had advised the Committee prior to consideration stage that she agreed that there was considerable merit in a provision to enable information to be shared for the purpose of an Operation Encompass type approach, and if the Committee amendment was made, it was her intention to table an amendment at further consideration stage to ensure the provision is as robust as possible and fully provides for the necessary regulations to be brought forward. The Committee welcomed the Minister's support for this provision and indicated that it would be happy to consider any amendments to improve it before the bill completed its passage. The Committee considered the amendments to leave out subsection 2 of Clause 8 and replace it with a new clause at its meetings on the 26th of November and the 1st of December. Following consideration of the initial draft of Amendment 1, the Committee was content with widening the scope to cover instances where a child or young person is educated in centres other than schools, but asked the Department to consider also including preschool settings, both those in primary schools and other preschool settings. Officials undertook to consider this in conjunction with the Department of Education's colleagues and subsequently provided revised text that covered this aspect as well. The amendment before us today will now ensure that children and young people are better safeguarded against the short, medium and long-term effects of domestic abuse, regardless of whether they are being educated in a preschool setting, in school or in centres other than schools. Amendment 1 also enhances and strengthens the provision brought forward by the Committee at consideration stage by providing increased detail and clarity to ensure the provision will fully meet the intended purpose and the enabling powers are as robust as possible. The Committee therefore welcomes and supports Amendments 1 and 8. Moving to Amendment 2, this is intended to replace Clause 26 of the bill with a much more detailed provision, building on and expanding the provision and setting out a detailed framework for the underpinning regulation-making powers. The initial draft of this amendment provided by the Department focused solely on covering domestic abuse protection notices and orders and left out the provision of measures other than court orders that is currently provided for in Clause 26. The Committee believes that the flexibility provided by the inclusion of this is important and therefore asked the Department to reflect this aspect in the amendment it was bringing forward, and this has been done. Committee members also questioned officials on the need for such detail to be included on the face of this bill and whether it was being too prescriptive or whether the text is modelled on the domestic abuse protection notices and orders being brought forward in England and Wales, whether the intention was still to legislate for these notices and orders in the Justice Miscellaneous Provisions Bill, and whether there was enough flexibility to take account of the results of the Department's proposed consultation on this policy area. Officials confirmed that the intention was still to bring forward amendments during the passage of the Justice Miscellaneous Provisions Bill to provide for domestic abuse protection notices and orders, and the aim of this amendment was to build on and strengthen the provision now in the bill and ensure it provides the required authority to enable the Department to take forward the notices and orders by way of regulation if there was unforeseen circumstances that prevented them being progressed in the Miscellaneous Provisions Bill. They also confirmed that account would be taken of the results of the consultation on the proposed protection notices and protection orders, which has just been launched before legislative provision is made. Yes, I will.
I thank the Chairman for giving way, and I want to correct something that I said in my opening remarks, and that is that I had launched the consultation on DAPINs and DAPOs today. I actually launched it last week, so I was underselling what the Department had managed in the time available, and I apologise and hope that that corrects the record, Mr Speaker.
Okay, no, thank you for that. Questions were also raised in relation to the different age thresholds for protecting persons and in relation to perpetrators or alleged perpetrators in the amendment, and officials agreed to check the age thresholds that apply in other jurisdictions regarding similar notices and orders, and to seek the views of the Northern Ireland Commissioner for Children and Young People on whether there was a need to address the differential. Following further information and clarification on this issue from the Department, which indicated that the Commissioner for Children and Young People and the NSPCC are keen to ensure that measures do not inappropriately criminalise young people, given there are other interventions to deal with abusive behaviour, protections would continue to be afforded where the alleged perpetrator is under 18 through non-molestation and occupation orders, and in England and Wales and in Scotland, domestic abuse protection notices and orders will apply to alleged perpetrators who are aged 18 or over. The committee agreed that it was content with the approach being adopted by the Department in this regard. Having received assurances on the range of issues raised with the change we requested now incorporated, the committee is therefore content to support Amendment 2. Addressing Amendments 3 and 7, which relate to Clause 27 and eligibility of victims for civil legal aid, before turning then to the committee amendment. As outlined at consideration stage, the committee did not have an opportunity to consider the amendment brought forward in relation to the eligibility of victims for civil legal aid, which is now Clause 27 in the bill, and therefore did not have a position on it. Following consideration stage, the Department provided information to the committee, setting out its concerns regarding Clause 27, which the Minister has already articulated, and the text of a draft amendment. Members discussed these in detail with officials at the meeting on the 26th of November and expressed concerns that the proposed amendment made significant changes to Clause 27 and provided for a report to be produced rather than a specific outcome which appeared to undo what had been agreed by the Assembly at consideration stage. The committee agreed that if the Department brought forward a revised amendment, that it would consider it at a meeting on the 1st of December. Discussions did take place on the 1st of December on Amendments 3 and 7, and again a number of members raised a range of issues and concerns regarding these amendments and indicated that they were not content with what was being proposed by the Department. The committee subsequently agreed to note the departmental amendments, and individual members could bring forward further amendments if they wished to do so, and these would be considered during this debate. Moving to the amendment that the Justice Committee has brought forward, Amendment 13 provides for Section 27 to come into operation 12 months after this Act receives royal assent. As most members, if not all members, will be aware, the committee initially brought forward an amendment to provide for Clause 27 to be commenced at the same time as Chapters 1 and 2 of the bill. Given the Minister's clear opposition to the amendment made by the Assembly at consideration stage to insert Clause 27 relating to eligibility to civil legal aid into the bill, and the subsequent draft amendments provided by the Department, which appeared to be delaying or indeed deferring any implementation of this provision, which would be against the will of the Assembly, members were of the view that it was important to include more specific details regarding the commencement of Clause 27 in the bill, rather than leaving it to the Department's discretion. At its meeting on the 1st of December, the committee therefore agreed to bring forward the amendment that I had just described, which was Amendment 15 in the previous Marshall list of amendments. On the day before consideration stage, which was due to take place on a Sunday, a joint letter was received from the Ministers of Justice and Finance asking me, in my capacity as Chairman of the Committee, to consider not moving that amendment. The letter indicated that while the Ministers were sympathetic to the aim of supporting victims of abuse involved in Article 8 children order hearings, they were concerned that the potential financial implications of Clause 27 could be significant. When the Minister did not move further consideration stage last Monday, on the basis that I had not given a commitment to not move the committee amendment, I made it clear then to the House that I cannot unilaterally change a decision of the committee, even if I wished to do so. And no doubt, if I did, the members of the Justice Committee would hold me to account. With the correspondence coming at such short notice, it provided no opportunity to arrange a meeting of the committee before Monday lunchtime, when further consideration stage was scheduled to take place. However, in light of the deferral of further consideration stage, an emergency meeting of the committee was arranged for last Tuesday, and the Minister and Permanent Secretary were able to attend to provide further information and clarification of the financial concerns highlighted in the letter. And I want to place on record my appreciation for the Minister and Permanent Secretary being able to attend at such short notice. The session was very useful, as it provided an opportunity to explore the position and financial concerns in more detail than had been provided in the letter that was received by the committee, and upon which the Minister had wanted the committee's amendment to be abandoned. During the evidence session, committee members sought information on a range of issues, including the scope of the potential costs, the possible repercussive implications, the timescale for completion of the due diligence exercise, details of other court cases referred to by the Minister and Permanent Secretary, what victims would be eligible for civil legal aid under the Department's proposed amendment to Clause 27, and the threshold or evidential test that would be applied. Potential ways to alter the committee amendment was also explored with the Minister, but she did not see any of those proposals as a satisfactory way to proceed. Following this session, and before the committee discussed what approach it wished to adopt, a representative from the Women's Aid Federation joined the meeting to discuss the civil legal aid eligibility clause, i.e. Clause 27, which is now already part of the bill. And I would like to place on record the committee's appreciation of both the work carried out by the Women's Aid Federation and the representative for making herself available to attend the committee meeting, which again was at very short notice. I do want to reassure other groups that support domestic abuse victims that it was only the very tight timescale within which the committee was considering this matter that prevented us holding further discussions with those organisations. Women's Aid emphasised how pleased women that they represent are that legal aid is being discussed and has been included in the bill. The representative highlighted that reform of legal aid has been promised in the past with little being achieved, and there is a fear that Clause 27 will not be commenced. She provided information on a range of case studies where perpetrators are already using the system to continue to abuse, and which illustrated the cost to victims is substantial and ongoing for a considerable period of time. Further obvious reasons that they would like to see the scope of provision to be as wide as possible. She also indicated that those women she had spoken to before coming to the committee really wanted to see this issue fully addressed in this bill. Following the evidence sessions, the committee spent a considerable amount of time discussing the additional information provided and the most appropriate way to progress this issue, and I want to thank the members of the committee for the time and effort that they spent on this matter. While members were content to decouple the commencement of Clause 27 with Parts 1 and 2 of the bill, as provided for in the committee's original amendment, and which the Minister had indicated would prevent her from taking forward the rest of the bill, including the new offence, which everybody wants to see brought in as soon as possible. There were a range of views regarding whether an alternative amendment relating to the commencement of Clause 27 should be brought forward. While some members did not feel able to support a further commencement amendment, others expressed the view that it was important to provide some certainty regarding the timescale for the commencement of the legal aid clause, particularly given the views expressed by and the expectation of victims. Concerns were also expressed that a number of differing figures and costs had been mentioned by the Department, but there was no reference point for these, and it was clear that until the due diligence exercise has been completed, it is not possible to provide figures or the likely impact with any degree of accuracy. While the Minister during the evidence session gave a commitment to commence Clause 27 if the outcome of the due diligence exercise was satisfactory, timescales were vague for this to be completed. The lack of evidence and firm timescales was a factor for members. Yes, I'll give way to the Minister.
I thank the Chairman for giving way. With respect to timescales, we couldn't give a definite timescale in terms of how long the due diligence would take, but I was able to reassure the committee that it would be my intention, if the due diligence proves that there are no repercussive costs, that we would commence both the offences and the legal aid provisions at the same time, and that was also given in writing by myself and the Finance Minister in our letter to the committee.
Okay, I thank the Minister for that, and when I'm speaking individually, I'm going to go into that more. Obviously, members appreciate I'm just setting out the context for the committee and how it considered all of these things. The committee subsequently agreed then to withdraw its original amendment and to bring forward Amendment 13, which, as I outlined earlier, provides for Section 27 to come into operation 12 months after this Act receives royal assent. Members viewed this as a reasonable way forward to enable the Minister to progress the bill while setting a timescale in relation to the legal aid provision. It provides more than 12 months for the due diligence exercise to be completed. If the exercise indicates that there are no or minimal implications, the Minister can commence the legal aid provision. If the exercise indicates that the repercussive impact would be such as she fears, then members who supported the committee amendment have already placed on record during the committee meeting, and I'm sure will repeat during the debate today, that they would support her bringing forward either a provision in the Justice Bill or a very short stand-alone bill through accelerated passage repealing the legal aid provision. While all committee members were content to withdraw the original amendment, not all supported Amendment 13, and I'm sure they will outline the reasons for that today. I'll also expand on why I'm supporting the approach of the committee when I speak as an individual MLA. Following the committee's decision to bring forward Amendment 13, the Minister wrote to the committee indicating that she would resist the amendment. The Minister also repeated her undertaking that if appropriate due diligence, the legal aid provisions are not deemed to be repercussive, she would accede to the Assembly's wishes and commence Clause 27. She also stated that, by convention, the Minister's assurances in these matters are usually sufficient, and she was disappointed with the approach adopted by the committee. I would like to reassure the Minister that committee members have made it clear that this is not a matter of trust in her. No one knows what will happen over the coming months. Given no specific timescales could be provided to the committee with regard to the completion of the due diligence exercise, and with the end of the mandate coming in approximately 15 months' time, following which there may be a change of minister, the committee amendment provides reassurance that Clause 27 will be commenced within a reasonable timescale, but with commitments that if there are the significant repercussive impacts, support will be forthcoming to repeal Clause 27. So I would ask Assembly members to support the committee amendment which has been brought forward to balance and address the concerns of the Minister and the concerns of the sector, and to enable all the provisions in this bill to be enacted at the earliest opportunity. That concludes my commentary and my official role as Chairman of the committee. Mr Speaker, just to make some individual remarks in respect of this. And obviously I do welcome that we have got to the further consideration stage today. This issue was addressed briefly, Mr Speaker, whenever the bill was not moved. And I would just draw attention to members in this House that in respect of what originally was Amendment 15, which subsequently has been withdrawn, and now the committee Amendment 13, the Minister in her letter to the committee makes it clear that this does not address the fundamental point I was making at the committee session. So the fundamental premise upon which the Minister chose not to move further consideration stage a week ago, according to the Minister, has not changed, and yet further consideration stage was moved today. And I think that does, in one moment, just as I elaborate, I think that does beg the question why. The committee carried out its role with efficiency, with detailed scrutiny, with an expectation that this would receive royal assent before the end of this year. However, in not moving last week, that is now not possible. Final stage will not take place until January. and we have lost 5 to 6 weeks whenever the committee had carried its work expeditiously, wanting to complete this well in advance of Westminster, and yet we now have a 6-week delay, which, based upon the Minister, has been entirely unnecessary. I'll give way to the Minister.
Mr Speaker, I'm happy to clarify that the fundamental point that I was making was that to tie in legislation, my hands to commence a piece of legislation which was fundamentally flawed and could lead to repercussive costs had not been addressed. The reason I'm able to bring it this week and couldn't last week is that it is no longer coupled to the commencement of the offences, which means that the entire bill would not be destroyed. And I will correct the member on a further point that he made as he was elucidating on those points. A royal assent was never going to be received this side of Christmas. Final reading was intended for today, but royal assent would not have been forthcoming until January because of the delay between final reading and royal assent. There has been a 1-week delay in terms of this particular bill. That is regrettable, but I'm glad that we're here today in order to conclude the proceedings as quickly as possible.
Well, yes, I'll give way to the member from South Belfast shortly. And I don't want to repeat, because we are making progress. These are more points of accuracy and for completeness, so that the record will show whenever we have this in years to come, if people are wanting to look back, in order that there is a fulsome picture. And so these are more for points of accuracy. And I mentioned in my role as chairman the responsibilities that I have to carry out the will of the committee, even if I didn't agree with the committee. But it was made clear earlier in my commentary, a letter was received very late on Sunday evening. The Minister subsequently was accusing me of having been the cause of this delay, and indeed, in not moving it, said that I had asked the chair of the committee not to move Amendment 15, but he refused to give me that assurance this morning. That was last week. I don't recall at any stage the Minister phoning me, sending me any text messages whenever it came to seeking that assurance. I do recall walking into this chamber and the Minister and Mr Frew were engaged in a conversation, and I took my seat getting ready to make a point of order, and you asking me in respect of this, and I was wanting to deal with Assembly business, and yet you took that as a definitive response that I was not in a position to give you that response and that you would have to wait. And you took that as the basis for then not moving and used it as justification in terms of what you said in this House and indeed what then subsequently went out on Twitter. I would expect that whenever you're seeking formal communication from me as chairman, it would go beyond just me walking in on an exchange between you and this member, and that was the basis that you then proceeded to justify the action. I will.
I thank the member for giving way, and I'm happy to place on the record the exchange, because I think it is helpful to other members to understand why. As you know, the particular issue did not arise until the weekend, and therefore there was a very short amount of time for us to turn this around. I did write to the committee chair, and it was circulated to members of the committee. They could not meet for whatever reason on the Monday morning, and that is not my business, nor is it for me to direct the operations of the committee. However, when I asked the chairman in good faith in this chamber, face to face, which I think is an appropriate exchange between two professional individuals, I was told, "You'll see when you see." So on that basis, I was not in a position to proceed with the further consideration stage last week.
Could I say I think we're now getting bogged down in when I said what to whom and what circumstances, and I don't think it's adding any substance to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'll take your guidance on that. I think I've put on record how I felt it should have been done as opposed to the approach that was taken. Again, just more on a point of accuracy, at the time when it wasn't moved, the department then released press releases saying that these legal aid amendments were Justice Committee amendments. They weren't. They were amendments brought forward by Rachel Woods. Mr Frew had added his name to them, but they weren't Justice Committee amendments, which then became the Assembly, and again it was an inaccurate press release that went out in respect of that matter. On the substance of the legal aid and the costs associated with legal aid, the Minister is right to raise concerns about setting parameters and wanting to make sure that there isn't uncosted provisions in that respect, and no member would want to be signing up to that. I think it is worth putting on the record, though, that if the department is right, that clause 27 as currently sitting in the bill could cost £14 million, then there's a very real issue for the victims of domestic abuse. I don't accept that there has been an evidence basis brought forward to say that there is a gaping hole, that it is abusers that would benefit from this. And I know my colleague Mr Frew will elaborate on some of these points. But the basis of opposition has been predicated upon this helping abusers. Now, many of the people that I have spoken to indicate that the abusers often already have legal aid, but they don't. And to that effect, I want to put on record my thanks to the Women's Aid in my own constituency, in the Lisburn branch that I met with only a number of weeks ago after consideration stage, and the Atlas Centre, a women's organisation, where I heard first-hand from women who are facing this very real problem of domestic abuse and the challenges that they face. But there is a real problem that if it is £14 million, this is victims of domestic abuse that are having to pay for this out of their own pocket. And I think the public rightly are concerned about that. The Minister has indicated that her Amendment 3, if it is unamended by amendments, I think 4, 5 and 6, would reduce that exposure to £500,000. So it's a very significant change of 14 million to £500,000, and that's something I suppose members is going to have to bear in mind. But in all of this, I have approached it in terms of my party in recognition of this being a real issue. It has been led by other members, and the department has been responding to that. But this is a very real issue that we want to see addressed, and we want to have it commenced. We accept that Amendment 7 today, that would enable a much wider review to take place in respect of contact orders when it comes to legal aid, is something that we would want to see. Our problem with Amendment 7 in and of itself is a 2-year process which only commits the department with bringing forward with proposals. It does not have an outcome in that respect other than we will then bring forward with proposals, and that's 2 years later. And I regard clause 27, subject to these amendments today being voted upon, as a catalyst to ensure that this is dealt with by the department, because all of the organisations that I've spoken to have felt let down, that there has been promises made that then haven't been carried through, and we need to ensure that it is, and clause 27 will ensure, in my view, that Amendment 7 then actually gets enacted. And on the concerns around legal aid, this Minister will know, the Department will know, the Legal Services Agency has had its accounts qualified for years. I don't believe since it was formed it has not had its accounts qualified for fraud and error. And whenever I look at a report that the committee received very recently, the figures indicate that when it comes to error, there is on the lower confidence side of their estimates, their error accounts to £6.5 million. On the upper end, it's £10 million. So they strike a medium to say they believe that error within the Legal Services Agency accounts to around £8 million, around £2 million in underpayments and £6 million in overpayments. Now, I think we're in a place where victims of domestic abuse are asking for more support from legal aid. The department is resisting because of the 14 million figure and has an amendment to reduce that to £500,000. And yet, the Legal Services Agency, in its own figures and a report that we have, is handing out around 11% of its total budget through error. Now, I would love the Legal Services Agency to be able to put its house in order, to be efficient, and then we would have in the region of £6 million at least, without seeking additional funding of legal aid that could go towards funding these provisions that the Assembly is wanting to do. So I think the Department's case, when it comes to the protection of the public purse, would be much stronger if the Legal Services Agency was able to put its own house in order. And then, of course, it takes us to the issue around those who are already qualifying for legal aid. And often we will hear from the public that those that are being prosecuted for criminal offences don't seem to have a problem in being able to fund and get legal aid in respect of all of their legal defence teams that are there to represent them. And so I do think we need to have a much broader review of the legal aid budget. I know her predecessor, Mr Ford, and when I was chair of the committee at that stage, did take forward reform in terms of standardised fees, faced very significant resistance from the profession in doing it. I supported him in that process, and so there is a track record of seeking to reform legal aid. But I do believe we need to be very much listening to what the victims of domestic abuse are telling us, that they need to have support. And I do want to see a much wider reform of the legal aid in its entirety, not just around this issue of contact orders. And I would be supportive of the Minister in bringing forward proposals that would be a more holistic reform. But I do feel that we need to have Clause 27 subject to these amendments. And whatever, I suppose, let me give the assurance to the Minister, whatever the outworkings of Amendments 4, 5 and 6, I will be supporting Amendment 3. I do think it gives a structure and a framework, but we will be reserving our position on Amendments 4 and 6. We will be supporting Amendment 5 in the name of Sinead Bradley and Rachel Woods, and we are listening to what members are saying in respect of Amendments 4 and 6, and I know colleagues will elaborate on that from within my own party. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Linda Dillon.
Caoimhe Archibald, Can Corlia, and thank the Minister for open remarks. And I would concur with a lot of what the Chairperson has said, particularly around the organisations and the assistance that they have been to us and the individual victims. And at the end of the day, that's what this is about. And as I outlined at the committee meeting last week, we talk about stakeholders, and sometimes we get very much into this kind of language in this place where you're just talking about stakeholders and who you engage with, and it all becomes kind of very similar type language. But when we're talking about stakeholders, we're talking about victims. We're talking about many, many people who are suffering terrible abuse. And most of those people who are going to benefit from this don't know yet that this is for them, because they have not yet been a victim, or they do not yet know they are a victim. So I think that when we talk about the people we've engaged with, we haven't engaged with many, many of the people who this will have the biggest impact in their lives. So we need to remember that and be conscious of it. But I do have to say and place on the record thanks to Women's Aid, Cara, the Men's Advisory Project, Rainbow. There are many, many others, Children's Commissioner and others who have engaged with us and have been really, really helpful, because at the end of the day, we are here to legislate, but we have to take advice from those who know what they're talking about, and particularly from a human rights perspective, and that's what this is about. It's about human rights. So, in relation to Group 1, Amendment 1, Concordia, for me, was an extremely important, whilst probably the most easily agreed amendment amongst the committee and the department, and I do appreciate the work the department did in relation to this amendment in enhancing it. And again, I'd like to place on the record my thanks to the Department of Justice and the Department of Education for working so well together in relation to ensuring that that amendment could come forward and that we could actually deliver something that will make a real difference in young people's lives. And I've said it in the original debate, so I don't need to go over that again, but I do think it is important. I have been very focused on it over a number of years, and I think that I would like that placed on the record again, and would like to thank again the member Sinead Bradley for her addition to that in terms of preschool, and asking the department to have that addition placed into this amendment, and that has been, I think, again, only something to further enhance. I would like to say that within our schools and our teaching staff, we have a lot to be very grateful for, and I think there has been many, many changes over the last number of years in the recognition of what nurture is all about, and this is another addition to nurture. And even for those who are not young people who are exposed to domestic abuse, just having this in here, having schools aware of it, having teachers and teaching staff aware of the fact that none of us know what any young person is leaving at home whenever they come into our teaching facilities, I think that that's really important. It's really important for us to always be conscious around that and to be thinking about it. So Amendment 1 for me is extremely important, and I would like to say thank you again to both ministers for the work they did and for the speed at which they did it to make sure that the preschool children could also be included. In relation to the DAPOs and DAPNs, which is Amendment 2, again I seen this as something that was very important, because something again that all members were agreed at the beginning of this process was that the current assistance in terms of non-molestation orders are pathetic. They do not do anything for victims. We see repeatedly victims going for non-molestation orders at their own cost very often because they're low paid and they're just above the threshold for being able to get any assistance. Going to court, getting a non-molestation for 2 weeks and being brought back to court by the perpetrator again. I seen it in my own office, people, particularly women, but others also, coming to me who are in this circumstance, who are at their wits' end because they can't afford to go back to court again to get another non-molestation order. And these are incidents of really, really serious domestic abuse and domestic violence. And these perpetrators are being allowed access to their victims repeatedly because their victims are not in a position to protect themselves. So for me, this is important that we have this, that the PSNI can actually issue the notices so it's done immediately. We don't have to wait for a court process. But we need to ensure, and this will be referred to later in the debate, we need to ensure that the training is done right and that the PSNI understand what the tools that they have access to and how to use them effectively to make sure that they protect victims. So I do thank the Minister and the Department for meeting us halfway in terms of the DAPOs and DAPNs, because it was the circumstance that there was some resistance to this, and I think the Department were open to listening and understood why it was so important to us. And we did understand the challenges that the Department had in relation to this, but they have now went out to consultation, and I would be very hopeful not only that the sectors and the stakeholders will engage, but the individuals who I talk about, who come to our constituency offices day and daily, who need this help, who need to have these protective notices and protective orders put in place. Amendment 3 then is the Minister's amendment in relation to legal aid. And I don't intend to repeat everything that the Chair has already said around the legal aid issues, but this is something that the committee debated at great length and found it very difficult to agree around, not because we don't think that victims should have had more access to legal aid, because actually that's the one thing we were agreed on. Every member of the committee believes that victims need more and additional access to legal aid. What they have at the moment is not enough. And I spoke last weekend to Women's Aid, I spoke to a number of other organisations, and I spoke to legal professionals who do some pro bono work for victims. And the reason I spoke to legal professionals who done pro bono work is because I believed that the fact that they do it on that basis would mean that they would be a good source of information within that profession. And they did highlight that those who are respondents are being dragged back through the courts repeatedly and are being financially and psychologically abused. They also highlighted that there are issues around applicants as well, and we're well aware of that. So I understand why the member Rachel Woods wants applicants included, and so do I, but I think it's better done through Amendment 3, through the Department's amendment, because we will get a more fulsome picture, and we will limit that aspect where it can be abused by perpetrators. And that's where my biggest concern lies in this, not around the money, not around the finances, because the Chair is right. There is money that can be saved within legal services, and we need to look at how that can be done. And there needs to be an overall review in terms of legal aid. And we will see there where money can be saved. This is not about money. This is about protecting victims and about ensuring whatever we put in place will not create new victims. And what has already been outlined to us by the Department is that what will happen as a result of us widening it out to applicants is that who is a victim or who constitutes a victim will be narrowed. And in discussions with, as I say, both with Women's Aid and others, we know that if it's narrowed into something like those where there are conviction, there will be very, very few victims who will be able to avail of legal aid if that's where we come down to, because there are very, very few convictions in relation to domestic abuse and domestic violence. Now, hopefully, what we're about to put on into legislature will address some of that, but it won't address all of it, because we know that there are many issues. It's not just about what's there on legislation. It's about the victims themselves, and some of them not wanting to go through that process. So there are many issues that challenge us around this. And I think one of the other issues, and we need to, I do want it said in this House because I think it needs to be heard out there in the public, people need to recognise this is not something that goes on in people's private homes, that is their private business. It is a criminal act. It is the most heinous of criminal acts, because this is somebody who is supposed to love you, who is supposed to protect you, and they are abusing you in the place where you should feel most safe. So I think that we need to have that said as well, and we do need to have the legal aid issue addressed in a more fulsome way. I will be supporting the Amendment 5 in relation to removing the lower courts, because whilst I accept that this created some issues for the department and they've highlighted the issues that it creates, I don't think that there's a strong enough argument around it. And it was again raised with me that there are some cases that are ending up in the High Courts around child access cases, which are some of the most very serious cases where people are unable to access legal aid. Now, whether that is because that is not there for them, we haven't fully established, or whether it is just that they don't know how to access it, or what the challenges are that the Minister has outlined, I'm not really sure, and that's the reason that I will be supporting Amendment 5, which is in the name of Rachel Woods and Sinead Bradley. I think that we can't take the chance that we'll have cases moving from the lower courts to the higher courts without access to legal aid. So it's important for that to be addressed. Amendment 6 we will not be supporting, and that is based on what I've already said around opening it up to applicants and the concerns that we have around that creating new victims by the very fact that you will either allow perpetrators to be able to abuse this, or you will narrow in who a victim is so much that it will not be of any use to the people who need it most, and that is those many, many victims out there that are being dragged back through the courts repeatedly around access to their children. Absolutely.
I thank the member for giving way, but does the member not agree with me that the potential misuse of the waiver will only be an issue if the department does not produce the relevant guidance and processes to prevent it from happening, and that everything that the department need to do that is in subsection 3 of the Minister's own amendment?
I do agree that it is within the department's role to do that, but that is exactly where my fear lies, is that it will be who constitutes a victim will be narrowed so much that we will almost, if not actually, be at the point of where it's only a conviction, we will almost be there, and that's going to rule out so many people that I just don't think that is where we want to be. And I certainly know that it's not where the member wants to be, because obviously you brought this forward around the legal aid, which I do think is vital, and we know from listening to the organisations and from the victims how important this particular issue is around the access to legal aid. So I absolutely support you in your intent around this. I think that it is nothing only good and honest and proper intent around helping those who most need it. But I do fear that we'll end up helping less people by widening out the scope. That's not to say when the proposals come forward that we shouldn't then widen out the scope based on those proposals. And the member, Sinead Bradley, raised earlier on that faith in this House, and the faith of the organisations and of the victims for us to deliver for them is at an all-time low. Well, that's faith in all of us. Remember that. It's faith in all of us. Every single member of the committee, every single individual MLA, as well as ministers. So if we want to ensure that we deliver for them, then we all do it. We don't put that responsibility on any one individual, on any committee, or on any committee that only sits now, because there will potentially be different MLAs on different committees, different MLAs in this House the next mandate. But I would like to think that we have placed this on the record today to ensure that it will be honoured by any assembly and by any members who sit in this assembly, and that whatever proposals are brought forward to any future Justice Committee, that they will look at them and understand why they are so important to the sector. And I can certainly speak for myself when I say, regardless of whether I'm on the Justice Committee, regardless of whether I'm an MLA, I represent my party. I represent my party's views. So they are well aware that I have an expectation of my party to deliver in relation to this on any future Justice Committee. It is not for me as an individual, it is absolutely for whoever comes behind me as well to ensure this is delivered, because none of us know how long we'll be here. No minister knows how long they'll sit in their department. So we need to ensure that whenever we start something, we do it with the intent that those who come behind us will complete the job. And that way I think we really will truly regain some belief in this House and in us as individuals. Amendment 13, unfortunately, we are unable to support, and I had already given a commitment that we would not be supporting Amendment 15, the original Amendment 15 around linking the commencement. And it is for this reason, what I've just outlined, that we all have a responsibility to ensure that what is in this bill is delivered on. And I, again, will put my absolute guarantee on the record that as long as I'm in the Justice Committee and as long as my party has members on the Justice Committee, what is in this bill will be delivered on. Because it's only going to be as good as the rollout of it. It's only going to be as good as how well the committee scrutinise it. And we have put, and we'll speak to that in the next group of amendments, we have put a lot in the face of this bill around the reporting and the independent oversight, which I think is extremely important, and I'm glad it's there. But we, as a committee, are the oversight of anything within the department. And we know what we have in this bill, and we know why we have it there and why it's important. So we will have a responsibility in relation to this. I do think that it is helpful to us to have somebody doing the independent oversight. I do think that it is helpful to us to have the reporting processes on the face of the bill, because that will give us the information we need to ensure that we do the best with this bill. So it is my hope that members will support the amendments that we have asked to be supported. I am not obviously asking members to oppose the amendments that we oppose, because that's not my argument to have. I've just outlined the reasons that we will oppose them, but I'm certainly not asking others across this House to follow our lead. I'm just asking that you consider the points that I have made. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, can I say how not just happy but relieved I am to know that this bill has been moved today. I will go straight into the groupings and look at Amendment 1 on the new clause and also the information sharing with schools on 8. The amendment as presented serves as a comprehensive and well-drafted version which carries the intent contained in the Justice Committee's earlier motion. I believe the amendment serves as one of the many opportunities to place on record my thanks to the Department officials who diligently listened to the views of committee members and endeavoured to capture them in their amendments. It may also be an opportune time to thank the Bills Office, who assisted us in framing our thoughts on what we were trying to express on different amendments throughout the bill. And I am satisfied that the committee has played a very robust contribution and is evidenced on the face of the bill at this stage. In bringing forward this amendment, we recognise the ripple effect that domestic abuse can have on young lives. Children caught up in an incident of domestic abuse in whatever form need support and protection. Without knowledge of an incident, school leaders and teachers will not know the child may be in need of additional support or reassurance. The need to interpret any behaviours in the context of a potential cry for help needs to be flagged up at the earliest possible opportunity. Schools and teachers can and do offer a safe, steady and nurturing environment for our young people. It is in their interest to know when domestic abuse is an issue, and it is also our duty to ensure that those same professionals are resourced and adequately to deal with such reports. Amendment 1 could be the lifeline that many young lives depend upon if a domestic abuse incident is unbearable. I wish to thank the Department and the Minister for following up on my request to insert the preschools, and I very much welcome the amendment as a strong addition to the bill. Amendment 2, again, a thorough and detailed development of the original intent. I have no doubt when operational and protective measures for victims of abuse will provide significant reassurance to those unfortunate to become reliant on their outworkings. The breadth of regulations and provisions that can be derived from this clause in the bill are extensive. A period of 2 years for the operation of Clause 1 and 2 gives them an actionable timeframe, and the House should also note the regulations stemming from this clause cannot happen without the resolution of this Assembly. Amendment 3. I welcome the Justice Minister's proposals to Amendment 3, which seeks to honour the vote earlier taken on this House to make legal aid available to those victims and survivors of domestic abuse who have been further victimised by their abuser through the court system. And regardless of the debate that will pursue around this issue, it's important to note this is on the bill, and I would hope that in supporting Amendment 3, it will stay on the face of the bill and legal aid will become available to those victims. When the clause was placed on the bill, there was widespread agreement that more work would need to be done to refine the parameters of that entitlement, and I believe the Minister's amendment does go some way to doing that, but I would add with the addition of Amendment 5. During the many deliberations and engagement with stakeholders, the SDLP were left with a very clear understanding of the effect the vexatious claims within the family court system were having on victims. The relentless stories of abusers who were using the court system to retain a control or power over their victim was and is disturbing. A common and recurring theme is, in these instances, included an abuser who had entitlement to legal aid and a victim who did not. A victim who may be in employment and in receipt of working tax credits, perhaps also child tax credits and housing benefit, is likely to be refused legal aid support, as these benefits, which we all know are not a disposable income, are treated as such. Their income calculation perversely excludes them from legal aid, and their need to respond to court cases brought by their abuser has the power to financially break them. The working poor victims, they want to work. Their workplace can be of critical importance to them as they set out to rebuild their lives. Their jobs is the focus of their life beyond the abuse. It is the environment that builds their confidence and their contacts with normality. Their need and want to work offers much more than a financial income. It becomes a sanctuary for their mental health. Supporting these working poor victims at this juncture offers them the opportunity to stay in work and represents the strongest method of public money to help empower these individuals. I would, yes.
Would the member agree with me that this is exactly why this access to legal aid should not be about cost saving, because there will be a cost saved somewhere within the system? We know that there are people who leave their jobs to be able to access legal aid because they can no longer afford to stay at work.
I thank the member for the intervention, and I would agree, and I would go further. I think the social cost of not helping could be much greater, and I do think we should explore in more detail that reality. By not supporting them via the legal aid system, we may set victims on a downward spiral of becoming unemployed and more heavily reliant on the benefit system. It could strongly be argued by not supporting victims at this critical point in time, we are merely delaying the social cost, and which will present in different forms at a later time. Early intervention through the legal aid could offer a steady pathway to building a life beyond domestic abuse. The SDLP therefore welcomes the amendment and supports the Minister's amendment and supports it with that one further amendment required. Clause 27 sets out a clear principle in law that victims of domestic abuse who are being brought through the family courts by their abuser will be supported by legal aid. The clause as drafted, however, does not extend to the family care centre, where many cases are destined to end. Cases transferred by a judge or presented to the family care centre via a right of appeal could see many of those victims financially compromised at that point. The support they require falls at this point without the addition of Amendment 5. While I acknowledge and appreciate a more thorough financial assessment of income is completed on application for legal aid at the higher court, and that it is more likely that a victim will receive support, albeit with a contribution, in these circumstances, it is also true to note that the principle of support would be lacking in this part of the bill. For all those reasons outlined, I therefore ask members to consider supporting Amendment 5. I believe it is of critical importance that we consent in our offer to support them throughout the family court system. Amendments 4 and 7. The member moving these amendments will know my absolute support in wanting to move to this space and support those victims in this regard. However, given the timeline of this bill to date and the amount or lack of consideration and full thorough debate that we have been able to have on this, I am not satisfied today that we have drafted or pinned it down entirely well enough to commence at this stage. And it is with regret that we will not be supporting those amendments. However, we will work with Amendment 27A and the Minister going forward to try and encapsulate what has been attempted to be achieved here. Moving on to the committee amendment, which did start out as Amendment 15 and is presented today as Amendment 13. On the 7th of December, the member did not move the Domestic Abuse and Family Proceedings Bill based on concerns that had been raised by her with the Finance Minister on the Friday before. I won't go over all of this because the committee chair has quite accurately reflected the timeline. But I will quote one thing in the letter where it said, "We are concerned that the potential financial implications of the legal aid provision in the Domestic Abuse and Family Proceedings Bill could be significant and in particular could have repercussive effect." The clause the Minister referred to was to have this effect as clause 27 on the bill as printed and could continue to have this effect even if the Minister's own amendment is approved today. In light of this new information, whilst vague in nature, it was clear both ministers anticipated the possible difficulty that might be realised via clause 27, and if any of the proposed amendments on that day would have compounded by passing the Committee Amendment 15. Committee Amendment 15 would see clause 27, as was likely to be amended by the Minister on that day, commence alongside parts of the bill that create the offence of domestic abuse. While the potential risks the Minister referred to rest exclusively within 27 of the bill, the coupling and the commencement dates provided no space for the Minister to assess the likelihood or scale of the potential risk. Therefore, it was only proper that the Minister's joint communications, which presumably took a day or two to share, used the words "could be significant." I wish to place on record for the benefit of the Minister Long and Minister Murphy that their words of warning of potential chaos did not land lightly with me. I heard them, I valued them, and I am every bit as eager as they are to urgently understand the likelihood and scale of any potential effect that may come into play. As a representative of the constituency of South Down, I take seriously my role of respecting the view of this House, acting with caution and being responsible in any proposals or positions I adopt. Despite my disappointment and the disappointment expressed by many, I, on behalf of the SDLP, immediately on that day entered into solution mode. Having heard the distressing accounts of domestic abuse conveyed to us all during the deliberations of this bill, one thing was clear: stalemate was and is not an option. I appreciate that all those across the sector who facilitated emergency calls and meetings with me on that day and the days that followed. I thank the Minister herself, who agreed to my request for an emergency meeting, and the Chair of the Justice Committee, who agreed to call an emergency meeting of the Justice Committee. I thank the Bills Office, who assisted me in deliberations at that time, and the representatives from across the sector who shared views on the potential effects and on a way forward. In particular, I want to single out for thanks the family solicitor Sinead Larkin and Sonia McMullen from the Women's Aid Federation. During my discussions with stakeholders who had so generously given of their time throughout the development of this bill, it was made clear that it served nobody if the bill was not moved. I therefore genuinely welcome that the bill has been moved today, and I put it down in no small part to the work that played out at committee. It must be noted that the short but ambitious time frame for commencing the bill has played a significant role in creating little room for full investigation. This may be a flaw in the process, as opposed to calling it a flaw to have to revise any established bill. Ahead of any vote on Amendment 13, and any outcome that might arrive from that division, I welcome the Minister's assurance given following my intervention on the floor of this House today. Likewise, I have satisfied myself that there is, as the Minister stated, an unambiguous legal duty for the Minister to commence on this bill. I also repeat my assurance that on behalf of the SDLP that I place firmly on record that the SDLP would listen to any warnings and, if they became factual, would support in any revocation that may be required. It remains our preference that commencement of legal aid would be stipulated on the face of the bill. But the dilemma was this: could we stand by in good conscience and watch this bill not be moved at this stage today, or at any later stage, the final stage? Particularly, put that in the context where we all know the domestic abuse incidents are on the rise during COVID, and particularly during lockdown. Let it be clear, everybody in this House agrees domestic abuse is a criminal offence, and we need it to be on the statute books as such. The SDLP, like others, are committed to realising that the commencement on legal aid will be realised. We will, however, in a bid to ensure movement of this bill, not force the commencement on the issue in the form of Amendment 13 as it sits today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suppose every conversation and every debate, every clause and every amendment on each amendment on the domestic abuse bill have all been done for the right reasons. Not a single person has put something forward for the wrong reason. It's all been put forward for the right reasons, and today, in the further consideration phase, what we're really doing is refining and balancing what I think is a really good bill. And I think we've done a fantastic job in the time frame to create what we have created. I think in many respects, the Chair and the Deputy Chair of the Committee I've expressed my views on many of the amendments, and I'm never one for just standing to talk about an amendment for the sake of talking about an amendment when the point has already been put across. So in regards to Amendment 1 and Amendment 2, those points have been put across and the Ulster Unionist Party will support them. But I want to just mention one thing on Amendment 1, if I may, and it's something that I picked up on and it resonated with me, and it was during, I think it was during a debate in the committee, and it was Mr. Frew who explained Amendment 1 in a real term. And he explained it like this, and this really did resonate with me as to what we're trying to achieve. And Amendment 1 is information sharing with schools. And he talked about that child going to school having had no sleep, possibly late for school, having no lunch when they turned up at school, and being met by an angry teacher who then brought them in, not knowing that that child had possibly been involved in a domestic abuse incident that night. But the absolute opposite to that is by having Amendment 1 in this, is that child, already possibly traumatised by what may have happened, will be met by an understanding teacher who will take them by the hand and lead them in and support them. And it's those small vignettes that I got from the likes of Paul Frew and others from other members of the committee, which really did stay with me and show me that what we were trying to achieve in regards to this bill was absolutely the right thing. And at the end of this, we will produce a bill in January which will be fit for purpose and good for those people who are suffering this awful this awful crime of domestic abuse. Amendment 2 has been explained in some detail. Amendment 3 and 7 deal with legal aid, and we have spoken about legal aid and these amendments at length. Legal aid is complex, and I absolutely get the sentiment where people say, well, it's not about money, it's not about how much we spend. But the reality is, unfortunately, if we are really honest, it is in some cases. And I don't mean that by saying it because we're going to deny people legal aid, but there is a reality to it. And that is, we don't have funding to be able to go round. We end up salami slicing what we have, and some people will lose out. And nobody in this room wants to be in the position to say, you lose out, but you're going to get it. So we do have to be fiscally responsible with money. I've raised this long before. I know the chair of the committee has raised the issue about legal aid previously, and I know the Minister knows I have raised the issue about legal aid previously. We are close on 3 times the legal aid bill of Scotland by head of population. We are second only in the European Union to Norway in our legal aid bill. So we do have to be fiscally responsible, and legal aid is complex. So it's not just about savings, it's about understanding what and how we use the money that's available to us to make sure that we support the right people. I think Amendment 3 and 7 do exactly that. I think they define it, and I think they define it well. But of course there are 3 amendments to Amendment 3, and that's Amendment 4, 5 and 6. I think the arguments around Amendment 4 and 6 have been put out quite eloquently, and I guess I can maybe just add to it when I look at Amendment 4 and we talk about advice and assistance and representation, whereas in the original amendment it's just representation. I suppose in Amendment 4 that's not defined. It's a little bit too loose for me. And for me, representation actually covers that. I think if you go to a solicitor, normally the first meeting with a solicitor is free anyway, and he gives you that advice, and you should get that support. I'm happy with Amendment 3 without having to amend it with Amendment 4. So I won't be supporting, and my party will not be supporting Amendment 4. Amendment 5 we will be supporting. And again, that's been laid out quite well, and there's no point me just talking for the sake of talking. And Amendment 6, we are not going to be supporting, because there is an issue about the respondent, and we all, and we've said this before, we can all talk about people who we have spoken, and we can all talk about these vignettes and how they work, and I have done similar, and I have spoken to people, women who've been domestically abused, who are actually being taken to court time and time again, and they don't have legal aid, but the abuser does. And it's that fine line, it is that fine balance, and we cannot support Amendment 6 for that reason. I suppose if we go on to Amendment 13, and previously that was Amendment 15, and I will be absolutely honest, is I did support Amendment 15. Amendment 15 was to start legal aid when the bill came into force, and I did support that. But we did receive new information from the Minister, and that was that there may be a serious financial implication to this, including a repercussive effect. That was new information. Had we brought 15 to the floor a week ago with that new information, I would not have been able to support it. I would have voted against it. And the committee, having met, and how we met and when we met have been explained by numerous people, decided that we would remove 15, that there was a danger, that the Minister did need time to do her checks and her balances to make sure that we would not be given a legal aid bill in perpetuity, that we would have serious financial implications on our block grant and all of the other departments who would have to chip in to help fix that. So we now get to the stage where we have Amendment 13, which says that, having said we agree that the Minister says she needs time to do checks and balances, we've literally says, OK, but you've got 12 months. And I'm not in that space to say to the Minister, you've got 12 months. I'm in that space where the Minister tells me that they've got a problem with it. If I agree we've got a problem with it, then I need the Minister to be given the time and space to deal with that problem. And I do have trust. I have trust in our ministers. I have trust in the chair of our committee and the vice chair and its members and other people, that they will do exactly what they say they will do. And the Minister has said that, having done the checks, and if there's no adverse effect, she will make sure that Clause 27, Amendment 3 and 7 will be brought in. And I believe her. And therefore I support her in doing that. And the reality is, we don't know where we'll be in 12 months. I think that's what nobody knows, where we'll be. Nobody will know what will happen in 12 months. I think the Chair said that, and he's absolutely right. And I can go to the absolute extremes and say we could pass Amendment 13, and then in 6 months this Assembly could collapse, and 13 would be put in place, and we would be paying out what could be an excessive amount of money. I just don't know, and I don't feel the need to do it. So to me, it becomes something superfluous to what we're trying to achieve here. So, as I said in the Justice Committee, we will not be supporting Amendment 13. We will, however, be making sure, and I know the Minister would expect us all to do this, make sure that she's held to her word, and that is that she will bring in Clause 27, once she's done the checks and the balances, and she assures herself that there will be no repercussive effects that would affect our block grant. Mr. Speaker, I will finish briefly and just say that the work that has been done by this committee is exceptional. And at the very start, when I did say every single conversation that we had was to make this bill better, it really, really was. Some of the things that have been inserted into this, I've got to tell you, it just took me by surprise. I would never have thought of it. But that's because there's a real diligence within this. And right now, at the 11th hour, what we need to do is just unite and understand what we're trying to achieve in regards to this bill. And every single thing we're trying to achieve is to make a good bill that helps people of domestic violence, that horrific crime. And if we cannot divide, it is a good signal to send out to those victims that we are standing united to support them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I move into my main speech, I just wanted to address a point that the Chairman of the Justice Committee raised around losing a week because of the vital information that the Justice Minister and Finance Minister brought to the committee. We in the Health Committee this summer recognised how much work was ahead of us and what we had to deal with, so we hardly took any recess. We were closed for 2 weeks. Unlike the Justice Committee, who decided to take nearly the whole summer, if you hadn't have taken those extra 4 or 5 weeks, you would be about 3 or 4 weeks ahead of
Could I ask the member just to go back to the
yeah, but I thought that was an important point, because
I did suggest earlier, sorry, would you take a seat, please? I did make the point earlier on that we were digressing into a matter of who said what when, and I don't want to continue in that vein. It's a very important business in a very moderate way. It's been dealt with this evening, so I'd like you to return to the order paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So many of the issues have been dealt with in the actual bill, have already been rehearsed. They're extremely important, but I want to focus specifically on Amendments 1 to 8 and 13. I will be supporting 1 to 3 and 7 and 8. I'm opposed to the amendments to Amendment 3, that is Amendments 4 and 6, and I'm also opposed to Amendment 13 arising from those. Amendment 1 is an extremely important addition to the bill, particularly in the context of the time through which we are living. One of the most challenging aspects of the pandemic has been the necessary absence, either through school closure or self-isolation, of pupils from school, including preschool. This, of course, has an impact on development and education, but it also has a particular impact on the ability of social workers and the authorities in general to detect signs of abuse in the home, and the authorities in general to detect these at just the very moment where there is less ability to escape from that home. Amendment 1 recognises the importance of all education providers being made aware of incidents of abuse. Clearly, in the context of this bill, that means domestic abuse. A new clause before Clause 26 will enable or require a relevant person to inform a designated person at the education provider. That is not just a school, but a college or any other training facility or a preschool facility of an incident of abuse concerning a child in education or training with that provider. In our view, this renders unnecessary a subsection of Clause 28 as removed by Amendment 8. Amendment 1 as written is important as it makes sure the enabling powers are robust in terms of what can be achieved via regulations. This is particularly important in relation to offences and penalties. Amendment 2, I believe, provides a consensus across the Department and the Committee on the explicit protection of people from abusive behaviour, and I would take this opportunity to draw attention to subsection 2. Steps or measures which may be provided for in regulations under this section are not limited to notices or orders referred to in this section. For too long, the authorities' abilities to respond to domestic abuse have lacked clarification, but this clause as written has the potential very much to change that. The regulations which follow on from this will also be a vital piece of scrutiny work for this Assembly. Amendment 3 is a carefully worded clause which enables access to legal aid for those who appear to be victims of domestic abuse behaviour, and is designed specifically to ensure this goes to the victims and not to the perpetrators. It is important, in my view, to have the wording exactly as is in this amendment, and also then Amendment 7, precisely in order to ensure that this legal aid is actually available to the right people in the right way. I have to say it is my personal hope that we will be able to move early on in this debate to a much broader reform of legal aid, which has already been mentioned in this debate, which will manage this and many other aspects of access to justice more comprehensively and efficiently. However, I share the Committee's insistence that we have to make some progress on it in this bill. What I would again emphasise is that this progress must be in support of victims, and that is why Amendment 3 is written as it is. I'm afraid that Amendment 4 is unnecessary and would simply increase the cost to no benefit to the victims. A similar issue applies to Amendment 5, which is again simply unnecessary, as the discretion already applies in the higher courts where the waiver has been used in the lower courts. Again, this is why Amendment 3 is written as it is and replicates the protection available already to applicants for non-molestation orders and enables fair consideration of what support is necessary and justified. While Amendment 4 and 5 are, in my view, simply unnecessary, Amendment 6 concerns me most because it is blatantly counterproductive. The practical outworking would simply be to make it easier for perpetrators to access legal aid while masquerading as the victim. I would urge members to consider carefully if that is what they really... Yes?
Forgiving way, and I'll repeat my earlier intervention. Will the member not agree with me that the potential misuse of the waiver is only an issue if the Department do not produce the relevant guidance and processes to prevent it from happening?
The Minister and her officials have been clear that they will be taking forward what the committee have been saying and making sure that whenever they're producing the guidance that they will take full account of what the committee have been saying on these issues. Yes.
I thank the member for giving way, and she is of course correct that we have said we would bring this forward, but the concern that we have around Amendment 6 is that if we have to so delineate between victim and perpetrator, that it could, for example, be necessary to have gone to court against your abuser, to have made police reports against your abuser. We could actually end up excluding victims who have done neither but are absolutely entitled to the waiver, but up until that point have not taken any action against their abuser. And so the real risk is about, if we define victim very narrowly in terms of legal aid, we will actually be depriving victims of legal aid but allowing perpetrators to masquerade as victims.
Thank you. Members need to reflect that none of these amendments have been consulted upon, and our focus should be on support for victims bringing forward serious issues, not for perpetrators pushing spurious litigation. I have to say that Amendment 13 is highly irregular to put in place a specific time for the commencement of legal aid provisions when it is unclear how long preparations for them will take. It constitutes poor lawmaking and serves no useful purpose. We cannot apply these provisions until guidance has been developed by legal professionals, administrative and operational arrangements are in place, and the relevant changes to IT systems have been completed. Most of all, it has been clarified by ministers that attempting to pursue this could lead, in effect, to the Northern Ireland Executive and thus the Northern Ireland Ratepayer having to cover additionally, the cost of some legal aid in England and Wales. Again, none of this has been consulted upon. None of it has had the financial implications fully considered. None of it has even been checked to see if it is competent. We would not draft initial legislation without having done all these checks, so why would we allow it to have been amended without having done them? The Assembly must see this amendment for what it is and reject it as fundamentally poor process and potentially bad law. Mr Speaker, it is good that consensus has been reached on most of the points, and there is no question that Amendments 1 to 3 strengthen the bill, enabling and requiring information to be provided to all education providers where necessary and appropriate, recognising and acting on the need to protect people from domestic abuse in the first place and not just punish the perpetrators just after it has happened, and providing for access to justice for all. We do need to be careful, however, that we do not create bad law by not allowing guidance to be developed, administrative arrangements to be made and systems to be changed before new provisions, particularly around legal aid, come into operation. It is for these reasons that I commend to the House the amendments appearing in the Minister's name, but I urge members to consider rejecting Amendments 4 to 6 as their focus moves away from the interests of the victims and of good law. And while we have improved the bill by adding legal aid provisions to it, members must absolutely reject Amendment 13 as it has not been financially appraised and risks the same sort of lack of proper scrutiny which led to the whole RHI scandal. This does not bear repeating. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Paul Frew.
Speaker. Can I just say that I've enjoyed my time on the committee. I've enjoyed my time scrutinising this bill, and I do believe very much so that the members within and contained within that committee have made a massive positive difference to this bill. And in a positive way, as best I can, I wish that the Department would have been more forthcoming with their amendments so that the committee could have done its work in good time instead of the delays that the member opposite talks about just there now. I will commence then by thanking the Department and the Minister for moving this bill, this stage. Last week it was in doubt. Last week it was in doubt. I never thought that the Domestic Abuse and Family Proceedings Bill would have been put in jeopardy and delayed as it was because of amendments that the committee sought to put down in order to strengthen the bill. And that really worries me, Mr. Speaker, and I suppose as I've walked through this journey along with the committee members and this Assembly, I have seen good things, I've seen positive things, I've seen scary things, I see things that have puzzled me. I'll get to those later. But what I've also seen is a curtailment of the democratic process that horrifies me. Horrifies me. And I'll talk about that a wee bit later. But I will thank the Department then for moving this bill at this stage, and the Minister, of course, for bringing forward the amendments early between consideration stage and further consideration stage. That's what a committee would expect. And that's what a committee had sought during the summer months, but wasn't forthcoming. And I would ask the member to reflect on that and look back in the history of the good work this committee has given to this Assembly floor.
Would the member give way?
Yes, I will, yes.
I thank the member for giving way. I regret not giving way to the member for South Belfast, because I recall she did ask to give way on this. The member will know that at no stage did the Justice Committee take a, I'm not sure the exact term of phrase, but didn't do its work throughout the summer months. Quite the opposite, we did. Indeed, the Minister herself praised the committee for the excellent work that has been carried out. So I understand there's this narrative which the member has rightly picked up on, that this member from South Belfast, and I admire her desire to defend her minister, that's admirable, but let's not let facts get in the way of truth.
Look, we're going to end up opening this up again to what I would consider to be a bit of nonsense, to be quite honest with you, because we all know what we're dealing with here. There's been tremendous work done between the department and the committee. Everybody understands that sterling work has been done. The stakes here are quite high. The objective is to get measures in place which will help victims of domestic abuse out within our community. So let's go back to the task of doing that today without any further immoderate suggestions that who did what when. As I say, I don't want to be listening to that again the rest of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I agree completely with your sentiments. So I will move on. I would like to thank the committee clerk and the staff of the committee for their excellent work over the months, the duration of the time that we have took to scrutinise this bill. And I would also offer my thanks to the Bill Office for their sterling work and advice to this committee at this time. And all of us, as a team, Minister, Department, right down, have made this bill much better, a much better bill for victims going forward. And I commend the process, the democratic process, and everybody in that part that deals with that. Can I just go straight to the amendments of this bill as we see fit? And again, it's already been mentioned a lot here today, both Linda and Doug, around the information sharing with schools. This has always been a no-brainer. And this is something that the committee caught very, very quickly. And probably was disappointed that it wasn't on the face of the bill to start with. So we were determined to make sure that the committee voice be heard. And when we did put down our amendment, we tried to give as much latitude to the Minister and Department as possible. And so I commend the Department and the Minister then for bringing forward a very fulfilling, a very robust and a very thorough amendment with regards to information sharing with schools. And of course, as I've already said, I welcome the fact that they came early. Because when they came early, the Department then could ask the committee what they thought of the amendment. And then when we brought it back to the Department were gracious enough to amend their amendment before they inserted it. So we have been able to include not only schools, but also the colleges and other and nursery provision at the younger age, so that it gives a more wholesome and complete package with regards to the care that needs to be provided to young people who fall victim to this heinous crime. They don't necessarily have to be the direct victim, but if a child experiences or feels the aftermath without even realising it, this has a tremendous impact on children, and it will affect their lives for the rest of their lives. And that's something you cannot get over. You cannot get over this, not even if you see it directly, but even if it impacts you indirectly. you cannot get over this. So this is a very important piece, and as Doug has said, rightly said, we need the child to be surrounded by caring, loving people. And there's nobody I think better in that role than the teacher. And so it's vital that this amendment be passed today and be included in the bill. Moving on then to Amendment 2. Again, I repeat what I've said about the Department and the Minister. Bringing amendments to the committee quickly, and then us being able to assist the Department, because that's what we're there also to do, Mr. Speaker, as you rightly know. We're there to assist the Department also. So again, we were very keen to ensure that we give ultimate flexibility to the Minister and the Department going forward. And that's why we wanted it not to be strictly about the orders, but it could be something else other than orders. Because we do realise as a committee and as a House that there may well be problems down the line with regards to orders. How effective they can be and how impactful they are, how hard are they to get. And there may well be different tools out there now and in the future that will lead to better protections for victims and their families. So again, this is a given. This is something that we need to see and should see in the bill. And then we have the report. Amendment 8 is only leaving out what we inserted, and that's fine because of the new amendment and new clause 1, or new amendment 1, which means is the new clause, Mr. Speaker. So then we come to what is probably the crux of the matter here today, and that's Clause 27 and the amendments contained within this stage. And can I say that this is the amendment that led to the delay from last week, which concerns me greatly. And it's simply because the Minister sent the committee chair a letter on the Sunday, and then followed it up with another letter on the Monday, seeking that the committee, that the chairperson not move. Well, the chairperson would not have the power to make that decision without a committee backing, a committee say so. So it's very important that we as a committee would have had the collective sense to meet. So it was hard for me to take last week that the Minister did not move this bill. She has her own reasons for that, and I respect her right not to move. But what we know is that the Department of Finance raised the issue seemingly on the Thursday, but the committee chair only received correspondence on the Sunday. Now that, for every member, might seem a quick enough turnaround, but what the Minister then was asking the chair to do within 24 hours or less isn't reasonable. So, we have to be fair with regards to time. We have to be fair to allow a collective body like a committee time to meet, time to assess, and time to come to a collective decision, or not. And that's what we were able to do last week. And we did, after meeting with the Minister, we did remove Amendment 15 as it was at that time. But we felt the need to put down the new Amendment 13, which caused the commencement of Clause 27 within a year, to allow the Minister time to do due diligence around this aspect. And can I say, because I've listened to the Minister speak in her opening address today around Clause 27, and the Minister asks us to take her on trust. When did we ever make it in this House about trust? It's not about trust. It's about scrutiny. It's about democratic accountability. It has never been about trust, because trust is a personal issue. It's a personal issue within an MLA. It's a personal issue between an MLA and a Minister. This House has never been about trust. It's about scrutiny, and it's about accountability and a democratic process which we, every single one of us, MLA and Minister, should defend. And the Minister has said in her opening remarks around Clause 27, I'll pick up some of the things. She says that there's nothing to prevent abusers using this clause. And the first thing that struck me was there's nothing to prevent abusers getting legal aid. And we see it day in, day out. We are... Yes, I will.
Mr Speaker, the key point here, and indeed his colleague, the Chairman, raised this issue as to why Amendment 6 is problematic. It is that at the minute there is a barrier to abusers getting legal aid. There is a financial barrier. It may not be the correct barrier, but it is a barrier to people being able to get legal aid. The waiver would, in effect, remove any barrier to an abuser getting legal aid, provided they claimed to be a victim. And so one of two things will happen. Either more abusers will be able to get legal aid in order to do the very thing with which Mr Frew takes issue, which is exert coercive control over their partner, or alternatively, we will have to so tightly specify what a victim is, that it could exclude those who haven't previously taken legal action against an abusive partner. Neither of those are the desired outcome that any of us in this chamber are intending, and that is the difference.
Mr Speaker, that is the reason why the Minister put down the Amendment 3, which we welcomed and which we asked the Minister to do at this previous stage. There was, when the proposer of the amendment for the new clause 27, which now stands part of the bill, the member, and she can speak for herself if she wishes an intervention, but she welcomed the Minister's engagement at that time to try and make the bill better and safer. And I would support that engagement. But what we have here in this amendment, before I move on to the actual wording of the amendment, one thing I would say is this. The Minister states that she remains to be convinced that the waiver is the best way to support victims. Well, I can tell you now, Minister, it's not. It's not the best way to support victims, but it is an essential tool going forward that will assist victims. Because here's the rub of this whole issue. And can I say, why is Clause 27 so important, Mr Speaker? When I was on my feet late on that night, and I think I walked out of this building at 2:15, I sensed then, I realised then, by the amount of engagement, by the amount of messages, by the amount of phone calls, even at that late hour, that we had completed something quite special. I had more correspondence on that one issue, Clause 27, than I had about the whole bill. Now, I'm not saying I'm not rubbishing the bill, of course I'm not. There's a lot of good work in this bill. But this is the one issue that the bill did not tackle. This is the one issue that the bill did not tackle, that the people out there are crying out for assistance. Because this is one of the most harmful tools in the abuser's hands. And it struck me last week when we were talking to Sonia McMillan from the Women's Aid, when she graciously came to see us at short notice, when she said that sometimes the only relief that a victim gets is when their child turns of a certain age. Now, is that not a horrendous prospect? That you're trying to raise a family and you realise that you're going to be pulled through the courts year in, year out, until your child reaches adulthood. You now have a position where victims who have suffered a horrendous experience are now experiencing horrendous experiences in court of all places, and who then get to the point where they wish their child's life away till they get to adulthood so that they can get respite. That's how damaging this aspect of domestic violence is. And that's why we are determined to ensure that there are safeguards in place for victims in this regard. And it's not about access to justice. We're not trying to prevent people gaining access to justice. We're just trying to level the playing field to allow victims that same right and to ensure that their resources, that their savings that they've worked hard for to raise their family isn't dwindled down throughout a duration of 10 years or more. Yes, I will.
thank the member for taking the intervention. Maybe we can ask the Minister to speak with officials, because there is a bigger piece of work even than legal aid to be done here in relation to the family courts. And I accept that as a department and as a committee we have a heavy legislative workload and probably realistically very little room to do anything else. But I do think that there needs to be preparatory work done now for the next mandate to see what can we do to actually address these issues in reality and totality, rather than just trying to address it in a piecemeal manner through legal aid and other means. We need to address it fully.
I think the member for that. You have to remember the department's position on clause 27. The minister opposed clause 27. The department opposed clause 27. And what the department brought to the committee after consideration stage was what is now Amendment 7, which is a report on access to justice and allowing the level playing field. So what the department were trying to do then, after this House had made its determination at consideration stage, was to reduce that clause from one of action to one of reporting. A 2-year report, no less. Now that basically means, Mr. Speaker, a delay which would have affected victims. And when you look then, whenever the committee said no, and members of the committee said no, we're not happy with that, Minister, for the reasons I've outlined, then very good in the department. They went away and they looked at it again. And they come back then with another amendment. But it was clear, Mr. Speaker, and let me be fair, that what we have at Amendment 3, the eligibility of victims for civil legal aid, which replaces clause 27 as it is in the face of the bill, it restricts clause 27 so much, so far, that it seems to reduce the risk and everything else that the Minister is concerned about. Because she seems to be quite happy to move Amendment 3, not so happy to move the commencement order, Amendment 13. Before I go on to that, it was clear that the Amendment 3 stifles, I believe, what is clause 27, the will of this House, because of the restrictive nature and the safeguards that are placed in it. Now, I know that this is the democracy, so it will be on the floor of this Assembly that these things are decided. That's the reason why I think the Minister should have moved her bill last week. But it will be this House that will decide what amendments see fit to be in the face of the bill and what's not. But can I say that I have grave concerns with Amendment 3. But I'm happy to support, because of the concerns the Minister has relayed, and because that it's a step forward. Now, the clause 27 was vague for that reason, so that the Minister and the Department could amend. But there are Amendments 4, 5 and 6, which then go to expanding that clause or that amendment further again. And the Minister's own words at the committee, she said, if I can find them, she said that clause 27 as it sits now would cost 14 million. Now, when I look at 14 million as a cost, I don't see that as a burden. I see that as the amount of money that's going out of the pockets of victims of domestic violence at this present time. Yes, I will, yeah.
I thank the member for giving way. Of course, that is not actually accurate, because the 14 million estimate is based on the fact that, first of all, people who currently do not receive legal aid would be in receipt of legal aid. Not all of those people would be victims. And secondly, more cases will be taken because of the availability of legal aid, rather than people choosing instead to enter into mediation. So the reason that the 14 million is not going out of the pockets of victims as things stand, but is actually additional cost burden that would be created by Amendment 27 when it is unamended. It is not money out of the pockets of victims. It relates specifically to additional costs that would be created by having the waiver there, both for victims and potentially perpetrators, and also the increased volume of legal aid cases taken.
I thank the member for her, or the Minister for her intervention, because that's a very interesting point. So what we need to know now as a House is what is the actual cost at the present time to victims. And the Minister cannot tell us that. But what she can tell us is that the top line is 14 million, as Clause 27 sits as it stands, and if her amendment is successful, that bill is reduced to £500,000. Now, it's still a lot. Yes, I will, yeah.
Mr Speaker, the member is incorrect. I can give him not the cost to individual victims, because of course in some cases where legal aid is not granted, cases are taken pro bono, but I can certainly give him the differential in terms of how these costs were anticipated. In the year to the 30th of June 2020, LSA issued 3,036 certificates for individuals to be represented in Article 8 proceedings. According to Court Service data, there were at least 7,876 parties to Article 8 applications in the same period, so at least 4,840 participants in such proceedings who would not be in receipt of legal aid. The average cost of funding Article 8 proceedings for the LSA is around £1,009 at the Family Proceedings Court and £6,900 odd in the higher courts, and roughly 20% to take place in the higher courts. So the costs are well defined. What we cannot do, Mr Speaker, is predict accurately what may be the cost in future, due to the fact that this is a demand-led service.
I thank the Minister for her intervention, and I will have to look back at Hansard because my mental arithmetic is not great, Mr Speaker, but I thank her for that detail. And I think that's the first time that members of this House have received that detail. And we've been looking at this bill for how long? And we've been looking at this amendment, Clause 27, for how long? I rest my case in that regard. But here, Mr Speaker, is a golden opportunity. When we were able to put this clause on the face of this bill, the impact that had on victims' groups was mighty. And they would tell you, if you were to speak to them, that they have been searching for a vehicle in order to assist their victims on this regard for years. I think it was 20 years since they had the last chance in legislation. And that's why it's so important that we have a commencement order within. And victims' groups would tell you they've waited so long that they're willing to wait a wee bit longer, a little bit longer, if it means that we could get good, secure law, and that the Minister can satisfy herself and the Department through due diligence that what is being expressed with regards to concern about repercussion isn't realised. And I think this amendment number 13, the committee amendment with regards to commencement within 1 year of royal assent, affords the Minister and the Department that opportunity to a whole year to get down to due diligence. Now, there's many times when departments have to use due diligence, and I don't think any of it's taken a year. Yes, I would give way if the Minister wishes.
Mr Speaker, the point has been made already. The issue is not with the amount of time to do the due diligence. The issue is about the outcome of the due diligence. And were we to do the due diligence and find out that this had repercussive costs, it would be in primary legislation that we had to commence these parts of the bill anyway. And that is the problem. So we could walk out of here having placed something on the face of the bill that could be problematic, and we would only have trust, and I know the member doesn't want to rely on trust, but we would have to trust the good grace of the committee to be able to find the time and be able to work through an accelerated passage bill in order to then rescind that in the next year. And given the pressure of legislation, which you will be aware of, Mr Speaker, in the next year, I think that is taking quite a risk. It is not good practice in terms of legislation to include things within it that you know may need rescinded. That is poor practice, and if we're going to do anything as this Assembly, we need to raise the bar in terms of the quality of the legislation that we bring, as well as the amount.
I thank the Minister for her intervention yet again, but it betrays an aspect of her stance throughout this whole bill. And that is that this House and the members within it can bring forward amendments to any bill as they see fit, and this House will attest to that. And if this House decides to pass an amendment or a clause, then so be it, and that ministers should obey this House. Obey this House. Because ultimately this is the place that decisions are taken around legislation. It's not the executive, and it's not a minister. And so...
On point of order, is it in order for a member to intimate that at any time in these proceedings I have suggested that I would defy the will of this House? Because I do not recall doing so at any stage of these proceedings. To the contrary, I have said I would be bound by the proceedings of this House, even though that may be highly problematic.
Okay, that's my recollection of the nature of the discourse. Can you stick to the order paper?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I will. But on the commencement order, which is Amendment 13, and it was Amendment 15 last week, the Minister came to this House seeking preconditions before she would move her very own bill. Now, if that's not stifling democratic accountability and debate, I do not know what is. So we move on, and the Minister...
Speaker, I asked for a ruling from the Chair on this matter during last week's proceedings. And the ruling was that it was entirely in order for me not to move that portion of the bill. And I gave my reasons to this House as to why that was the case. It was not to stifle debate or discussion. It was to protect against an unforeseen consequence.
It is very unfortunate that this debate is descending and has descended part of the afternoon into a place where it does not need to go to. It's unworthy of the subject of this bill that people are becoming personalised and throwing insults at people. And I have to say, I don't want to hear any more of it. Let's stick to the order paper. There are amendments at the floor for discussion and debate. And yes, people should be robust, make their arguments as necessary and as they see fit, but make them respectfully and don't be interpreting for other members what they're thinking or what they're suggesting. So I'm saying again today, and I want to make a strict ruling on this, I want members to stick to the amendments. Otherwise, we're going to have another midnight and no one out there is going to be served in the public who deserves to get a better service from MLAs. So I ask you, Mr Frew, to stick to the group of amendments that you're addressing. Thank you.
Mr Speaker, I will adopt that ruling graciously 100%. On Amendment number 3, the Minister's amendment, when she sought to come to the committee last week on it, she says that she would give the information. The information was not contained in any of the 2 letters that she provided the committee. So when we had good chance then to ask the Minister at the committee, I had asked her for all correspondence between the 2 departments, the Department of Justice and the Department of Finance. Now, that was last Tuesday. We are yet to see any of that information. Now, this House is a house of scrutiny. It is not a minister or any member can say something and they can say this clause is bad, but really we need evidence, we need proof. And we have yet, as a committee or individual members, yet to see the correspondence between the Department of Finance. There was questions posed or questions asked of the Department of Finance, and we have not yet seen or saw or read those questions with regards to the repercussiveness. And this is very important, because the Minister says that if Clause 27 stands part of the bill as it is now, that this could cost £400 million to our block grant. Now, I must get this on record, Mr Speaker, because this is a very serious issue. This will blow a hole wide into the budget of the Northern Ireland Assembly, if this is in fact correct. So it's vitally important. It would have been vitally important for the House, the members of this House, to see those questions posed by the Department of Finance, but yet they're not forthcoming. And again, the Minister did say, and we're grateful for the Minister for outlining that she is seeking legal counsel and she hopes to have that before Christmas. That's good, timely advice, and it's of course privileged to herself and herself. And that will help with the due diligence with regards to Clause 27. And I wish the Minister and the Department well in scrutinising that due diligence and getting through that in a timely fashion, a very quick fashion, for the victims of domestic violence. because it is important. This aspect is so important. It's one of the most grievous tools in the hands of a perpetrator, that you can actually use a weapon, the weapon of court, to hurt and inflict pain on a victim of domestic violence. So, the cost, the Minister has been very gracious and given us detailed costings today. I will look forward to reading them back on Hansard, and that's very, very important. One other aspect I would like to raise, Mr. Speaker, and the Minister raised this at the committee last week, where she did say that she thought that even with this bill, which is her own bill, that with her getting the support of the Executive to move this bill, the Minister maintains that the Executive Party should support the bill. I agree with that. But that the Minister thought that members should be whipped to support amendments or to vote against amendments, as she's seen fit, if she was resistant of that. Now, can I say that I see that as a grievous impact on the democratic process? Because I'm here to make a bill better, and that's why I put my name to some clauses. And you know something? Yes, I will give way, of course.
I mean, it really would be helpful if the member is going to persist, despite being asked not to do so, to quote and more accurately misquote what I say. I said that it is in executive guidance on the handling of bills that a minister must write to executive colleagues seeking their support to amend a bill, to resist an amendment to a bill, or other such changes that are of a substantive nature to the bill. And it is for parties in the executive to ensure that there is, and I quote, sufficient support on the floor of the chamber for those decisions of the executive to be carried. I did at no time mention that parties should be whipped in any shape or form.
Just before Mr. Frew, you continue, I'm actually very tempted to suspend the hearing or the session for as long as I think is appropriate if this continues. So I'm going to say to you that every member in this House is entitled to have their say on the matter under debate. That's within scope, of course, of the topic. So I want you to return to the scope of the debate without adding any additional narrative around that which reflects on any other member, including the Minister. So therefore, that's the ruling, and I don't want to have any more cross arguments among two members. We are sitting here for 2 hours, and 6 members have spoken thus far, and I think that's not doing service to the matter that we're discussing in hand, and I don't want to have to really repeat that again. So, Mr. Frew, please continue on your contribution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, with regards to the groupings and the amendments, as I've outlined, it's very important that this House supports the commencement of Clause 27 in whatever shape it falls, whatever shape it comes down, because this House ultimately makes the decision. This House makes the decision as to what Clause 27 looks like, and it is very important, Mr. Speaker, that there's a commencement order placed on this, because this is one of the biggest issues that's facing victims out there, and they have been let down in the past so many times. And as my colleague Linda Dillon said earlier, it is incumbent on every single MLA, every single member of this House, to pass good, robust legislation that will make a difference to people's lives, no less, the victims of domestic violence and their families. And I plead with the members here today that Amendment 13 is critically important in providing that assurance, that confidence, and the ability of victims to protect themselves in the court of law. A very scary place for most people, a very scary place indeed. This is at least affording them a level playing field against their perpetrators to ensure that they will have the same protection. And if they have to battle in court from their child being aged 4 to aged 18, so be it, because at least they will have been afforded that protection with regards to the level playing field, and their resources, they are much hard-earned money, their savings, will not be dwindled down to zero, to nil, and at least they will be able to provide a good life for themselves and their family and their children. It is vitally important that we carry on our task to make this bill even better and to make sure, and we all have an influence. I would support the right for any MLA in this House to bring forward amendments that we could then scrutinise and we could then debate. And we all, as individual MLAs, have good ideas. We're all on the ground. We all see what happens. We all see what happens to our constituents. We all see what happens to victims. We should be able to input into that decision-making process. We should be able to engage in debate, robust as it may be, in order to make this bill better. And I commend the Amendment then 13 to this House. I support Amendment 1, the Minister's Amendment. I support Amendment 2, which replaces Clause 26 as it stands part of the bill. And I will support Clause 27 in whatever guise it takes, because I believe that's a win. And it's a win not for members or political parties or ministers of this House, but it's a win for the victims out there who have been grievously trying to change this for so long, and here they're within a whiff of success. And let's give them that success. Let's give them something. Let's give them the assurance that they yearn for, those people who have suffered grievously over the years. I have met them. A lot of the members here have met them. This is what this is all about. This group of amendments is all about Clause 27, most of it anyway. And I plead with this House, please support Clause 27. Please support the commencement order. And let's get it done. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Emma Rogan.
Not to rehearse all that's already been said this evening, I'm going to speak to support Amendment 1. It was probably one of the most simplest of amendments that we looked at, and we welcome the Minister's amendment on Operation Encompass. Our party has been raising the importance of Operation Encompass from the very beginning of this bill's legislative process. My colleague Linda Dillon, I think, raised the issue at every single committee meeting that we had. Linda insisted that it was very, very simple, but it was an effective tool that the PSNI could use when dealing with a domestic abuse incident where a child has been involved. Operation Encompass is an information sharing mechanism which allows the police to communicate with designated persons in a school to inform them of any incidences of domestic abuse which involves a pupil at that school. Domestic abuse has been identified as an adverse childhood experience and can lead to emotional, physical and psychological harm. Operation Encompass, or the information sharing with schools, aims to mitigate this harm by enabling immediate support and helping it make a child's day better with something very, very simple like asking them, "Are you okay this morning?" Key to this is providing a secure and sympathetic environment to children. The Chief Constable himself raised Operation Encompass when he gave an oral evidence to the committee in February, where he advised he wanted to see it brought to fruition here. A pilot within my own constituency of South Down on the Operation Encompass is due to take place shortly. This has the potential to drastically improve the lives of many children across all schools. The Assembly approved the committee's amendment in the consideration stage, but following discussions with the department's officials, it became apparent that further work was needed, and it was done, and that the amendment could be strengthened. And I believe Amendment 1 today that this is what it does. The officials presented an overview of the amendment to the Justice Committee, and following discussions, the committee recommended expanding Amendment 1 to include preschools within its remit. It is to the department's credit that they moved swiftly and efficiently and have ensured the preschools are now included within the Amendment 1 that is in front of us today, and I support Amendment 1.
Thank you, and I call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for being here today. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak also in support of an important piece of legislation. I would like to focus my remarks in particular to Amendment 1, of which my party colleagues and I are fully supportive, as it regards information sharing with schools. The impact which domestic abuse and violence in the home has on children and young people cannot be underestimated. As Bernardo's and the NSPCC have stated in their very helpful briefing ahead of this stage of the debate today, children are the hidden victims of domestic abuse. Experiencing domestic abuse in the home is considered an adverse childhood experience. Even if a child does not necessarily witness the abuse itself, growing up in a home where domestic abuse is happening impacts a child's development and mental health in both the short and long term. The raised voices, the unspoken hostility and tension. Many children exposed will develop signs of psychological distress and can be affected in all arenas of development: emotional, social and cognitive. Being aware of the symptoms and the developmental impact is a crucial stage to raise here in the Assembly today, as I feel Amendment 1 takes a very key and positive step in protecting children by liaising with their teachers to give the full picture of what is really going on at home. I welcome the Amendment 1 brought forward today, and I would like to thank Sinead Bradley, my colleague and our Justice spokesperson, for raising the issue of including preschools, and the committee for including them in today's consideration. While this legislation and its implementation would be welcomed at any time, in a way it seems even more pressing than ever that we act now, given what we have heard in the recent months with the rise in domestic abuse, as people have had to spend far more time in their homes as a result of the COVID-19 restrictions. In its report, Not Just Collateral Damage, Bernardo states that the long-term impacts of domestic abuse include the potential of youth offending, risk of harmful sexual behaviour, future cycles of abuse and, of course, a severe impact on mental health. As a passionate advocate for better mental health care and, more importantly, early intervention, in meeting after meeting which I have with mental health groups and charities, it's evident that what we see all too often is that nothing can compensate or substitute for a secure and loving childhood, free from abuse and fear. Mr. Speaker, as a society and as elected representatives, we have a responsibility to do all that we can to protect the vulnerable in our society. Children and young people growing up in homes which experience domestic abuse are, of course, amongst the most vulnerable of all. I hope that this legislation here today will go at least some way to allow us to do more to protect children and families who suffer from domestic abuse in their homes every day.
Thank you, and I call Jemma Dolan.
I rise to speak in the first instance in support of Amendment 2, which relates to Clause 26 and places a responsibility on the Justice Minister to make provisions for domestic abuse protection orders and notices within 24 months of commencement, aimed at protecting and supporting victims of domestic abuse. Clearly, the whole bill is about protecting and supporting the victim in one way or another, and domestic abuse protection orders and notices are one way of doing that. I must commend the Department for the facilitation of the Committee's concerns when it comes to Clause 26. The Minister intends to bring forward detailed primary legislation to provide for domestic abuse protection orders and notices, and therefore rejected the Committee amendment at consideration stage, but thankfully the Department has brought forward a substantial amendment which we will be supporting. One particular element of the amendment that I am supportive of is that the regulations must include provision to the effect that steps and measures are for protecting persons who are at least 16 years of age and are to apply in relation to perpetrators or alleged perpetrators of abusive behaviour who are at least 18 years of age. This was raised with the NSPCC, who were keen to ensure that under-18s are not drawn into the criminal justice system for breach of an order, and wish to see a more child-centred approach being taken where the perpetrator is a child, that is, under the age of 18. Where a young person is experiencing abuse and the child is engaged in harmful behaviours, the response should be child-centred, seek to prevent further harm and promote rehabilitation in order to challenge and change this harmful behaviour. It is of vital importance, however, that we do not wait until a young person reaches this point before interventions are needed. As I and others have made the point in this chamber already, the operation of this bill needs to be accompanied by education for our children and young people on healthy and positive relationships. The provision in relation to complying with the extent of the order that could capture behaviour carried out elsewhere, but which must have a base back in the north, has also been expanded upon. Further revisions have been made to strengthen the provisions and make it explicit that requirements, including restrictions or prohibitions for notices and orders, apply to children of or living with those for whom protection notices and orders are made. I am also speaking in favour of Amendment 7, which relates to a new Clause 27A. This puts an obligation on the Department of Justice to lay a report before the Assembly no more than 24 months after the bill comes into play, setting out proposals for reducing financial costs to be incurred by a victim of domestic abuse, or preventing, so far as reasonably possible, proceedings from being initiated unduly against a victim by a perpetrator by virtue of having access to funded services. Domestic abuse does not discriminate in terms of income, background or perceived social standing. However, this amendment will be beneficial to the low-paid, low-income victims. There are many victims who, at present, may not qualify for legal aid because they are just above the current threshold, but who cannot afford legal representation themselves, the working poor. Those who are earning just above the breadline but still face many financial struggles. It's important that we put in place adequate support for these people, and I would like to see this issue addressed as part of the Clause 27A review. Access to justice is incredibly important for everybody who needs to obtain it. As I said at consideration stage, the success of legislation depends on its effective implementation, and therefore I call on the Department to make it a priority to action their obligations outlined in these amendments. Caoimhe.
Thank you, and I call Gordon Dunne.
Mr. Speaker, and I too welcome the opportunity to speak today on the further consideration stage of this domestic abuse bill. There has been a considerable amount of work done to allow us to get to this advanced stage, and I very much welcome the significant steps forward that have been made on such an important piece of work. We share the regret as expressed by the victims' support groups that we did not reach this stage last week in the House. It is important, though, that we get this legislation right, and I am glad today that this allows us to advance this important piece of legislation with a way forward. We all, I believe, share the same aim of strengthening our domestic abuse legislation to better reflect how widespread this appalling abuse can be right across Northern Ireland, better supporting victims of domestic abuse and getting more offenders brought to justice. I believe that is a desire, and that was certainly reflected during the consideration stage in November from right across this House. We must remain committed and focused on ensuring the legislation fully covers all the potential forms of this abuse and that it can be dealt with effectively and efficiently. And I believe this bill rightly recognises that domestic abuse today can be so much more than physical abuse. Excuse me. The bill also introduces important and very timely measures to support children who are so often innocently caught up in domestic abuse situations. Children can sometimes be the forgotten victims of domestic abuse and can be used and abused so tragically in unfortunate situations, sometimes which is sadly becoming an ever and growing problem in society. Even since the consideration stage of this bill, we heard that shocking figures released from the PSNI to the BBC on the 26th of November 20 that 6 women in Northern Ireland have been murdered since 2015, despite previously reporting their violent partners to the police. This is a very alarming development, and the statistic, along with the revelation that domestic abuse now accounts for 19.1% of all crime recorded by the PSNI, is further recognition, if it was ever required, of the need to strengthen our domestic abuse laws. It also very much reinforces the need for action, which was so clearly and passionately presented through our committee evidence sessions, with many stakeholders, including victims and victim groups, victim support groups, who are so often at the coalface in tackling this most cruel and horrific form of abuse. I believe Amendment 1, which will widen out the information sharing with schools, including preschool settings, is a positive step forward, and one which should help to protect children who may have so inadvertently become victims of domestic abuse. Education providers now can be much more than just a formal school arrangement, and I believe the widened approach within Amendment 1 allows a level of flexibility to include a non-school body which provides education or training of any kind, including within preschool and college settings. Excuse me. Education settings can play a valuable role in supporting children and young people through what can be very difficult days. However, this information sharing would have to be carried out in a very sensitive and professional way to ensure that the child is not made to feel more vulnerable, and this should help schools better understand individual circumstances and needs of a family who may be experiencing some form of domestic abuse. Excuse me. The introduction of protection measures to protect the person from abusive behaviour, as outlined in Amendment 2, will be another positive step forward, and I believe that this is a required desire from the PSNI to get progress on these delivered. I think that the desire for progress was also reflected during the consideration stage with various stakeholders, and many felt there was a need to strengthen protective measures for abuse victims beyond non-molestation orders, which many believe do not go far enough to protect vulnerable victims. I also welcome the public consultation which was launched earlier this month by the Minister to enhance legal protections for domestic abuse victims and ensure short-term protection from all forms of domestic abuse. There has been a considerable amount of debate around the costs and potential legal costs around legal aid. I do welcome the commitment contained within Amendment 7 of a report around the availability and affordability of legal aid. Unfortunately, many victims of domestic abuse are unable to access legal aid. This can sometimes be as a result of complex financial arrangements with their partner or former partner, which can often deny the victim the much-needed support through the very difficult legal proceedings. This can sometimes result in the perpetrator getting better support than the victim, which is wrong and needs to be addressed. I welcome the long-awaited progress to date on such an important issue, and I really do trust that we will continue to see further progress through the House as we seek to further support victims of domestic abuse, so many of whom sadly continue to suffer in silence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And thank you. And before I call Nicola Brogan, I just want to make the point that as this is Nicola Brogan's first opportunity to speak as a private member, I would remind the House that it is a convention that a maiden speech is made without interruption. But I would advise that if you choose to express views that might provoke an interruption, however we will determine that, you are likely to forfeit this protection. So I call on Nicola Brogan, and can I say you're very welcome to the Chamber. Thank you.
Ms Owner and more do a Lord Slevin Shaw and you. It is an honour for me to speak here today as a representative of West Tyrone. I would like to first of all take this opportunity to pay tribute to my predecessor, Ms Catherine Kelly. Catherine worked tirelessly for the people of West Tyrone. As an MLA, she stood up for the rights of children and young people throughout the North, and she campaigned for an overall fairer society. As an activist in West Tyrone, Catherine worked incredibly hard for the local community. Throughout her time as MLA, she was at the fore, helping the most vulnerable in our society. So I would like to thank her for all of her hard work and wish her the very best in the future. As one of 3 Sinn Féin MLAs in West Tyrone, I am grateful to have the support and guidance of both Declan McAleer and Alicia McHugh, alongside our MP Orla Begley. I look forward to working closely with them, our Sinn Féin Council team and all elected representatives in our constituency and indeed throughout Ireland. I am a proud Tyrone woman, and I am proud to represent the brilliant and diverse community of West Tyrone. I will do all that I can to ensure that their voice is heard in this Assembly. My focus in the time ahead will be working for the completion of the Stewart Educational Campus in Omagh. It is an executive flagship project which will help regenerate Omagh Town and will bring huge educational benefits for our young people. I welcome the fact that Arvalee School and Resource Centre is already on site as part of the first phase, and I look forward to having Omagh High School, Omagh CBS, the Academy, Sacred Heart College and the school that I attended, Loretto Grammar, on site soon. I also want to focus my efforts on ensuring that rural schools in West Tyrone are kept high on the agenda and are properly supported. I will pay particular attention to those children within our education system with special educational needs. This is a matter that is close to my heart, and I think we can do more to support these children, their parents, teachers, classroom assistants and coordinators to ensure that no child is left behind and that they are all given equal learning opportunities. As an MLA for West Tyrone, I will represent all of the citizens in this area, and I will champion the issues which will improve the lives of my constituents. I will work alongside all elected representatives to ensure the delivery of the A5 upgrade and the rollout of adequate broadband provision. Of course, however, the enormous cloud of Brexit hangs over all politics on this island and these islands. Already in my own constituency, there is a palpable sense of apprehension. Brexit was imposed on us against our democratically expressed wishes. Brexit will challenge everyone in this Assembly in the time ahead. The narrow, inward-facing agenda of the right-wing English Brexiteers offers nothing to our people. As an Irish Republican, I am committed to a very different society, an inclusive, modern and outward-looking Ireland that puts our workers and their families first and is built on equality and respect for every one of our citizens, a society that celebrates and is enriched by its growing diversity. Society is changing and politics is changing. I want to be part of that agenda for change for the people of Tyrone and for the people of Ireland. As the MLA for West Tyrone and as a Sinn Féin activist, I will play a full and enthusiastic part in building a new, inclusive, tolerant and united Ireland. Turning now to the very important issue of the Domestic Abuse Bill, as a Sinn Féin spokesperson for children and young people, I urge members to support Amendment number 1. Domestic abuse incidents have a devastating effect on the lives of our young people. I believe this amendment demonstrates the importance of raising awareness of domestic abuse within schools and the educational settings. None of us truly know what goes on behind closed doors. We cannot take for granted that all children have living and caring homes. This amendment should act as a guide for staff within the school setting to be mindful of that. Domestic abuse is recognised as an adverse childhood experience, and we know that ACEs can have a hugely detrimental impact on a child, both during childhood and later in life. The impact of domestic abuse often follows children and young people into their school setting, where of course they spend so much time. This is why Amendment 1 is of such vital importance. It is intended to provide a smooth process to allow for the rapid exchange of information to a designated school staff member, which will help teachers and other school staff to provide a more compassionate and caring environment for those children who most need it. It will allow them to make positive interventions to help improve a child's welfare and to help mitigate the wider effects of abuse on these children. It is of concern to me that this amendment is only relevant to people in school up to the age of 18. Many of our young people with special educational needs stay in school until the age of 19. I hope that the PSNI will work closely with schools to fully support our young people with special educational needs. It is important to start a conversation with our young people to teach them what a healthy relationship looks like, to break the pattern of domestic abuse when witnessed in the home. The education setting should work closely with groups such as Women's Aid, Men's Advisory Project, NICI and the NSPCC. In conclusion, Caoimhe, I ask members to support this amendment.
Thank you, Cormac. And I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too am glad that we're here today at further consideration stage. And from the outset, I want to give a bit of a pre-warning. This will not be a short speech. I would firstly like to acknowledge and commend the Department for their proposed changes to the committee amendment made at consideration stage in dealing with the issue of Operation Encompass, encapsulated in Amendments 1 and 8. At consideration stage, I, alongside other members, had mentioned that we do need to look at the inclusion of other educational settings where children and young people attend, such as preschools and nurseries, and I'm glad that after raising this at committee with the Department that this Minister is bringing forward the relevant provisions today. To proceed with the legislative gap in Operation Encompass between children who attend primary school, which is within the big school or campus, and those who attend nursery or preschool away from it, would have been a mistake. Not all preschools are attached to primary or post-primary school, as all of us will know, and there shouldn't be an arbitrary distinction of where a call could be made by the PSNI for the sake of children's well-being after an incident. Early years, as we know, is a crucial developmental time for children, and I welcome the necessary detail included in 1. With regard to Amendment 2, I did raise this at committee, and I'm still a wee bit uneasy regarding the approach taken around age limits. I recognise the view and position of the NSPCC and the Children's Commissioner in relation to injunctions against perpetrators or alleged perpetrators under 18 years of age, and I wholeheartedly agree that we should not be criminalising young people. But could the amendment leave victims who have suffered abuse perpetrated by someone of that age with no recourse to a protective order that would prevent contact from a perpetrator that is 18 years old or older? It begs the question. Is there an intention to provide these victims with a different kind of protection? And if so, what does this look like? I'm speaking here with reference to subsection 5b, 1 and 2. It is my understanding that this wording means that a 16-year-old victim would not be able to access a protective order against their 17-year-old abuser. So, this means that a victim of abuse can get protection against a perpetrator that is 18 years old but not 17 years old, or perhaps the protection is available to them will be different. So I simply ask the question for future consideration, why should this be the case? Does this distinction exist in the case of, say, non-molestation orders or any other form of injunction currently available? And if not, is there a particular reason why? Let me reiterate, I fully understand the views of Nikki, and I agree that the criminal justice system should not be the first port of call for children and young people. I fully support looking at more effective, holistic approaches, but we cannot leave victims without protection. Those are two very different things. A protective injunction against an alleged perpetrator of domestic abuse is not simply a case of criminalising a young person, and the measures and mechanisms that could be developed can be done so in a way that prevents criminalisation entirely, but to leave the gap in protection is a concern. As the Department ably demonstrated in their rationale for lowering the age of parental responsibility exclusion, a person aged 16 or 17 can be prosecuted for domestic abuse. They can join the armed forces, they can get married with parental consent, and I would also point that they can work full-time, leave their family home if they wish. Why a person aged 16 or 17 who can do all of these things, it must be stressed, be prosecuted for domestic abuse via this bill as it stands, cannot be subject to a protective injunction to prevent them from abusing their victim is baffling. So I would like to ask the Minister to outline, consequently, how those victims will be protected, especially in the case of a young couple. So I'd appreciate the Minister outlining what protections would still exist in her summing up on this group, and what the Department will do going forward to develop effective, holistic approaches for addressing abusive behaviour amongst our children and young people, and whether they will commit to working with children's organisations to ensure that the best possible system is in place. Moving on, with regard to victims' and survivors' access to legal aid, I would like to first speak to Amendment 7, then move on to Amendment 3, and the amendments listed in my name and Sinead Bradley's, and I am glad that she too saw the merit in not excluding the lower courts. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to place on record the origins of Amendment 7 and the new proposed 27A. Following the consideration stage of the bill and the addition of now Clause 27 that was opposed solely by the Minister and her party, the Department's initial response was to ignore the will of the House and attempt to change the entire purpose of Clause 27 from giving victims access to legal aid to simply producing a report on victims' access to legal aid. As myself and other members of the committee made clear to officials, this was not what the Assembly voted for at the consideration stage of the bill, and the Department's proposal appeared to fly in the face of the Assembly's rules on admissibility at further consideration stage. I and other members of the committee welcomed the suggestion of a report to investigate and bring forward possible solutions to the issue of victims and survivors of abuse being dragged through the courts and having their finances drained by their former perpetrator. However, a report would be of little use, bring little comfort to those that would encounter such horrible circumstances between now and when any such proposals are fully implemented. So I was relieved when the Department eventually departed from their initial position in relation to Clause 27, which I always stated was not a fully comprehensive solution, but something that could make a real difference until such time as more detailed measures came into place. That is the origin of Amendment 7, the proposed new Clause 27A, and it was initially drafted by the Department to prevent 27 from coming into force, to prevent victims and survivors from getting access to the legal aid waiver, and to kick the can down the road. Let that be known to the House. I fully welcome the provision in this bill to conduct a review into the availability of legal aid for victims of abuse, but not as an alternative to Clause 27. It is not an either-or situation, nor should it be. A report about the issue in a few years' time would never have sufficed compared to a limited measure that actually deals with the issue. There is also another very important point to make about Amendment 7 and the new proposed Clause 27A, which is already apparent from the debate and came to light at the session of the Justice Committee held on the 1st of December. That is the convenient role that Amendment 7 plays for the Minister and her department in their attempts to gloss over the deficiencies of Amendment 3. Amendment 7 and new Clause 27A is the crutch that officials have leant on, and it is one that has been relied on today in attempts to mask the problems with Amendment 3. The argument put forward is that if victims are missing out, that it will be captured in the report, and the department will bring forward proposals to fix that. But, Mr. Speaker, Amendment 7 does not and cannot in any way justify the shortcomings of Amendment 3. It is not a credible position to claim that you know something is not going to work for victims, but you'll keep an eye on it for a year after it comes into effect, then suggest some solutions. And I do not need to remind the House that we have gone through an election by then and entered a new mandate. So I would urge the House, first and foremost, to reject the idea that Amendment 3, as drafted, is palatable or acceptable, in spite of its shortcomings because of Amendment 7. That is not a credible position, and in fact, I believe it is an insult to the very people who will not be able to access the waiver if Amendment 3, as drafted, is made. Yes, I support new Clause 27A. Yes, this is exactly the kind of provision we need to critically assess the operation of Clause 27 and how victims can be protected further anyway. Yes, this work needs to commence as a matter of urgency. Ideally, we shouldn't have to legislate for this. It should already be being done. I will.
As the member is well aware, I also agree that we don't have to legislate for this because, of course, the point that I made in the consideration stage was that we should do this by regulation. And it is all well and good for members to say what should already be being done, but when we know that it is not happening, the role that I have as Minister over the last number of months is to ensure that it happens in future, because I cannot rewrite history. So this could have been done by regulation. It would have been a simpler, faster process, and it would have allowed a more agile response when we saw the uptake of any changes that were made. But the House has made its choice that we want to legislate for this in primary legislation. I accept that. So what we are now trying to do is ensure that there is sufficient flexibility in order that we are able to respond to new gaps which may be there. It is not correct to say that we expect that number 3 will not, Amendment 3 is deficient. But we know that these things in test and trial and error in the courts will often find that there are gaps or loopholes, and it is those for which we wish to be able to report and bring forward subsequent corrections.
Minister for intervention, and I do appreciate that in responding to gaps, and we must plug them, so that's why I am supporting 27A. None of this is an excuse for the problematic approach evident in Amendment 3. So before I go on to discuss Amendment 3 in detail and address then my own amendments, I would like to remind members that Clause 27 is about helping victims and survivors of abuse in family proceedings, and it is confined to the orders listed in Article 8 of the Children Northern Ireland Order, namely child contact orders, occupation orders, prohibited steps orders and specific issue orders only. This must be reiterated as for some reason it keeps causing some confusion. I also feel it is also important to state again that Clause 27 is about victims and survivors. It is about helping them financially. It is about helping those working people, single parents with children who are pushed into poverty because of legal fees. This is what Clause 27 is about, and it should not be forgotten in this debate. Victims and survivors should be front and centre when members come to decide how they will vote on these amendments. And whilst I appreciate that the Minister and others are concerned with costs and risks, as am I, there is a balance to be struck between these issues and how we best support victims. So I do not agree with the approach that has been taken in Amendment 3. The proposed new Clause 27 is all about limiting costs and risk to the detriment of the very people that the bill seeks to help. I will.
If her amendments don't pass, there is in reality a piece of legislation which says you can't get justice if you can afford it.
I thank the member for his intervention, and I do think that this is, again, something that we need to look at. And Sinead Bradley had spoken at it at length at committee about the unfairness that the system is, that there's those who can afford justice and those who can't, and then these are the people that we're trying to encapsulate with this amendment in terms of legal aid on child contact, those who are just over the line but can't get access to legal aid. I will.
The member accepted the characterisation by Mr Carroll of justice being the case that you can access it only when you afford it. Stands at odds with actually what other members have said in relation to the issue of how high our legal aid bill is when compared to other jurisdictions. And for that reason,
Sorry, Minister, I think that you're straying into a debate which is unnecessary. The member made a comment, and whatever about the veracity of it or the substance of it, for that matter, it doesn't require an answer from yourself at this moment in time. So, Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. So firstly, as Amendment 3 as it stands, it will create an arbitrary distinction between victims simply because they are either taking a case or defending one. The Minister's amendment will mean that only victims that are the respondent to proceedings will be granted access to legal aid through the waiver of the financial eligibility limit. Those who have to appeal decisions or initiate proceedings in order to protect themselves and their children will not have access to this waiver. In my view, that is unfair and unnecessary. When I asked officials on the 1st of December to confirm whether, under the Minister's proposed amendment, the waiver would only assist victims who are being taken to court by the perpetrator, and it would not help victims that need to take a case against their former abuser, even on appeal, they confirmed that this indeed was the case. The Department and the Minister may think that it is acceptable to make a distinction in terms of access to legal aid through the waiver between a victim that is defending a case and a victim that has to initiate proceedings in order to protect themselves and their children. I do not. All victims and survivors of domestic abuse should be able to access the financial eligibility waiver for the purposes listed above. That was the purpose of Clause 27, and there should be no such distinction between victims simply because they are taking or defending a case. Amendment 3, as drafted, means that some of the very people that Clause 27 would help no longer benefit. I am speaking here of the single mum who requires an occupation order to prevent her abusive partner from returning to the home, or the victim or survivor who needs to appeal a child contact decision to prevent further abuse by the perpetrator. All these people would miss out under the Minister's Amendment 3 and new Clause 27 as drafted, and that's simply not good enough. As a consequence of, or linked to, the condition that the victim must only be a respondent to proceedings, the Minister's Amendment also includes a stipulation that legal aid will only be granted for representation, and it will not be granted to a victim for advice and assistance from a solicitor. According to officials, this would not be required if the client were only a respondent to the proceedings, but it was unclear if advice and assistance actually covered legal costs for attempted mediation between parties or even pre-proceedings. I will.
I can clarify that point, Mr Speaker. Advice and assistance does not extend to mediation. It doesn't extend, and the clause to which the member refers would not extend to mediation. Furthermore, all of the advice and assistance that a person would require that would be covered by the waiver is included with advice and assistance. So this essentially double counts advice and assistance, both as part of the waiver and then as a separate clause.
I thank the Minister for her intervention. I'm still unclear about the duplication, so we're just putting it on the face of the bill as it was in Clause 27. But the absence of the provision for advice and assistance is yet another attempt to restrict the scope of 27 and reduce costs, with the effect that the victims and survivors of abuse will see less and less benefit from the waiver, or indeed its actual uptake, which has already been affected by the changes previously made to legal aid. And I do not agree with this approach. The other major problem with I will give way.
I thank the member for giving way. It is correct to say that it is a cost-saving measure. It is not correct to say that it would have any impact on victims because, as I have already stated now, I think 3 times during the debate, the issue of advice and assistance is already covered in the waiver, and therefore victims would receive nothing in addition to what they would receive under the waiver, but solicitors may be paid a second time for providing the same basic advice and assistance.
I thank the Minister for her intervention. I'm unsure about the solicitors being paid for a second time, surely that's something that would have to come from the Legal Services Agency and would need to be looked at through their own processes to make sure that that didn't happen. The other major problem with Amendment 3 is the issue of limiting the waiver to the lower courts. And this will mean that the most vulnerable victims and those who have suffered through multiple cases of long, drawn-out proceedings, the very people that Clause 27 speaks to and tries to help, will lose out. This was again confirmed by departmental officials on the 1st of December, when I asked them whether the waiver would no longer apply to any case in the higher courts. Even when a case is started in the lower courts and the victim could be granted legal aid through the waiver, this would effectively be taken away from them if their case was referred upwards. According to officials, and I quote, "When the case is referred from the Family Proceedings Centre to the Family Care Centre or to the High Court, the waiver would no longer apply." That is according to the Minister's amendment. Mr. Speaker, cases that are referred to the Family Care Centre or to the High Court are the very cases that involve the most vulnerable victims and survivors of abuse. Cases are often referred to because a victim would be struggling with their mental health, for example, or because what the courts term an implacable hostility between partners or the two parties involved. Officials confirmed this, that with regard to such complex cases moved to the higher courts that involve serious allegations of offences or where a party to the proceedings may be suffering from serious mental health issues, the waiver would not apply. This leaves most vulnerable without access to the waiver, again, the very people that Clause 27 seeks to help, and is totally wrong in my view. We cannot leave these people behind. They are victims and survivors of abuse with most complex needs, and they should have access to the financial support that is available through the waiver. When I pressed the Department on this point, their response was, and again I quote, "We would need to look at what other protections might apply in respect of the rep hire and the ongoing proceedings. But the principle would be that the person is not less favourably treated when the proceedings transfer to the higher courts than they are under the existing scheme." Mr. Speaker, needing to look at what other protections might apply is not good enough for members here at further consideration stage of the bill, nor is it going to help victims when this bill and these provisions come into effect. Without anything in the Minister's amendment to state what other protections will apply, the only conclusion that we can reach at this stage is that victims will be less favourably treated when the proceedings transfer to the higher courts. Yet another reason why Amendment 3, as drafted, falls short. So to address my amendments, in short, they solve the problems that I have outlined with Amendment 3 and the Minister's proposed new Clause 27. They are victim-focused, victim-centred, a way of looking at this issue, and also balances the concerns around costs and other risks. They are all also interlinked, and I hope members read them as such. Amendment 4 is linked to Amendment 6 and returns the scope of the waiver to cover the costs of legal advice and assistance for the victim, not only in attempted pre-proceedings, but if Amendment 6 were made, it would mean that the victims and survivors can access the necessary financial support to get the help that they need from legal professionals prior to initiating proceedings. As any solicitor will tell you, advice and assistance are key in complex law cases, particularly those that involve Article 8 orders. And members, people just don't go and take child orders without serious consideration. It's a really big deal and needs a lot of advice and assistance to get them there. Victims and survivors of abuse should have recourse to financial support for this and should not be excluded from this waiver. Amendment 5 removes the restriction of the waiver to the lower courts, thereby granting victims access to legal aid in the higher courts. For all the reasons that I have just outlined, this is essential to ensure that the most vulnerable people do not miss out. And I would like to say again that the Family Care Centre is treated as a higher court. I do not accept the argument that widening the scope to the higher courts is not needed because a different financial eligibility test applies. There will still be victims and survivors that will miss out. Nor do I accept the assertion that the Director's current discretionary powers, which again I highlighted earlier on, and had asked the Department for examples of their use, to be told that they have never been used, and might provide a solution. Therefore, we do not need to widen the scope to the higher courts. I will.
Clarify, Mr. Speaker, the advice that was given was actually that they had never been used in these circumstances. So that is an important distinction. And the purpose of the advice and guidance in terms of what we would bring back to committee in terms of providing guidance to the LSA is in order to allow those to be used in these circumstances.
Thank the Minister for intervention, and I do apologise. These are the circumstances in which we are discussing, and they have been clarified that they have not been used in these circumstances, but I do apologise. For the record, I'll put that on. In fact, this discretionary power and Clause 27 are not mutually exclusive. So the House can approve Amendment 5, and the Department can still work with Legal Services Agency to develop a better system to support victims using the discretionary powers, if that's required. Without Amendment 5, we have no baseline from which to work. No safeguard, no guarantee that people won't be disadvantaged when their cases move to the higher courts. Amendment 6 effectively removes the condition that the victim has to be a respondent in the proceedings, and as I've explained, this restriction is inherently flawed from the perspective of those victims that need to seek orders in order to protect themselves and their children. It is illogical and unfair to suggest that, for example, the same victim of survivor would be granted access to legal aid only if a case was taken by their former abuser and not if they needed to appeal a decision that allowed that same perpetrator an opportunity to further the abuse. I do not accept the argument that this condition effectively deals with the issue of fraud or perpetrators posing as victims in order to get access to legal aid through the waiver and initiate proceedings. If someone is determined to misuse the waiver, they will misuse it. Limiting its scope to clients that are only respondents in proceedings will not prevent that. If a perpetrator was determined to misuse the system, they could also do it by claiming to be a victim when defending a case, in line with the Minister's amendment. The Minister's proposed solution to stop perpetrators claiming to be victims does not solve anything in that regard. I will.
The member for her generosity in giving way. The point that we are trying to stop with this is people initiating cases in order to maintain unwanted contact with a former partner. So an abusive partner repeatedly going to court to initiate legal action against a partner who no longer wants that contact. So the issue of someone pretending to be a victim to gain a waiver to defend an action doesn't actually fulfil that criteria and doesn't actually have any relevance to this discussion. The purpose of limiting it to those who are respondents ensures that it is only those who are brought to court unwillingly, repeatedly by a former partner, would have access to the waiver, and that we wouldn't essentially be opening the gate to fund abusers who then might use legal aid to bring more cases against their estranged partners.
Thank the Minister for intervention, but I do think that people are going to be taking those cases anyway as a form of abuse. That happens now and it will continue to happen in the future. What this is to level the playing field when it comes to financial eligibility for legal aid. So the Minister's proposed solution to stop perpetrators claiming to be victims does not solve anything in that regard. It just limits the opportunities for it to occur, and in doing so limits victims' ability to access legal aid when they need it. The way to deal with the risk of perpetrators abusing the legal aid waiver is not to limit the scope according to which court the case is heard in, or whether the client is a respondent or has initiated proceedings. These risks can effectively be managed through careful consideration of how a client's eligibility is assessed, what is applicable information, and that is for the Department to provide, as outlined in the Minister's amendment. I will.
Thank the member for giving way, and you have been very generous with your time. One of the concerns I raised is this is exactly where it goes to the heart of, that if we limit who a victim is so tightly, and we know that's what's going to happen, you know, that with the best will in the world, we know that's what's going to happen, who a victim is going to be limited to either where there's a conviction or where you're almost in that circumstance. We're actually creating a bigger barrier for victims. And I did speak with the organisations who represent these people, and I asked them, how can we because this is not perfect. I accept it's not perfect, which is why 27A is so important. So how can we help the largest number of victims? How can we give the most help to victims out there? And is it by limiting who a victim is, or by limiting to respondents? Because that's where the initial intention around this issue was within the committee. And they did say, do not limit who is a victim, because that is where you would potentially limit the amount of people that can access this.
Thank the member for her intervention. And Mr Speaker, I did tell you that this would be a long speech, but in terms of addressing Ms Dillon's point, the Minister's amendment creates a small group of potential victims, and we see that through the financial details that have come forward, and it is up to the department to ensure that their own guidance and checks are in place. And I agree with the argument put forward by officials that these detailed eligibility proposals do not belong in primaries legislation. They should be developed in close consultation with those in the sector and victims and survivors themselves. That is the best way to prevent the misuse of the waiver. So if the department spent time consulting the PSNI, PPS, Public Prosecution Unit, social workers, solicitors, education authorities, health professionals, support organisations and victims and survivors, they would be able to develop the necessary guidance and processes that the Legal Services Agency need to ensure the swift, sensitive approval of valid applications and the effective prevention of the abuse of the waiver. That is already provided for in Amendment 3 and new Clause 27, which states under subsection 3, guidance under Section 3 of the Legal Aid and Coroners Courts Act Northern Ireland 2014 must describe the basis, particularly as regards applicable information about the commission or alleged commission of an offence involving domestic abuse, on which the Director may be satisfied, as mentioned in Regulation 10(1)A of the Civil Legal Services Financial Regulations Northern Ireland 2015. So whilst this provision could be strengthened to ensure that it does not result in a rigid tick-box exercise as it stands, the Department will have the freedom and licence to develop something that works well for victims and limits misuse of the waiver. Mr Speaker, from my perspective, the House has a simple choice to make. They can vote for Amendment 3 as drafted, knowing full well that it falls short in helping victims, or they can pass Amendments 4, 5 and 6 and allow victims the access to legal aid that they need, with no artificial or unfair distinction between them. Passing these amendments will not prevent the Department from developing the necessary guidance and processes that Legal Services Agency need to prevent abuse of the waiver, and I am deeply disappointed by the level of fear-mongering and derisory responses to my attempts to get more support for victims into this bill and deal with the issues that arise from the waiver. All of what the Minister claims may happen with regard to perpetrators claiming to be victims in order to access legal aid and bring cases against their former victim, increasing the number of cases, costs and so on, will only happen if the Department do not put anything in place to prevent it. And everything that they need to prevent it is in subsection 3 of Amendment 3. So I'd ask members to support the amendments in my name, 4 and 6, and also the Amendments 5 that have been tabled by myself and Sinead Bradley. This will ensure that the legal aid waiver can be accessed by those that desperately need it. Mr Speaker, turning now to the Committee's Amendment 13 on the commencement of legal aid. This is also my first opportunity to place on record how disappointing that it is that we're having this debate today, when it could have happened last week. Now, the bill will not get to final stage and then receive royal assent until the new year, and it's frustrating for everyone that has a stake in this legislation, those that have worked very hard to get to this point, and the victims and survivors that need it. I understand the serious concerns around repercussiveness that emerged at the 11th hour, and I, of course, do not in any way endorse the risk that Northern Ireland's block grant could be reduced in order to cover the costs of legal aid in other jurisdictions. I made that very clear last week at committee. It is simply unfair and unjust. However, what Amendment 13 is really about, and why I support it, is to ensure that victims and survivors get the access to legal aid that they need. In my view, 13 would never have come about if the Minister and her department had been constructive and engaged with us properly about the legal aid provisions to work. Mr Speaker, the Minister and her department have continually sought to stymie the provision, voting against it, seeking to remove it, dilute it or alter it, now attempting to restrict it so the very few would benefit from it. At times I have been made to feel belittled in my attempts to get this provision into the bill and to work out some of the issues arising from it. Indeed, on a separate amendment, I was told that it was unusual for such an amendment from a backbench MLA or MP to end up in legislation. even though that it is the right of every member to seek to amend and improve bills? I will.
I thank the member for giving way, and again it leads to my point about stifling debate and democratic accountability, and that's a very dangerous place to be.
I thank the member for his intervention.
Sorry, but the member just take a seat a wee second. The member may have missed some discussions earlier on in this debate, and I don't want to have subjective interventions or commentary which is unnecessary, adds nothing to the subject that we're debating. So I'd ask you now to return to the subject matter in hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will. Since the legal aid provisions were added, the only thing that I've heard is in relation to cost implications, and it's the same today in the Chamber in this debate. Risks and costs, costs and risks. What about the risks faced by victims and survivors of abuse? What about the cost to them of having to fight these legal cases against their former abuser? What kind of message is it to send out to victims of abuse when the bill was only agreed to by the Executive, according to the Minister, because there were no cost implications? To suggest that if the Executive's budget is off limits to respect to measures that will help victims and survivors of abuse is not good enough. It's also unrealistic. I will.
Mr. Speaker, the issue was not that there would be no cost implications. The issue was that those cost implications would be able to be contained within the department and its budget, that we would be able to manage any such cost implications. I'm quite sure, Mr. Speaker, that had we sought additional funding, as we have for other measures, that we would have been able to consider that in the round with the Department of Finance. However, the bill as it stood was something that we believed that we could contain within the budget that was set by the department, and that is what is expected of every minister, because the Department of Finance has limited resources, and money taken from one department will inevitably impact on the same victims that we're funding through another department.
I thank the Minister for intervention. I think the committee then have a job going forward in our budget scrutiny to reallocate budgets to appropriate places. The lack of sensitivity to the actual issue and emphasis on costs is misplaced. This is about victims, and it's why I found the Minister's comments last week in relation to RHI on steroids as deeply regrettable and unfortunate. There was never any need to make any comparisons with the botched subsidy scheme that benefited many privileged people in society. And throughout this entire process, I've been fighting for and seeking to help some of the most vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, the opposition to Amendment 13 can be summarised in a very clear and succinct way, and it boils down to the fact that there was always a desire to retain the option of never commencing or implementing the provisions with regard.
Oh, sorry, Minister. Just to look, Rachel, I try to draw your attention to an intervention I had to make a while ago. I don't want to return to it again. If I have to return to it again, where you're interpreting the Minister or any other member's opinions for doing or reasons for doing things or taking certain actions, then I will not allow you to continue your contribution.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I believe that I have now on at least 3 occasions in this chamber given my assurance that that was not my intention. Is it in order for a member of this House to essentially accuse a minister at the dispatch box, given their time to the Assembly and Chamber, of lying to the House, because that is essentially what has just happened?
Well, I will reflect on the precise wording that has been used, but I've made it clear that I'm not prepared to listen to much more of this evening. So I've made it clear to the member, who has sailed very close to the wind, I can tell you, and I'm not prepared to allow it to continue on. So stick to the order paper, stick to the clauses, stick to the amendments, and we'll all get through this in a more moderate sense.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the Minister claims that this is about repercussiveness, but the committee was provided with little evidence to back up the assessment of potential risks, and so many questions remain unanswered. Why have the figures and estimated costs fluctuated so much? How can it be claimed that something might cost over £1 billion and then 400 million to 500 grand? How have these projected costs been calculated? What is the breakdown of the figures, and where's the referencing? And I would like to know what assumptions have been made in the numbers. If there are differences between legal aid systems here and in other UK jurisdictions, then how would this be allowed to develop, given the risk of repercussive costs? How many legal challenges has there been in relation to differences across regions, and what effects? I will.
I think the whole point of the reason why the Minister didn't move the motion last week and why we've reached this position is because she wanted her departmental officials time and space to do the due diligence to work those figures out. And that's why the precise figures are not here at present.
Thank the member for intervention. And I don't have the figures. The committee hasn't been provided with the figures. Mr. Speaker, there are so many questions that still have not been answered to an adequate level of detail. We do not have a sufficient assessment. I think I've been very generous with giving way throughout. I would like to finish.
That's not a point of order. Oh, sorry, Minister. It's not a point of order. It's not a point of order. Mr. Woods to finish her remarks fairly quickly and certainly without any interpretation of anyone else's contribution as to their motivation or reasons why they put forward propositions. So I want to, as I say, remind you that if I was a victim of domestic abuse watching this and listening to this debate this afternoon, I'd be quite disturbed by some of the behaviour of a small number of members. Now, let's not abuse this debate any longer. And continue on, Ms Woods, your remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You'll be glad to know I only have a couple of lines left. But in the absence of such, I consider the committee amendment which decoupled the commencement of the legal aid provisions from the new offence and give the Department 12 months to carry out the due diligence that they need to in order and properly implement it is a significant compromise. I will.
I want to thank the member for this. I just missed her closing commentary on her Amendment 6, and I've been listening very carefully, as I said at the start, in reaching a position on Amendment 4 and 6, and I just want some clarity in respect of this Amendment 6, and I commend the member because she has pursued this vigorously, and it's an important debate. Your Amendment 6, Ms Woods, in your view, does that address the concerns being raised about the abuser benefiting in respect of legal aid? And in effect, what Amendment 6 is doing is removing 1AA, which is restricting this to respondents in proceedings.
Intervention, and yes, that's what it does, but it also then has the Minister's Amendment subsection 3 to clarify the departmental guidance, so it sets out the criteria that the department can then use to assure themselves that it is not perpetrators posing as victims in order to access legal aid, so it ties in with the Minister's Amendment subsection 3. I will.
The Minister, or the member for giving way. Can I also ask for clarification on regards to Amendment 6, whereby it will interact very well with regards to a victim who now has to take a case to appeal, and that means that your amendment will not then rule that person out of receiving the assistance that they had enjoyed at the previous lower court. Is that correct? Am I reading that right?
Thank the member for his intervention. That is correct. It's why I said at the start that all three of the amendments tabled in my name should be read together as they, to square that circle. So to finish, Mr. Speaker, I fully support the committee amendment, and I believe that we should take the opportunity now rather than wait more years to tell us what we know. We must do all we can in this place to give hope to those that have a little left. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, members, I propose by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting for 10 minutes until 6:50 for comfort breaks. The sitting is by leave suspended. Okay, members, we now resume the sitting. And I call Jerry Carroll.
Mr. Speaker, my comments will be brief and just for the benefit of the House, Mr. Speaker. I won't be criticising or undermining or calling into question the motivation of the Minister, even if I do disagree with some of the points that and amendments that she is advocating. And I think obviously it's the duty of me as an MLA and an MLA that's not an executive to criticise all legislation, including this, before us. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in favour of all amendments in Group 1, except for Amendment 3 from the Minister. And I'm very glad that amendments have been submitted by private members, by other MLAs, which would strip away the more restrictive elements of the Minister's proposed provisions for legal aid. I have been troubled, as others have been, by the language used to justify these limitations, which seem to focus exclusively or primarily on affordability. And I was shocked, Mr. Speaker, last week to hear the Minister refer to the potential costs as RHI on steroids. We haven't been provided, or certainly I haven't been provided with a figure to back up such a claim. The figures provided by the Minister earlier today, I believe, were nothing close to RHI, and I believe I will give away, yeah.
In respect specifically of the repercussive nature of this in the UK, and therefore it was not about the cost of legal aid, which is a justifiable cost and part of the safety net that is there for those who are on low incomes. It was about the potential repercussiveness, and the best estimate we have been able to achieve in terms of the committee and the time available is around £400 million, and that was the contrastive message I made when I referred to it as being like RHI on steroids, which was also a botched scheme which led to significant potential costs being carried by the block grant.
I thank the Minister for her clarification, I suppose, but I do think it was an unhelpful comment last week, and the idea to suggest, or the possibility of suggesting, that the scale of domestic violence, if it is anything like the cost of £650 million, that the first response could be or should be that the money isn't there, rather than having an approach to say this is a massive, major issue in our society, and let's put the investment into tackling it and ensure people have the support to do that. I will, yeah.
Thank the member for giving way, and I actually agree with you in relation to the 400 million or the 600 million, whatever it is crazy money, but that is in relation to the repercussive nature, which would mean it would not be spent on victims of domestic abuse here. It would be, we would actually effectively have money taken out of our block grant that would go to England, Wales and Scotland. It would not be for here. So that's where the issue actually arises. But I agree with the member in terms of we shouldn't be looking at how much it costs. We need to be looking at how do we protect these people. But we certainly, as an executive here, could not take on the responsibility of looking after victims of domestic abuse across the water.
I thank the member for her intervention, and obviously they weren't my comments. I put on record my views on them. And I think, Mr. Speaker, the same arguments around affordability do creep out or creep in to justify limiting legal aid to the lower courts. And this would be, in my view, an unnecessarily blunt and restrictive approach. Claims that support already exists in the higher court, I think, were helpfully dismissed or challenged this morning by Rachel Woods when she inquired how many times that support had been accessed, and none was the answer, I believe, that was given. Therefore, claims that legal aid can be accessed for the higher courts would be essentially doubling the budget for such support, or also diced, because you can't obviously double none, which is why I'll be supporting Rachel Woods and Sinead Bradley's amendment number 5, Mr. Speaker, to widen the scope of legal aid provision. We do not, and nobody should, support a hierarchy of victims which arbitrarily divides people, denying some access to vital funding and support. The cost to society of not breaking down barriers for victims to report, seek support and escape domestic abuse is obviously massive, and it consequently takes more investment to overcome, because services supporting these women need additional funding down the line. And this Assembly, Mr Speaker, should be focused wholeheartedly on providing whatever support it can to those who need it now. And if it saves money down the line, then obviously all the better. I will also, Mr Speaker, support amendment number 6. The argument for it has been well made by Ms Rachel Woods already, and I will not take up time repeating much or many of those arguments, but I will say this, that the idea that we shouldn't support this amendment because it might allow access to aid for those who would wrongfully or wrongly claim it is not one that I could go along with. For me, it echoes the mantra or that idea that in order to prevent benefit fraud, we should stop benefit provision for many people. And again, I believe this is a blunt and restrictive response to making sure victims of domestic abuse have access to aid whenever they need it. Well, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I appreciate it. And I actually agree with the member's comments that if this were just about cost, that's exactly what you would be saying. Victims of domestic abuse are not responsible for those who fraudulently access legal aid. However, what do we do about the new victims that are created by those who do abuse the system? It's not the fact that they get the money. Get the money is one part of it. But how do we protect the victims or potential victims of those who then do misuse it? That's where my concern lies.
Yeah, it's a fair question, member, and I don't have the prescriptive proposal. I mean, Rachel Woods made some suggestions, and I think a lot of that falls the responsibility of the Minister, and I think there needs to be provision put in place, or as much provision as possible, to ensure that that doesn't happen. Mr Speaker, the Minister obviously correctly endorses amendments in front of us today, which would guarantee regular reporting to make sure this bill is doing what it intends to do, and would allow her and her department to make adjustments to provisions where necessary. And I say that we should hear today, at the very beginning of this law, ensure that we are making every support and every aid available to victims. And if issues about funding are identified, as the Minister claims or suggests they will be or may be by the reporting, then there should be adequate opportunity to correct and address them. Before us today, Mr Speaker, we have a chance to support women and children who are victims of domestic abuse by properly funding access to justice, and concerns about the legal aid budget will be dwarfed by impact on many other departments' budgets if we don't tackle these very issues now. And Mr Speaker, it's worth emphasising and stating for my party, we stand with groups, I'm sure others do, groups like Women's Aid on this issue, and that is to say the provision should be as wide-ranging as possible. And indeed, we share their fears that some elements of this bill will not be commenced, and therefore I will support Committee Amendment number 13, Mr Speaker. And just in conclusion, and I think the Minister obviously has emphasised or appealed for members to trust the Department to ensure this is commenced, and if we cannot, to support the law. And this is not meant as any slight on the Minister or the Department, but I think it's worth saying that any cursory reading of the committee minutes on the bill would paint a picture of members being told certain things were not possible in this bill, which are now written into this bill and endorsed by this House. So with respect, I would support efforts in the amendments which I stated, which do guarantee commencement written into this bill, and therefore support, like I say, Mr Speaker, all amendments in this group apart from Amendment 3. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call the Minister of Justice to wind.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank members for the contributions that have been made to this debate and also to the bill. To the Chairman Paul Given, the Deputy Chair Linda Dillon, Sinead Bradley, Doug Beattie, Paula Bradshaw, Paul Frew, Emma Rogan, Cara Hunter, Jemma Dolan, Gordon Dunne, Nicola Brogan and Rachel Woods. and finally Jerry Carroll. I also want to take the opportunity, if I may, Mr Speaker, to congratulate Nicola Brogan on an excellent maiden speech made in the House today, and welcome her to the Chamber officially, having made her speech. I'm sure she won't get such easy passage on the next occasion she speaks, but nevertheless I have to say it is always good to see someone choose a debate as important as this one in order to make their first contribution to the business of the Assembly, and I very much welcome that it was this debate that you selected. There are a number of positive changes being brought forward in this group of amendments, Mr Speaker. Amendment 1, along with Amendment 8, will see a more robust enabling power to help us introduce information sharing powers for the introduction of an Operation Encompass model. This will give schools an early indication of where there has been an incident the night before, ensuring children can be better supported. And I want to thank the committee, and particularly Linda Dillon and Sinead Bradley, for their work on this matter, and to colleagues in the Department of Education for their assistance. Linda and Sinead both campaigned on this issue, both in terms of getting Operation Encompass included in the bill, but also in terms of what Sinead had asked for was to include nursery schools specifically within the bill, and I think that is a wise and a timely intervention. And I also wanted to take this opportunity, if I may, just to provide Emma Rogan with an update with respect to the rollout of the pilot which she referred to that's happening in her constituency. Operationalisation of Operation Encompass is being considered and progressed via a multi-agency task and finish group. This includes officials from a local domestic and sexual violence partnership, education, health, justice, police and the Safeguarding Board for Northern Ireland. The Down sector of the Newry, Mourne and Down District Council area has been selected for a pilot study, catchment zone. This is based on schools in the south-eastern area having undertaken training at the Women's Aid Helping Hands programme. That has raised awareness around domestic abuse and includes an Operation Encompass model approach, providing a good basis for a pilot study where consent will be sought for involvement. Any further rollout obviously will need to take account of the findings of that pilot, but I think it is a very important first step in terms of rolling out additional support, particularly to children who are vulnerable after being subjected to or witnessing domestic abuse in the home. Amendment 2 similarly strengthens the enabling powers that would allow us to bring forward domestic abuse protection notices and orders which are currently being consulted upon. It also ensures that if this power were to be used, that it would not be limited to those notices and orders, but that other measures could also be considered. Jemma Dolan had asked particularly about the opportunity that we would take to move this forward in the Miscellaneous Provisions Bill and how we would intend to do so. I've been clear in my intention, Mr Speaker, to provide for new protection provisions in the future Miscellaneous Provisions Bill. Given the complexity of the issue, I believe that primary legislation is the correct place for this to be brought forward. And as Mr Gordon Dunne acknowledged, on the 7th of December, I published consultations proposals on this, setting out a way forward in detail. This has also been discussed with our voluntary and community sector partners. Given timings of the consultation, other work pressures and the target date for introduction of the Miscellaneous Provision Bill, these measures will be brought forward as amendments ahead of consideration stage, and we will do so at the earliest possible juncture to ensure that the committee have the opportunity to scrutinise those amendments fully, as we would wish them to do. I trust that the Justice Committee and the House will support me in developing and progressing those measures in due course. Mr Speaker, Rachel Woods also asked in relation to the issue of notices and orders about those who are under 18 and what protections would be given to young victims, and indeed how young perpetrators could be handled. The approach taken reflects the approach adopted in the Domestic Violence and Protection Notices orders that this House approved in 2015, as well as the rest of the UK, including England and Wales, where they have similar age thresholds for the application of the offence. The NSPCC have indicated that a threshold of 18+ is better than the alternative of 16+. The Children's Commissioner also accepts the rationale for this threshold. A threshold below 18 would mean that children could be criminalised for breaching an order where an offence may not have occurred. Also, there would be concerns about making a young person homeless in the absence of an offence having occurred. There is also a need to ensure that in all we do across the justice system, we adopt a child-centred approach in as far as is possible, taking account of the needs of victims as well as addressing abusive behaviour. Youth Justice Agency officials have also advised that any response should be commensurate with the young person's age, maturity, needs and understanding. Where a young person is experiencing abuse and a child is engaged in harmful behaviours, the response should be child-centred, seek to prevent further harm and to promote recovery. Youth Justice Agency staff are also trained to recognise and respond to issues of domestic abuse, whether a young person is a victim or a perpetrator. They are required to negotiate the procedural and process requirements of safeguarding systems as they impact on children and adults, while supporting service users to engage with a range of support requirements and safety plans. Specialised interventions are delivered as part of any community or court-ordered disposals, often in collaboration with other statutory and voluntary organisations. In terms of those who display harmful behaviour, there should be a coordinated approach by the Health and Social Care Trusts, the Police, the Public Protection Arrangements in Northern Ireland, the Public Prosecution Service, Victim Support Services and youth justice bodies, so that relevant professionals from this sector can understand the risks a young person may pose to other young people. This coordinated response should include working with the young person whose behaviour has been harmful and those working with the young person who has been harmed. Consideration should also be given to whether such a young person who abuses others should be subject of a child protection case conference if they are considered to be at risk of continuing harm. Furthermore, non-molestation orders or protection orders would continue to be available in relation to 16 and 17-year-olds. Mr Speaker, I have also sought to set out for members the risks associated with the amendment on legal aid which was introduced at consideration stage. I want to be absolutely clear that my reference with respect to RHI was with respect to the potential repercussiveness of this, not with legal aid costs themselves. Legal aid is a vital part of the social safety net that allows everyone equal access to justice. It is something that I believe is important, it is something that I defend, and I believe that we should protect and guard. And that requires us to make such changes to legal aid as are properly thought through and developed with good policy intent. I am hopeful that the improved provision proposed as Amendment 3 and the supplementary commitment to develop new and better forms of protection provided by Amendment 7 will provide that sensible basis on which to progress the ambition that we all share to protect victims of domestic abuse in the best way we can. I want to put on record my thanks to Doug Beattie for both his sensible and his sensitive comments in respect of the need to consider how we target resources and, crucially, where that money will come from to fund new commitments. It comes from budgets that also support victims in other ways, Mr Speaker. And so what we implement in one place in this House has implications for budgets in another. And we must all, with good intent, be conscious of where the money comes from and how it is spent to ensure that it is targeted at those who are most in need. Giving effect to the waiver and developing further protections through Amendment 7 mechanism will require extensive evidence gathering and engagement work, and I look forward to working with members, the Justice Committee and, most importantly of all, Mr Speaker, with victims of abuse, as together we develop policy proposals that can make a genuine difference to people's lives. The provisions envisioned by Amendments 4 and 5 to some degree are, in my view, unnecessary. They step on the toes of existing protections and interact ambiguously and at times illogically with existing statute. In the event that they are adopted, remedial amendments to legal aid statute will be required to ensure that they function correctly and don't give rise to contested, unfair or unclear outcomes. I trust the committee will work constructively with us in the department in that regard, should that eventuality arise. In reality, however, I want to make the case around Amendment 4 and 5 because I do believe that they are different. Amendment 4 does not add anything for victims. Amendment 5 attempts to do so. There may be better ways to achieve it, but it at least attempts to do that. And so, whilst I will oppose Amendment 4, I will not be pushing Amendment 5 to a division, Mr Speaker, because I do not believe that that is necessary. In respect of Amendment 4, I want to set out yes.
For taking an intervention. I just want clarity around one issue in relation to this. We were told by the officials in committee, if I recall right, in relation to mediation, that mediation services are not provided in cases of domestic violence, and that is the intended course of action in relation to domestic abuse also. So, is mediation ruled out in these cases anyhow? I just want clarity around that of the Minister.
It isn't that mediation is ruled out. The question is how people view the issue of advice and guidance, and that does not equate to mediation. And that, I think, has been slightly over-egged in the discussion, and I'm hoping to set out clearly what we're actually talking about. People, in respect of Amendment 4, it is important that we understand exactly what the waiver does. People can get all the advice and assistance they need to defend proceedings under a representation lower certificate. A victim doesn't need a separate certificate for advice and assistance if a vexatious application is issued against them. They need something more tangible. They need representation at court, and that is what the waiver covers. In this way, the waiver is directly analogous to the non-molestation waiver that also extends to representation only. There has been no request to extend that waiver in those purely protective measures, and it would therefore be illogical to extend the waiver to advice and assistance in matters regarding issues such as contact. Access to Justice Northern Ireland Order 2003 says, representation means representation for the purposes of proceedings and includes A, all such assistance as is usually given by a solicitor or counsel in the steps preliminary or incidental to any proceedings, and B, in the case of civil proceedings, all such assistance as is usually given, so in arriving at or giving effect to a compromise to avoid or bring an end to any proceedings. And I hope that that clarifies for Ms Dillon and indeed others that giving effect to a compromise, essentially finding mediated outcomes, is covered within the waiver. There is therefore no need for the extension of the waiver to cover advice and assistance. And so I ask members to resist this amendment because it costs money, yes, but it delivers nothing additional to victims, who are at the heart of what we are here to do this evening. With respect, Mr Speaker, to Amendment 5, the question has been asked about the higher tier courts, and I want to specifically address that. Ms Rachel Woods has asked how often waivers have been used, and as I have said, they have been used. They simply haven't been used in these circumstances. However, these protections have been deployed in divorce and ancillary relief proceedings, in public family law proceedings and a variety of other contexts. So it is not true to say that they have not been used. What I am proposing and what I have committed to do is to ensure that the discretion can be deployed in a clear, structured and public way to ensure that victims of abuse have access to the representation they need to protect themselves from their abusers in private family law cases at the higher tier. The Director of Legal Services is able to use his existing discretion to provide appropriate protection in these cases, and I have already made clear that I intend to task my department with developing a framework that ensures that this is done in a structured way that gives clarity to everyone about the support that is available and how it can be accessed. I will, yes.
I thank the Minister for giving way. I appreciate it. All of those waivers that the Minister has outlined, are they different from what is in England at this current time? And if they are, why then is the Minister concerned about the repercussiveness of further measures?
Well, I am concerned about the repercussiveness of further measures because we have not had the time to do due diligence on the legal aid provisions. And that is why putting in a commencement date in the bill would be foolish, because it could end up in a situation where, having done that due diligence, if it proves to be repercussive, that we would have to go ahead and commence. It is not the case, and I have said this again both to the committee and in the chamber, it is not the case that every deviation from what happens in England and Wales will lead to repercussive implications. But how we do that is critical in avoiding repercussive implications. And we have not had the opportunity, because of the manner in which these have been brought, to be able to secure ourselves the adequate knowledge and due diligence to be certain that that will not be the case. So it is not simply to say that there will be no repercussive implications. It is to say that we will be able to look at those as we proceed with the bill. And I will also again repeat, Mr Speaker, that it is my intention to commence both the abuse offences and the legal aid provisions at the same time, permitting, of course, that the due diligence that is done on this comes back and tells me that there is no repercussive implication. That's the will of the House, Mr Speaker, and I am bound by it. I want to set out my concerns also in relation just to Amendment 5. However, as I have already indicated, it is not my intention to divide the House on this matter. I would ask members, however, to reflect on what I say on Amendment 5 because it does have consequences. It is unnecessary and it can bring both confusion and delay. First of all, there are two very different financial eligibility tests which exist for funding before the lower and higher courts. A waiver is basically a very simple but crude tool. It works well for high-volume decisions with relatively low value, where speed is the main consideration, and therefore it is appropriate in the lower tier. Higher court cases are less frequent and much more expensive, both for clients and the legal aid fund. In these circumstances, a much more considered approach that gives regard to individual circumstances of the applicant and the case is required. This is what representation higher discretion allows for, and with both provisions in place, there is a risk that an applicant will be unsure of what their entitlements are, unclear about what information they need to provide to access their entitlement, and critically will be left wondering if they are to be granted a waiver, whether they might have been better off with another form of protection. Having two schemes in place to do essentially the same thing does not help people. It adds confusion and muddies the water in what is an already very complicated situation. Additionally, by linking Article 8 applications to other family proceedings in the higher courts, it effectively will bring the waiver into play in cases other than Article 8 applications and thereby expose the legal aid fund to an uncertain cost pressure. However, as I have said, despite those reservations, I don't intend to resist Amendment 5. I will simply leave it to members to consider the arguments that I have set out. Finally, on that group of amendments, the member Rachel Woods also mentioned the issue of occupation orders a few times in her contribution. I want to be clear, and for the avoidance of doubt, you cannot get an occupation order under the waiver that she is proposing, or under my amendment. The member, I think, is confusing occupation orders with residence orders, which would come within the vares of this bill. Mr Speaker, just then returning to Amendment 6. Amendment 6 is a much more serious problem. It carries with it a significant risk of failing vulnerable victims of abuse by facilitating their further abuse. If we adopt Amendment 6, we will discover later that we have voted to make more public funds available to abusers to drag their victims through the courts. Let's be clear. A respondent to proceedings cannot drag anyone to the courts. It is only the initiator who can take that course of action. And therefore, by saying that you will not fund respondents at this time, you will fund respondents at this time, but not initiators of these at this time, that ensures that we can prevent abusers from dragging their family through the courts. We cannot and must not allow that to happen, and so I am asking members to oppose Amendment 6. The Chairman, Mr Paul Givan, and I want to thank the Chairman and members of the committee again for their support of the scrutiny of the bill, raised a number of very key points which I want to address because I think they are most pertinently addressed under Amendment 6. With respect to the very real point that Mr Givan and others made about victims who are already subjected to a situation where a perpetrator gets legal aid due to their means, and the victim doesn't because of their means, and we all acknowledge that that can incentivise such vexatious Article 8 proceedings. However, my concern... yes.
I just want to clarify some of the language that's been used through this debate and previous debates, just from my own mind. There has been references to perpetrators and quite rightly references to victims. Will the Minister clarify what she means by a perpetrator? Are we talking about suspects? Because a suspect is not a perpetrator until they are convicted in a court of law? Or is the perpetrator she's referring to in this case someone who's already been convicted of domestic abuse and are continuing that abuse through the court system? Because when we're passing criminal legislation, it is important that we understand that our job as legislators is to make the law which protects, as strange as it sounds, the suspect and the victim until the suspect becomes, or may not be found guilty. Once they're found guilty, they're a perpetrator.
The issue here is, Mr Speaker, that this is not about criminal proceedings, so this would not affect, if you like, those who are accused of a crime. The issue here, Mr Speaker, is about those perpetrators of domestic abuse who may not have been found guilty of a crime, but are still nevertheless perpetrators of domestic abuse or violence against a partner, who would be able to argue that they are a victim and use the waiver to then further abuse their partner by dragging them through the courts repeatedly. So it doesn't, I'm not referring to those who are, if you like, before the courts with respect to charges for domestic abuse, because that is dealt with in a completely different set of circumstances. This is about civil legal aid and family proceedings only, in which I'm referring to perpetrators in that regard. With respect to that point with Amendment 6, my concern is that, regardless of means, a perpetrator who claims to be a victim of abuse will be able to claim the waiver and use legal aid in order to repeatedly return the victim to the courts. Amendment 6, therefore, expands the availability to perpetrators to exercise coercive control in that way. If we are, as I believe members intend to act to reduce this form of abuse, then we should not allow an additional route for perpetrators to be created. The only alternative means to prevent such abuse, and I think the Vice-Chair Linda Dillon rightly explained, would be in some way to more strictly define a victim, and indeed her colleague Mr O'Dowd has suggested that, for example, a conviction for domestic abuse would absolutely define a perpetrator in law. However, were we to say that a victim coming before the courts seeking legal aid in family proceedings would first of all have had to secure a conviction against their partner in order to be able to get this legal aid waiver for their civil proceedings, then we would be limiting the scope of the waiver way beyond what was the intention of the House. And therefore, I believe it is important that we have flexibility, that where there may be other lower level evidence of domestic abuse in a family situation, that those victims would still be able to claim the waiver in terms of domestic abuse. But where we have no alternative, if Amendment 6 goes ahead, we would have to be much more stringent in how we defend abuse. Indeed, in Rachel Wood's own comments, she said that it was a matter for the department to draw up such rules and regulations that would ensure that couldn't happen. But the unacknowledged consequence of that is that genuine victims would then be excluded from the waiver. So from our perspective, Mr Speaker, it is important that we make this wide enough to capture potential victims of domestic abuse, but that we make it narrow enough that we don't allow those who would use this to further perpetrate abuse on a partner are excluded. And the way to do that is only at this stage to cover those who are initiating or who are respondents to proceedings, and not to those who are initiating. Amendment 3, however, allows us to develop proposals for circumstances where victims, and they will often rightly need to obtain legal aid to commence proceedings in future. Paul Given and others also queried further, Mr Speaker, about the £14 million and where the level of that comes from. And I think Paul Frew asked, should it not better come from the legal aid fund than out of the pockets of victims? So I just want to take a minute just to explain where the figures came from. In the year 30th of June 2020, the Legal Services Agency issued 3,036 certificates for individuals to be represented in Article 8 proceedings. According to the Court Service data, there were at least 7,876 parties to Article 8 applications in the same period. This means there were at least 4,840 participants in such proceedings who are not in receipt of legal aid in the year to the 30th of June 2020. The average cost of funding Article 8 proceedings for the LSA is £1,009.14 at the Family Proceedings Court and £6,973.59 in the higher courts. Roughly 20% of cases take place in the higher courts. Under the provisions currently in the bill, the proposed waiver would come to apply in most Article 8 cases. Based on those numbers, the cost of funding an additional 4,840 participants each year would amount to some £10.6 million annually. In addition, the availability of legal aid to fund Article 8 work to people who would previously have been financially ineligible can be expected to generate extra applications to the court, as I have just described. Each case coming before the courts will also be complicated by allegations of abuse, about which the court will need to make findings of fact in the course of the proceedings, adding delay and further cost to the system. These effects in combination might be expected to add a further 10 to 20% or £2 to £4 million to the total cost of funding Article 8 proceedings. These effects therefore have the potential to increase the annual cost of Article 8 cases from the current level of around £8 million to as much as £22 million per year, i.e. an extra £14 million, with no available means of assessing where it will fall within that range. Importantly, the great majority of these costs will arise from an inability to target support on victims of abuse who are seeking to defend themselves against abusive partners. Much of this potential cost could only be avoided by giving the LSA the means in legislation to target support where it's needed. Legal aid is a scarce resource and an important one, Mr Speaker, used to ensure access to justice for vulnerable people in some of the most trying circumstances they will ever face in their lives. It is critical that we focus it carefully on those who need its help, and I believe the current provisions fail to do that. So with respect to the savings in the estimates provided to the committee and where they come from, it is not just from funding people who aren't victims, it is also by not funding litigation that would otherwise not occur, and I hope that that answers Mr Given's question. Paul Given and Doug Beattie also both made reference to legal aid spending more generally, and I remain committed to addressing the 2 audit qualifications in the latest LSA accounts. The LSA is actively taking forward a range of measures to address those qualifications, and I welcome the Comptroller and Auditor General's recognition of the progress which has been made in addressing those audit qualifications. I also note that the Comptroller and Auditor General has commended the work on fraud and error, has a number of different strands and knows that it will take time to develop. Landmark progress was made with the introduction of the legal aid management system during 2019 and 20. However, other elements of the work programme continue to span a number of financial years. We remain focused on this work and on driving down levels of fraud and error, because it is absolutely the case that we care about the impact of the spending of public money and ensuring it is directed to those most in need. I've already indicated that in our report we will look specifically at the need for support of those victims who may need to initiate Article 8 proceedings, and I believe that there is scope within what I have suggested in the amendments brought forward in order to do that. Finally, in relation to Amendment 13, I have given a commitment to the Assembly that I will commence these provisions in good time following the completion of a due diligence process to understand their impact, provided that it is safe to do so. I will share that analysis that informs the decision with the committee, and I am happy to face scrutiny in this House in due course in respect of the decision to commence or not commence the provisions. Amendment 13 is therefore wholly unnecessary. Its only effect is to replace a straightforward mechanism with a deeply cumbersome one. That, if needed, might eat up valuable Assembly resources and time in what remains of this mandate. Finally, Ms Wood stated that the Department had failed to provide the committee with any estimate of the costs or to why they had varied with respect to repercussiveness. As my colleague Paula Bradshaw rightly stated, that is because due diligence has not yet been completed. A fulsome explanation of this, the crudeness of the estimates that we were able to provide, and all of the other attendant issues was provided to the committee, and I'm happy for those members who are interested to read Hansard rather than detain members further here tonight by repeating it into the record. In addition, if it becomes clear that those provisions are not safe, we will need action by the Assembly to prevent exposure of financial risk, or worse still, to prevent further harm to victims, using up that scarce resource to which I referred. Mr Speaker, I have indicated now in writing and here today many times in this House that I intend to commence the legal aid provisions to the bill unless there is a repercussive implication. However, to be tied in law to do so, irrespective of the outcome of that due diligence, is bad law, and I would urge members to oppose it. I have also given an undertaking to the committee that should those provisions prove to be repercussive, I have heard what they have said with respect to the outcome of legal aid and the provisions that they wish to make, and we will return to the committee with such proposals that will allow us in a safe way to implement the intent of these measures without exposing us to repercussive costs. I'm asking members once again to accept those assurances and those contained in the Law Lords ruling of 1995 and vote against Amendment 13. In conclusion, Mr Speaker, I understand why many victims and many who work in the sector are concerned that we will not deliver what is promised in this chamber. They are not the only people who doubt us in this matter. This discussion first started in 2016, and yet it is now 2020, and 3 years of delay happened while victims and others were unable to access justice in a way that was intended. I understand, therefore, the desire of the Assembly to do whatever is possible to help victims who are facing appalling and devastating cruelty and threat. But, Mr Speaker, I share that desire, and I am confident that every member of this House does likewise. This is why I made this my first bill when I came into office. It is why I have driven this matter hard throughout the year, and it is a great disappointment to me, Mr Speaker, that it has become a contested issue, because in fact it is one I think at the core we are all united around. I am confident, Mr Speaker, that if people support the amendments that I have indicated tonight and oppose those which I have indicated I will oppose, we will, in a responsible, measured and properly targeted way, find the best support possible for victims. I will.
Mr Forgiving Way, and again, forgive me for just taking you back to Amendment 6, and it was something that I'd asked the proposer of the amendment, and I know you're about to conclude. It's just to assist me in reaching a final view on this. The key issue that I'm looking at in respect of Amendment 6 is to try and address the concern you've raised that abusers would benefit. And I'm trying to point out where in Amendment 6, which my reading of it does nothing but remove that a client is the respondent in the proceedings, it retains in legislation that the director has to be satisfied around what a victim of abuse is, and that retains in your Amendment 3, which would be the new Clause 27, the subsection 5 in terms of the guidance which would provide the outline of all of that. Where does an abuser still slip through the net in that context?
Mr Speaker, I addressed this issue a few moments ago, but if you will indulge me, I'm happy to repeat it again. The reason why an abuser would be able to slip through the net is because whatever rules we put in place to guide the discretion which legal services can apply can either be very stringent, in which case it would potentially also exclude victims, but also it would exclude perpetrators. So we could say, for example, you will only be entitled to the waiver if you have if the person who is calling you to court has a conviction for domestic abuse, or if that person has an arrest record for domestic abuse. As members of the committee, and indeed members of the House will be aware, there are a multitude of reasons why those who are subjected to domestic abuse do not take proceedings to court, do not report incidents to police, and are fearful of doing so. Whilst we want to break that down, there will be those, for example, who will have sought advice and guidance from Women's Aid, but have opted not to report to police the abuse that has taken place. For us to leave it so wide that we weren't able to restrict it to that would mean that an abuser, by making a call to an organisation, could then claim, well, actually, I'm not an abuser, I'm the abused. And so we could end up in a situation, because it is about the initiation of proceedings, where abusers were able to use legal aid to drag their partner through the courts. That happens already. You made that point very clearly in your contribution. The difficulty is that at the minute it is constrained by people's access to legal aid, which is constrained by means. This would remove that barrier, and therefore people would be incentivised who wish to torture a partner to be able to take legal aid and do it at public expense. So by removing the requirement to fund other than respondents, we are saying anyone being taken to court against their will, against their wishes by a partner, in family proceedings who claims that they are a victim of domestic abuse will be able to access the waiver. But anyone initiating proceedings would not, because you can't drag people to court if you're a respondent. However, what we have also done in the other amendments is say that we will bring forward an alternative provision that will allow those cases where a genuine victim needs to take a case, initiate a case in the courts, to be able to do so in a way that will be much more tightly regulated, and I accept that, but will exclude the possibility of large numbers of abusers being able to abuse that particular waiver. And so that's the core issue around all of this. The removal of respondents from this is something that I have raised with practitioners and others, and whilst all recognise that there can be very good reasons why someone has to go to court and has to initiate proceedings if they are a victim of abuse, most recognise that that can be dealt with in a different way, but that by opening the waiver to those who initiate abuse would essentially make the situation worse and not better. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, as I have said, I understand the reservations that members of the public will have around trust in this place. I also understand the desire of the Assembly to do whatever is possible to help victims, and I share that. I believe that the best way to do that, Mr. Speaker, is to support those amendments that I have indicated I will be supporting, and to oppose those which I will oppose. I believe that we can then work together to make proposals in this bill which will make a real and tangible, but also a positive difference to the lives of victims. And it is victims of abuse that are at the heart of all that we have done in this chamber today. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, I am concluding my remarks.
Thank you, and thank all the members for their contributions. Moving on to the voting. So Amendment 1, amendment proposed before Clause 26, insert new clause, information sharing with schools, etc., as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 2 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 2.
Beg to move.
Amendment proposed, leave out Clause 26 and replace with the new clause, protective measures for victims of abuse, as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 2 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 3 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 3.
Beg to move.
The amendment proposed, leave out Clause 27 and replace with the new clause, eligibility of victims for civil legal aid, as printed on the marshalled list. As Amendments 4, 5 and 6 are amendments to Amendment 3, we will need to dispose of them first before returning to Amendment 3. Amendment 4 has already been debated, and I call Ms Rachel Woods to move formally Amendment 4.
So moved.
The amendment proposed as an amendment to Amendment 3, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 4 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Clear the obvious. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Can I just remind members there to continue to uphold the social distancing in the chamber? We're still on camera and we're still being viewed. Okay, order, members. Order, members. Please resume your seats. Before I put the question, I'm obliged to say this. I would again remind those members present that if possible, it would be preferable if we could avoid a division, moving swiftly on. The question is that Amendment 4 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Rachel Woods and Jerry Carroll. Tellers for the noes are Paula Bradshaw and Kelly Armstrong. And before the Assembly divides, I want to remind you that as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. I also remind you to ensure that social distancing continues to be observed while the voting is taking place, and please be patient at all times and follow the instructions of the lobby clerks. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors, please. Secure the doors. Okay, members. Order, members. Could I ask the clerk now to read the result, please?
81 members voted. 25 members voted aye. 56 members voted no. The amendment is negatived.
Thank you. And the amendment falls. And sorry. Oh, sorry. There again. Amendment 5, which is also an amendment to Amendment 3, has already been debated, and I call Ms Sinead Bradley to move formally Amendment 5.
So moved.
Amendment proposed as an amendment to Amendment 3, leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that the Amendment 5 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 6, which is also an amendment to Amendment 3, has already been debated, and I call Ms Rachel Woods to formally move Amendment 6.
So moved.
Amendment proposed as an amendment to Amendment 3, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 6 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Aye. See the lobbies. I have been advised by the party whips in accordance with Standing Order 113(5)(b) that there is an agreement that we can dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight to the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Order, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Jerry Carroll and Rachel Woods. Tellers for the noes are Paula Bradshaw and Kelly Armstrong. Again, I remind all members to follow the instructions of the lobby clerks and respect the need for social distancing. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Okay, secure the doors, please. Order, members. Could I ask the clerk to please read the result?
81 members voted, 25 aye, 56 members voted no. The amendment is negatived.
The amendment is negatived. We now return to Amendment 3. The question is that Amendment 3 as amended be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. Amendment 7 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 7.
Beg to move.
Amendment proposed after clause 27, insert new clause, proposals as to availability of civil legal aid as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 7 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 8 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 8.
Beg to move.
Amendment proposed to clause 28, page 14, line 36, leave out words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 8 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the second group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 9, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 10 to 12 and 14 to 17. And I call the Minister of Justice, Naomi Long, to move Amendment 9 and to address the other amendments in the group. Minister.
Mr Speaker, I beg to move Amendment number 9. This relates to the data collection provision at clause 29 of the bill. My amendment removes the reference to the Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunals Service. I consider this to be legislatively inappropriate, given that the Court Service is an agency of the Department and would otherwise require the Department to be giving guidance to a part of itself. I can, however, reassure members that the Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunal Service is an integral part of the discussions that are being held with PSNI and the Public Prosecution Service around the operationalisation of the offence and information that is to be gathered. Along with these entities, the Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunal Service will be made aware as to the information that is to be provided and what is expected from it. The absence of a legislative reference will in no way diminish that position. While members may ask why this approach differs from the approach in the training clause at clause 30, it is important to remember that the provision in clause 29 is permissive, that I may issue guidance. There is no duty, and it would involve my department advising itself, which is illogical. The requirement in relation to the training provision is quite different, as it places a duty and obligation on my department to do something. Turning now to Amendment 10, we are all in agreement in the need for and importance of training for those that are involved in the operationalisation of the new offence. This will be key to ensuring that the offence works as intended and that it can be seen to be as effective as possible. I indicated at consideration stage I had concerns about clause 30, which as it stands would require me and my department to ensure that sufficient mandatory training is made available to police and criminal justice agencies on an annual basis. As I have advised previously, neither I nor my department can interfere in the operational independence of these organisations. It is not for the department to dictate to other independent entities as to their operational procedures and requirements. Indeed, I would be stepping outside my ministerial powers. Amendment 10 instead places the duty onto the PSNI and the Public Prosecution Service themselves, given their status as operationally independent bodies, rather than on the department. The amendment also provides that the duty would apply to any additional public body which could be specified by the Department in regulations that has functions within the criminal justice system in Northern Ireland. The duty for training NICT staff remains with my department due to its agency status. They would, however, still be named on the face of the bill. The amendment also places a duty on my department to provide training to staff of any additional agency of the department that has functions within the criminal justice system in Northern Ireland and which the department selects in connection with this section. The requirement in relation to training would be to provide such training as is considered appropriate for those that have responsibility for dealing with cases involving domestic abuse and to ensure the effective discharge of those responsibilities in relation to these cases. At the outset, I consider that the core agencies dealing with the new offence are covered. It is important that the provisions focus on those organisations with key responsibility for criminal proceedings on domestic abuse and aggravated offences. This will also ensure that operational partners are equipped to investigate the new offence, bring forward prosecutions and facilitate convictions. While the training will be mandatory and annual, ultimately responsibility for it and its effectiveness needs to rest with the operational bodies and should be determined on the basis of operational need. I would thank the Committee for agreeing the approach that is set out in the amended provision. On training, there is also a requirement to report on the level of participation for the organisations covered, which is included in both the training provision itself, that is clause 30, and the reporting provision, clause 32. Members will wish to note that work is currently being progressed by both PSNI and the Public Prosecution Service in conjunction with our voluntary and community sector service partners as to the form that training will take. This training will make use of operational guidance, which will supplement the guidance that my department is currently developing under clause 28 of the bill in conjunction with our voluntary and community sector partners. Provision in relation to reporting on training is also provided for in subsection 3A of the clause dealing with reporting on the operation of Part 1 for completeness. Amendment 11 again builds upon and further refines the committee amendment relating to independent oversight. The structure of the clause has been refashioned, in part recasting the provisions. Those related to guidance have been refined to refer to making recommendations on the content and review of guidance. Provision is included that the report that is to be prepared must contain an assessment as to the effectiveness of Part 1 and must include recommendations on its operation. A report is to be prepared annually, with the first report to be completed within 2 years of Chapters 1 and 2 of the Act coming into operation. I consider that there is merit in this, given that it will take a period for the new offence to bed in and for numbers to be meaningful. The amendment also makes provision in relation to laying of the independent person's report at the Assembly and for the clause to have effect for a minimum period of 7 years from the day on which Chapters 1 and 2 come into operation. Where the Department brings forward regulations, the functions may cease after this period. Amendment 15 provides that Clause 31 comes into operation the day after royal assent, enabling the appointment process to be established ahead of the new domestic abuse offence coming into operation. As I noted at consideration stage and during my previous discussions with the committee and chairs, I am reassured that this function does not need to entail an entirely new entity. Rather, it is a function that could be undertaken by, for example, the Criminal Justice Inspection or any new Victims of Crime Commissioner. In this respect, there have been helpful discussions with the Chief Inspector of Criminal Justice in Northern Ireland. Turning now to Amendment 12, this builds on Clause 32, with changes largely to refine some of the language around criminal proceedings so that this more closely aligns with practice. The reporting period is also somewhat broader to reflect that the offence will not be introduced at the start of a financial year, therefore assisting with the time period for data collection. Reference is now also made in relation to the domestic abuse offence and data by reference to police districts. The provisions in relation to guidance have also been refined to refer to issuing, review and revision of guidance, given that the guidance will have been developed through a multi-party task and finish group involving statutory and voluntary sector partners ahead of the offence coming into operation. Provision is made that there are ongoing reporting requirements, with each reporting period 3 years after the previous one. The amendment also provides that the reporting requirement would no longer apply if regulations to this effect were brought forward, with the earliest that these can be brought forward being 10 years after the domestic abuse offence comes into operation. It is considered that at that point the offence will be well bedded in, and that reporting at that point should take the same form as for any other offence. This is, of course, something that would have to be reviewed further at that point. That aside, information and data would continue to be made available on key offence statistics, such as is currently the case in relation to a wide range of offences. The last 3 amendments are technical, albeit important. Amendment 14 provides that Clause 27A will come into effect the day after royal assent is secured. Turning to the final amendment, Amendment 16 allows for the short titles of the bill at Clause 39 to be amended on foot of changes to the bill at consideration stage. The previous reference to family proceedings in the short title will therefore be replaced by civil proceedings, of which family proceedings are a part. A similar change is made in the long title by way of Amendment 17. This will make reference to regulating the conduct of civil proceedings in particular circumstances and provision for connected purposes, again in line with the changes that have been made to the bill. Mr Speaker, that concludes my remarks on the amendments being considered in this grouping, and I look forward to hearing from members. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Justice, Paul Givan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Amendments 9, 10, 11, 12 and 15 all relate to provisions that were introduced to the bill by the committee at consideration stage. The Department provided the committee with its proposed text of these amendments, and the committee requested a number of changes to ensure the provisions retained their original purpose and intent. The Department responded positively to the committee requests, and we are therefore supporting the amendments today. In relation to Amendment 9, the main change to Clause 29 is to remove the reference to the Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunal Service. The Department highlighted that the Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunal Service is part of the Department, and therefore it is considered legislatively inappropriate to retain the reference, given it would require the Department to give guidance to itself. Officials did provide assurance that the Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunal Service is fully involved, together with the PSNI and the PPS, in the discussions that are being held around the operationalisation of the offence and the information to be gathered, and it would be made clear to the court service what is expected from it and the information that is to be provided. While the committee is of the view that the Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunal Service has an important role to play in ensuring that appropriate and robust data is collected to fully and properly assess the operation of the new offence, and it is consistent across the various criminal justice agencies, of which it is one, to allow for the tracking of cases and analysis at each stage of the process, it accepts the reason for removing the specific reference in the provision to the Courts and Tribunal Service, given the assurances provided by the Department and again by the Minister today. Moving on, Clause 30 currently places a duty on the Department to ensure that sufficient and appropriate training is made available to allow for the effective operation of this legislation. The training is mandatory for all those involved in the disposal of domestic abuse cases in policing and criminal justice agencies, and must be provided annually, and the Department must publish the uptaking of training by each relevant organisation at the end of each annual reporting period, given the importance of this to the effective operation of the legislation. The need for such training to fully understand coercive control and the needs of the victim was emphasised by the article in the Belfast Telegraph last Friday, and I welcome the confirmation from the Police Service that it is currently developing a new extensive domestic abuse training package for all frontline officers. Members had sympathy with the point that the Minister made regarding it being more appropriate to place the duty for training on the police and the PPS respectively in relation to their personnel rather than the Department, and I indicated during the consideration stage debate that the committee would be content for the wording of the provision to be tidied up to reflect this. Amendment 10 does this. When the committee considered the first draft of Amendment 10, members were concerned that the Department had removed the requirement to publish the uptake of training by each relevant organisation on an annual basis, and the provision for training for criminal justice agencies other than the Police Service, the Public Prosecution Service and the Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunal Service, to allow for the effective operation of the Act. The Department has now reinstated both these requirements to the satisfaction of the committee, and we are therefore able to support Amendment 10. Turning to Amendment 11, which replaces Clause 31. Following discussions with departmental officials, the initial wording of the amendment has been revised to more accurately reflect the intent of Clause 31(1)(b) for the independent person to review, report and make recommendations in relation to the operation of Part 1 of the Act, and also that they should advise and make recommendation in relation to the content and review of guidance under Clause 28. The committee is therefore satisfied with Amendment 11 and also welcomes Amendment 15, which will enable the Department to establish the process to appoint the independent person ahead of the offence coming into operation. In relation to Amendment 12, the wording builds on the provision in the bill and refines some of the language to more closely align with criminal proceedings and practice. The Department initially proposed that the amendment should provide for the reporting requirements in Clause 32 to cease after 9 years, rather than remain open-ended. However, at the request of the committee, this was removed. The amendment to the clause now provides that after the initial report, each reporting period is 3 years after the previous one. There is also provision for the reporting requirement to come to an end at the earliest 10 years after the offence comes into operation, and this can only be done by way of a negative resolution regulation, which will have to be considered by the committee. If regulations are not brought forward, the reporting requirement will continue indefinitely. The Committee is of the view that this is a pragmatic approach to adopt and is content with Amendment 12. Excuse me. The Committee also supports Amendments 16 and 17 that make changes to the long title of the bill and the short title at Clause 39 to properly reflect the changes that have been made to the bill. Speaking just briefly, Mr. Speaker, in my role as a member of the Assembly, first let me take the opportunity to commend Nicola Brogan on her maiden speech. I always admire a member who decides to introduce a degree of controversy. On this occasion, we decided to let it go, but on the next occasion I suspect members will wish to have that debate. But I've no doubt, given the way that she spoke, she will be able to equip herself very well and articulate her position. She is a Tyrone woman. I'm a Lisburn man born and bred, but my family are all from Tyrone, so we share that commonality at least. But I certainly wish her well in her time in the Assembly. I will, Mr. Speaker, at final stage of the bill, commend all of the organisations and individuals in more detail. I just wanted to again put on record my thanks to our own committee staff, the work of the bill clerk that advised the committee, and indeed the Assembly staff for their support to the committee and getting us to this stage, and I'll elaborate on that at final stage. And I suppose finally, because this is likely the last time I'll get a chance to engage with the Justice Minister as we break for recess, and I know there was a member, Mr. Speaker, in this House, and they indicated, well, at least I'm sure the Minister hopes it's the last time we might talk before Christmas, but there was a member in this House who kindly offered to provide marriage counselling. And I always take the view in relationships, it's usually better that they work it out themselves. So let me be the first, because in any relationship, it takes somebody to take the first step. I do, in all sincerity, want to wish the Minister well over the Christmas period. I do thank her for the engagement. At times, I know it might appear hostile. Maybe that's how it feels for others. But iron does sharpen iron in that respect. And the democratic process has brought forward a better piece of legislation, even at times when it might seem difficult to get to that point. And I know we are at that Christmas time where we remember the new birth. And I know the Minister is familiar with the Good Book, and there is a little verse there that talks about there being a time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing. Now, I know the Minister would wish to embrace at this stage, but because of COVID-19, we're not able to do that. So, but I do wish her a peaceful Christmas, and let's hope that we have a good new year. So, Mr. Speaker, to that end, thank you.
And on that note, I might actually advise members that we're organising a hybrid carol service this incoming few days. You might be invited along if you continue to behave yourself. I call Linda Dillon.
I just don't know how to follow that. I'll keep my remarks very, very brief. Just to concur with the Chair, and obviously, I mean, at the final stage we will say more, but I would like to also place on the record the hard work of all of the committee, the Minister and our officials, and obviously our committee staff and the Bills Clerk, who has had great patience, I can tell you, I'd say, with all of us. But everybody has worked very hard, and they've worked very hard because we believe in this bill, and that, you know, the Chair talked about Christmas. And we all know that Christmas is a particularly difficult time for those who actually suffer from domestic abuse. So our thoughts will be with those people over the Christmas period, those who are stuck in their homes with their abusers and potential abusers. So just to say that for me, and I won't go into any detail, the Chair has covered the detail around these amendments, so there's no need to go into that any further, but I would say that these are extremely important amendments. Whilst they may not be as contentious as some of those in the first grouping, they were really, really important to this committee, because the first grouping is probably about trying to get the abuse bill right, you know, making sure that we have an actual offence on the books that will deliver for victims. But this grouping is about ensuring that the rollout of it is right, that the training is right, that it's implemented in the best possible way so that it actually delivers for victims, and then reporting on that to ensure that where there are gaps, and there will be gaps, There's no, you know, we've worked really hard on this, but we know it's not perfect. Nobody in this chamber, I think, would believe for 1 second that it's going to be perfect. So the reporting on it and the independent oversight will be really important for what we do next. Because I know from my own point of view, and I would absolutely believe that it would be the feeling of certainly of the rest of the committee, but I would say for everybody else in this chamber, this is not the finish for us. This is only the beginning. Domestic abuse has not even begun to be dealt with, and the offence is only one small part of it. So whatever committee you're on, you will be playing a role in dealing with this. Whatever part you play or role you play within this chamber and within this House, you will have your part to play on this, because this definitely is only the beginning of how we start to deal with domestic abuse. And we've all talked earlier on in debates and the previous debates around the importance of education. And I just want to say it again to place it on the record. Education is vital, obviously, in terms of the training, those that will be rolling this out, but education on what a healthy relationship is. We don't want people to be found guilty of this offence. We want them not to commit it in the first place. And education is the only way that we'll stop that from happening. Educating our young people on what a healthy relationship is. And the conversation about telling young women how to look after themselves and protect themselves needs to stop. We need to be telling those who could be potential perpetrators or abusers in the future, you watch how you behave. You stop doing what you're doing. Not look after each other and keep those who may become victims safe. Stop the people who may become the victim makers. So I really think that education from all angles and from whatever way we can do it, and for me, Operation Encompass, as we talked about earlier, was part of that, because we know that the perpetrators of the future are the victims of yesterday. And they're caught up in a cycle that nobody has protected them from, nobody has saved them from, and nobody has intervened in. So as an Assembly, I hope that's what we will do. And I hope in the future, whenever they're reporting on this offence, that actually the numbers of people who are using this in the courts does not go up. It initially will. That's obviously the way this will happen. It's a new offence, so it will go up. But I hope at some point when we're reporting, we start to see those figures coming down, because we haven't just taken a very narrow approach and dealt with this as a criminal offence, but we've actually decided we're going to make a real change here, and we're going to make real change for the people who need it most. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I call Sinead Bradley.
Mr Speaker, and like the previous speaker, I will keep my comments brief on this. Ultimately, the Chair, and I thank the Chairperson for the Committee for Justice for so succinctly outlining the committee position, and I think that was a fair and thorough assessment. There are many things that the committee teased out along the way. Training, oversight and reporting were three that made it. And members of this House will know, and members of the committee will know, that long conversations happened on many other issues that sat on the fringes or for some reason didn't progress at this stage. And ultimately what these three important tools do is they sit with a framework that is the offence of domestic abuse, and that is the key objective at the initial stages of this bill. But I do think it's important that much of the conversation around issues that we didn't manage to progress or get to this stage are not completely outlined, that they still can and could come into play, because once we have the training in place, and the Scottish model is the perfect example of showing us how important it is to get that piece right. Then the oversight piece, there have been, the bill, ironically, while good, has not been the best process, and I think that has to be admitted by all. While we were all very eager in our timeline to see it across the line, it did create very short windows of opportunity for us to be able to scrutinise and find detail and be able to come to this House fully informed, as we should be. And the oversight role in this is the tool that can say some of these things have been carried on this bill on a promise. And if that's the case, we need somebody who's going to hold up and say, well, has everything that was intended come to fruition? And that's why I think, particularly at this late stage, the oversight role is starting to have perhaps more importance than originally, even though the intention was good, as does the reporting. I think the reporting piece is basically, we cannot anticipate every situation or every eventuality, and we do have to have a reporting mechanism in place, because that will be the critical tool in the future that will talk to us if we need to have additions, amendments, or where resource should be directed to make this bill as good as it can be. And I don't want to appear Scrooge skipping over Christmas, but my mind quickly runs at this stage to the final stage. I don't want there to be any obstacles in the way. And I hope that the conversations in this House this evening and the actions of members in this House will give sufficient assurances to the Minister that there can be no stalemate on this. We do need a domestic abuse offence on statute as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't actually going to speak, but since I'm on my feet now, I suppose I'll just address, which has not been a laboured process. I've got to say it's been a hard-fought process that we've gone through, and I suppose we have focused a little bit on the legal aid, but there's so much more into it. In this particular group of amendments, I think we had a real success in the training piece, and particularly making sure that the training is annual and it's mandatory, and it's going to be registered, so we know what's taking place, so we can actually see if it's working. And that was done through collaboration from the committee identifying what it believed needed to happen, to engaging with the Minister and her officials, to the Minister coming back with an amendment to the amendment that we put in. And that's a good process, and I think that's the right process. And I think that's where I really see merit in the way that we've gone about this. And yes, we can say that people have got tetchy on certain issues, and they're tetchy on certain issues because it's important to them. They're not tetchy on certain issues purely because they want to be obstructive or anything like that. I think they really have got a buy-in to this process, and that's why it feels like they're being tetchy. But if you just stand back a little bit, I suppose, and just try and look at what we're trying to achieve, this is a high-stakes game that we're in many ways. In fact, the word game is the wrong word to use, but this is high stakes, because if we had got this wrong, if we get this wrong, it is people who are suffering domestic abuse and their children who are going to suffer it. That is men, that is women, and that is their children, teenagers and below. So, you know, it is high stakes, and I think we have to remember that. But we're drawing to the end of this process, and in drawing to the end of this process, not just here today, but certainly the final stage, I honestly believe that all of the work that we have put in, be that as a committee, be that as an assembly in general, be that the Minister and her staff, we will really be proud of what we produce at the end of the day, and it will help people who are in extremely difficult positions. So I will certainly be, and my party will be, supporting this second group of amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Paula Bradshaw.
I'm just rising to say that we will be supporting all the amendments in this group. Thank you.
Thank you. And Paul Frew, follow that.
Mr. Speaker, you put me under so much pressure. Can I just say that this grouping here exemplifies exactly the relationship that we should have between committee and Minister and Department. It's the best model, best practice, acceleration that we could ever give. And what I mean by that is this. This bill 10 years ago would have been unthinkable. If someone had said 10 years ago that we'll have to legislate for coercive control, nobody would have thought it possible. And I'm talking about MLAs, I'm talking about members in the street, I'm talking about victims groups, and I'm talking about the judiciary. But we are in the cusp of making history. And so the Minister, the Department, the committees and the members of this House should feel a sense of achievement, that we can move this bill in the way we have. And I said at second stage, I encouraged members to consider putting forward amendments that they seen fit to produce, because MLAs are people on the ground. They have constituents. They see victims on a weekly or daily basis. And they will know what they need to achieve in any given bill or legislation. And can I say, Mr. Speaker, that I am satisfied with the content of the amendments and the context and the calibre of the amendments that come through on data collection, training, independent oversight and the reporting of this operation. And why are those aspects so important to this bill when they're maybe not so important to other bills or legislation? And it's simply because for the first time we have legislated, or we are legislating for coercive control. And that's vitally important. Other jurisdictions are having to go twice at this. I suspect some will go 3 times at this. And I'm not saying that this bill is perfect, but with the reporting mechanisms, with the data collection, with the independent oversight, it means that we will get the best stab at it. And if we have to change or amend, we can do so in the future with the confidence of knowing that that data and that information and that oversight will be in place. And we will be able to move forward in confidence together, both Minister, Department, committees and Assembly, to make sure that we make this bill even better, that we protect even more victims, and that we... And Linda Dillon makes a very valid point about the seismic change that must take place out there with regards to us getting the message to the perpetrator. I agree 100%. Whilst we must protect the victim, we must also change ways. We must also rid, as much as possible, the scourge of domestic violence and coercive control. And this is our best stab at it. And that gives us, and it should give us, a sense of achievement and satisfaction. But we must never lose sight of the people at the heart of this bill, and that is the victims and their families, both fathers and mothers and children of the victims, who feel and walk this journey with their relatives on a daily basis, who worry sick for the victims of domestic violence and coercive control and the abuse that they suffer, who have tried their best to support their families through thick and thin, and who at times will feel completely and utterly helpless. This bill is also for all of those organisations, Women's Aid, MAP, all the other organisations, too many to mention, that are required and needed in this society today. I wish it wasn't so, but they are so much needed, and they do sterling work. This bill is for them, to help them, to arm them, and to support them in their works and what they do to supporting victims. I say this is a good day. I say this, we move on with confidence, we get to the final stage as quickly as we can, and we deliver for the victims of domestic violence and coercive control. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I call Emma Rogan.
From the beginning of this process of this bill, the need for adequate training and resourcing has been a core theme. Whilst we all agree that this legislation provides a drastic step change in our approach to tackling domestic abuse, by ensuring the new domestic abuse offence more accurately encapsulates the horrors of domestic abuse in order for the legislation to be effective, it is crucial that we get it right in terms of training. Given the new offence relates to a coercive behaviour, this will require the exercise of judgment by the police when they gather evidence and when attending incidents of domestic abuse. Therefore, a clear understanding and recognition of the behaviours associated with non-physical abuse is of paramount importance. This will be new to many of these officers, but if we are to properly protect victims from abuse, then a huge amount of responsibility will fall to these officers, and it is crucial that they are supported in their efforts and properly supported. Throughout our discussions with the officials, it became apparent that this clause would be strengthened, and I believe that the Minister's Amendment to 10 does this, and I am happy to support it. It will ensure that legally training must be provided to personnel within the PSNI and the PPS and any other body that has functions within the criminal justice system in connection with this offence, including the courts and the tribunal service and any other agency of the Department of Justice. It will ensure that such training must be provided at least annually and that it is mandatory. With regards to Amendment 11, the independent oversight, Independent oversight of the implementation of this legislation will bring a wide range of benefits that will be of such importance that this legislation is rolled out until it is fully embedded. It will make it mandatory for whoever is responsible for the independent oversight to report annually on the implementation of this legislation. And as has been said before, this is new, and we are trying to get this right at this stage, where other legislators and other jurisdictions are going at it time and time again. We are trying to get this done right and get it done first time. Further still, it will provide a crucial oversight on the content and the review of guidance, the importance of which has been and presumably will be again emphasised by other members. Independent external oversight has a number of advantages, including being able to review the operation of the legislation in great detail to ensure that it is operating as it is expected, and where it isn't, the recommendations will play a crucial role in making interventions where necessary. It can help monitor and review performance. It can ensure accountability of the department and of the agencies involved with dealing with domestic abuse incidents and prosecutions. It can collect, disaggregate and widely publish data which would help spot emerging patterns and trends, and it can build confidence among the organisations that support victims of domestic abuse. I note the Minister's intentions to begin work with a view to the introduction of a victim of crime commissioner, which may well carry many of the same functions as an independent person with responsibility for the oversight of this legislation. However, we cannot wait until a commissioner is in place. We have no timeline for this yet, and before we review the operation of this legislation, nonetheless, independent oversight and a victims commissioner should complement one another rather than duplicate the work, and I welcome this.
Thank you, and I call Sean Lynch.
I can't call you, and you'll be glad to know I'll try and keep these as short as possible. I'm going to specifically just address my remarks to Amendment 10. As a member of the Policing Board, I have a particular focus on the PSNI, who will play an absolute vital role in this new legislation. The new Domestic Abuse Bill will mark a step change not only in how we deal with perpetrators of abuse, but also how we protect victims. Police officers, often the first responders to incidents and who are responsible for gathering and collating evidence, must be adequately supported in their efforts. If a perpetrator physically lashes out, can often leave marks, bruises, cuts and scars. However, many forms of abuse are part of the new offence are more difficult to spot as perpetrators behaviour is often subtle and covert. Therefore, police, prosecutors, judiciary must have a clear, thorough understanding and recognition of the behaviour associated with non-physical abuse. This is precisely why training will play an important role in the effectiveness of the implementation of this legislation. This is a point that has been raised time and time again by our party and many other parties, by victims and victims' organisations and by many other stakeholders. So I'm glad that we are able to allay those concerns by including Amendment 10 in the bill. Police officers, prosecutors and judiciary are very capable of making this legislation a success. However, they must be supported in their duties. Amendment 10 will ensure that training must be legally provided in the PSNI, the PPS, the courts and tribunal services, and any other body that has functions within the criminal justice system in connection with domestic abuse. We all want to see this legislation be successful, not least those who will be on the front line protecting victims and tackling perpetrators. It's only right that we equip personnel with the right tools and acknowledge and the knowledge to do so. I commend and support Amendment 10.
Thank you, Gormagat. And I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak briefly on this positive group of amendments. As much as I would have liked to have said has already been covered, and just to concur with the comments made by the Chair, the Vice Chair and other members of the committee to get us here today, as well as crucially thanking the Minister, her department, the committee staff and the Bill Clerk, who have all done a fantastic job with us. Again, I wish to express my immense thanks to my researcher, who has done an outstanding job for me. I would like to speak on Amendment 9, the training requirement, which is absolutely crucial to this bill, especially when it becomes an act, and something I have pushed for months. In my view, for training for the PSNI, PPS and judiciary is absolutely critical to the effective implementation of this legislation, and as I said at consideration stage, this has been fundamentally important in the effective rollout and adoption of the Scottish legislation, the so-called gold standard. Amendment 9 changes the former committee amendment, now clause 30 of the bill, to put the onus on the PSNI, PPS and Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunal Service to provide training as they consider appropriate for their personnel and staff to allow for effective discharge of their responsibilities in relation to this. And whilst this is a difference to what the committee amendment had done, placing a duty on the department, I still think it holds merit. I am glad that this is forming part of the bill now at further consideration stage and has the backing of the Justice Committee. Other wording has tidied up the clause, which I also welcome. I would again raise the fundamental issue that goes hand in hand with training, that is, the sufficient allocation of resources for this to happen to the fullest and most appropriate way for staff within those organisations and bodies. I would also urge again for all members of the criminal justice system to be trained fully in this new offence, including the judiciary, just as it happened in Scotland, whereby the Judicial Institute commissioned training for all judges and sheriffs. Indeed, the courses also gave participants an insight into the impact of criminal behaviour on victims and children. Before the Scottish Act came into force, newly appointed sheriffs and summary sheriffs had received training specifically on the issue of domestic abuse as part of their mandatory induction course. Specific training on domestic abuse issues have also been incorporated as appropriate into other training courses focusing on family cases, vulnerable witnesses, courtroom technology and sentencing. And I would welcome that this would happen as a matter of urgency in order to roll this out in much needed legislation as best as we can. I welcome the Department's changes to Amendment 12 and the fact that reporting will not end automatically, as was previously envisioned, but the Assembly will now have a scrutiny and oversight role in determining when this requirement will cease. Originally, the Department had drafted this with a sunset provision, and I understand that there may be a future scenario where these monitoring and evaluation exercises are no longer required, but it shouldn't happen automatically. And I welcome the Minister adopting part of the previous amendment that I had brought on reporting on consideration stage and including the requirement on aggravation as outlined in 1, 8, 9 and 15. Amendment 14, as well, the work on the report and proposals in relation to the availability of legal aid for victims and survivors will commence straight away, and that's also very welcome. To finish, Mr Speaker, I wish to reiterate to those people who we are trying to legislate to and protect, if you are at risk of abuse or a victim of domestic abuse, please reach out. Please make a call or contact someone. Contact the amazing support organisations that are there, to the police, to your health professional or GP, or to somebody that you trust. And if it's an emergency, please call 999. Please do not continue to suffer in silence. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And just to, I suppose, refer back to where we are with this, as members are aware, Amendment 9 will remove the Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunals Service from that body's advised about data collection, given that that would simply be a reiteration of my department advising itself and would be a bit of a legislative oddity. Amendment 10 deals with training, and responsibility for this will now sit with the correct organisations. And I appreciate in particular Sean Lynch's contribution on this as a member of the Policing Board, and I think it's right that the Policing Board should have their role recognised in terms of scrutiny of operational policing. Amendment 11 allows for independent oversight function, providing annual reports and recommendations to the Department on the effectiveness of Part 1 of the Bill. Amendment 12 provides for a departmental report on operation of Part 1, providing a range of data and information relating to it. Taken together, these ensure that we can effectively consider how the offence is operating and any changes that may be needed. Members are, of course, aware that any legislation, once it is in operation, may not necessarily work exactly as was anticipated. And so it is important that we are able to consider the impact of the offence, how it is being implemented and what changes, if any, are needed in order to refine it. Amendments 14 and 15 deal with commencement, while Amendments 16 and 17 adjust the long and short titles of the bill to better reflect the amended bill. In concluding, Mr Speaker, I want to thank all of those who have participated, not just in this debate on Group 2, but in all of the debates on the way through this bill. I want to thank them for engaging with this particular issue, and I believe that as a result of that engagement with Justice partners, with the committee, with the voluntary and third sector partners, and most of all, with those victims themselves who came forward and spoke directly with me and with the committee about their experiences. It is hugely important that they did so, Mr Speaker, and it has helped shape this bill for the better, for them and for the victims who have not yet been able to access protection under the current law. Mr Speaker, this legislation is hugely important to me and to the members of this House. But most of all, it is important to those who are affected by domestic abuse. I want to thank my departmental officials, committee and the committee members and committee officials, your own staff and indeed other members of this House staff for facilitating what have often been quite long and time-consuming debates. Mr Speaker, as we are all turning our minds to Christmas, and I think we've even had something of a Christmas ceasefire, which is quite retro, it feels like the 80s, but I just want to wish the Chair and the committee a very peaceful and a very safe Christmas. I hope that Santa is generous to them and to their loved ones, and that they get some good rest because, Mr Speaker, we have plenty more legislation where this bill came from in 2021. I also, though, Mr Speaker, as we do think of Christmas, I want to remember those for whom home is not a safe place. I want to think about those for whom Christmas is not a time of peace and rest and joy. And I want to assure them that we will return to complete this bill at the earliest stage possible in the new year. And in the meantime, I would appeal to those who suffer in silence to speak up, to seek help, to seek protection. You are not alone. You deserve protection, and the police and our statutory and voluntary partners are there to help at Christmas, just as at any other time of the year. Do not wait. Make the call. Take that step. Keep you and yours safe this Christmas and at all other times. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Minister, and for your concluding remarks. And amendment proposed to clause 29, page 15, line 21, leave out words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 9 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 10 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 10.
Beg to move.
Amendment proposed leave out clause 30 and replace with a new clause, training within relevant bodies, as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 10 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 11 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 11.
I beg to move.
Amendment proposed leave out clause 31 and replace with a new clause, independent oversight of this part, as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 11 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 12 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 12.
Beg to move.
Amendment proposed leave out clause 32 and replace with a new clause, report on the operation of this part, as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 12 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 13 has already been debated, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Justice, Paul Given, to move formally Amendment 13.
I beg to move.
The amendment proposed to clause 38, page 32, line 27, insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 13 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Okay, members, order members, please resume your seats. Okay, members, thank you. Before I put the question, I would again remind those members present that, if possible, it would be preferable if we could avoid a division. The question is that Amendment 13 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Do we have tellers? Okay, members, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Paul Frew and Paul Given. Tellers for the noes are Paula Bradshaw and Kelly Armstrong. And before the Assembly divides, I want to remind people that, as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. I'd also remind people to always ensure social distancing continues to be observed while the division is taking place. Clear lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Let me secure the door. Clerk, please read the result.
69 members voted, 25 members voted aye, 44 members voted no. 11 members who voted in both lobbies are not included in these results. The amendment is negatived.
Okay, the amendment falls. Amendment 14 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 14.
I beg to move.
Amendment proposed to clause 38, page 32, line 27, insert words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 14 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 15 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 15.
Beg to move.
Amendment proposed to clause 38, page 32, line 27, insert words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 15 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 16 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 16.
I beg to move.
Amendment proposed to clause 39, page 32, line 33, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 16 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 17 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Justice to move formally Amendment 17.
I beg to move.
Amendment proposed to a long title, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 17 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the further consideration stage of the Domestic Abuse and Family Proceedings Bill, and the bill now stands referred to as Speaker. And could I also add thanks to all of the other thanks that were issued earlier to all of our staff in the Business Office, the Usher Services, Hansard, the Assembly Broadcasting, UREST, and our officials in the Speaker's Office. And on that basis, then, could I ask members now to take your ease. We move on to the final item on the order paper tonight.
Members, the next item of business is a motion from the Committee for the Executive Office. I ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
that this Assembly notes the evidence from local councils to the Committee for the Executive Office in its report on the evidence received from local councils on the impact of the United Kingdom's exit from the European Union, NIA 58/1722, and calls on the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to urge the UK Government to provide clarity on the implementation of the Protocol on Ireland, Northern Ireland, to allow local councils to prepare for the post-transition period.
I call on the Chairperson for the Committee of the Executive Office to formally move the motion.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow 1.5 hours for this debate. You will have 10 minutes to propose the motion and a further 10 minutes to whine. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. And I invite you to open the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As part of its scrutiny of cost-cutting Brexit issues, the Committee for the Executive Office sought evidence from local councils on the issues they are facing as a result of the UK's exit from the EU. All 11 councils provided written and oral evidence. The Committee's report presents that evidence. It does not make recommendations or come to any conclusions. It simply provides an opportunity for debate and to highlight the difficulties being faced by councils. All evidence received was set against the backdrop of COVID. Council readiness for the post-transition period has been hugely affected by the pandemic, with a number of councils referring to the cocktail of COVID-19 and Brexit as the perfect storm. Brexit presents a wide range of fundamental challenges for local government, both collectively as a sector and individually as authorities. The addition of COVID-19 to the mix has, in simple terms, made matters worse. Committee members were presented with a detailed picture of the issues being faced by councils, particularly as a result of the lack of clarity on agri-food, fisheries, custom checks and tariff levels and cross-border arrangements. The lack of clarity on funding was also raised, not just the funding needed to allow council officers to carry out new duties, but also EU funding for the delivery of projects and programmes. Very early on. Yes, go on ahead.
Appreciate the member for giving way. Would the member acknowledge that for 90% of the time that the United Kingdom was a member of the European Union and its predecessor organisations, that the United Kingdom was a net contributor to the funds of the European Union?
I thank the member for his intervention. This is the committee end of it. I'm sure such interventions will have more relevance whenever I get going to my personal remarks later in my for balance. Yes.
Would the member not agree that actually the rebate that the British government made ensured that it was not that we here in the north were net beneficiaries of the EU, and the constituency that we should care about is our own?
And the ping-pong will begin, and I'm sure continue for the rest of it, and I will take no more interventions, as I know that I won't get any extra speaking time for my remarks. One of the main messages from councils was that the protocol needs to be implemented in a way that recognises our unique circumstances, and in particular the reliance of our economic model upon fast and efficient supply chains within both the UK and the island of Ireland. On Tuesday past, we got some clarification on the operation of the protocol. We got agreement in principle on entry points, specifically for checks on animals, plants and derived foods, export declarations, the supply of medicines, the supply of some food products to supermarkets, and a clarification on the application of state aid under the terms of the protocol. Many of these issues were raised by councils, and although clarification has come at the last minute and is to be welcomed, time pressures and resource issues still remain, and uncertainty still exists in some areas. There is no doubt that the agreement in principle delivers significant measures to support GB to NI trade. However, by the UK Government's own admission, they do not deal with each and every instance of a new procedure that the protocol may create. The lack of a definition of goods at risk was highlighted by councils as an area of considerable concern. According to the UK Government, the agreement in principle will mean that goods which can be shown to remain in Northern Ireland and the UK's custom territory will not be subject to tariffs. It will only be goods destined for the EU or where there is uncertainty or genuine risk of onward movement where tariffs will be charged. The UK Government has also confirmed that there will be no requirement for export declarations for NI traders moving their goods from Northern Ireland to Great Britain. A number of councils told us that businesses are not prepared for the end of the transition period, so hopefully the agreement in principle has given them some certainty and has gone some way to reduce the panic around huge increases in administrative processes and the introductions of tariffs. As was pointed out by some councils, the protocol only keeps Northern Ireland in the EU single market for goods, not services, so service sector businesses here are still waiting to find out what's ahead of them, whether there's a deal struck with the EU or not. Hopefully they will get some certainty in the not-too-distant future. Council areas which border counties in the Republic of Ireland highlight particular challenges and the fear that they will bear the brunt of Brexit. Cross-border travel and movements between NI and Ireland is extensive and for many people a systematic feature of everyday life. People make cross-border journeys for a wide variety of reasons, including employment, study, shopping, visiting friends and family, or as tourists. Particular reference was made to the impact of Brexit on farms and businesses which straddle the border, which include waste shipments, cross-border working and commuting, and the dependence on EU migrant workers. And I'm sure members from border areas will elaborate on those concerns. Funding was identified by 11 council areas as a fundamental issue. Following the transition period, the UK will no longer have access to EU structural funds. This is the funding councils depend heavily on to deliver projects and programmes which bring huge benefits to our communities. At a recent spending review, the Chancellor set out plans for the UK's Shared Prosperity Fund, which is designed to replace EU structural funds. He didn't commit to fully replacing the funding that we receive from EU sources, and he suggested that the funding levels would ramp up over time until they eventually represented full replacement of the EU income, but he did not repeat his commitment for the individual devolved areas. We need certainty on how the fund will operate here, and I hope the Executive will make every effort to get that clarity as soon as possible. A number of councils also had concerns about the lack of clarity on the role of councils will play in the management of funding schemes and highlighted the potential for job losses within their ranks. I would now like to make a number of points in my capacity as an individual MLA. Many now accept that Brexit is a disaster. Whether it is a border down the Irish Sea, the threat of a border on the island of Ireland, the impact upon the Good Friday Agreement, businesses not knowing what will happen next, community groups not knowing what their future will look like, or how we have highlighted the real impact upon councils, it has been and looks set to be an unmitigated disaster. Some promised £350 million per week extra for the National Health Service. They argued that we were taking back control. Well, one has to wonder if they knew what they were playing at. In the best of times, the departure from the EU would be disastrous and have a significant impact upon life here. To be fair, an idiot would see that one coming. However, in the midst of a global pandemic, the impact is increased tenfold. There will be a future relationship with the EU, there has to be, but the shape and tone of that relationship still stands unknown even at this late stage. I feel sorry for councils across the north. They are having to deal with the uncertainty of Brexit and how the added results of COVID placing a hit on their incomes and reserves. They are indeed facing some challenging times. They hear about a shared prosperity fund, but the detail is lacking. They do not know if they will get the finances that they have become used to, and with a reduction of finances comes a reduction in the services they can provide, and with this reduction in service that they can deliver to the communities in their area, they are the ones that will be impacted. We still don't know if the Shared Prosperity Fund will be allocated by the Barnett consequential formula or if it will be replace what was previously given. The use of the Barnett consequential would be a bad move for us, as we have always benefited from EU funds well above other parts of the UK. And will farmers get access to single farm payments? Will there be tariffs for our fish producers selling into the EU? Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm certainly not a fisherman, but even I know that there's not much point in having the ability to catch fish if you can't sell them. But as long as we're taking back control, that's all that mattered to some. I welcome that the Finance Minister has agreed to engage with the Council leaders via Zollis and Nilga to listen intently to the concerns that they have and hopefully allow us in Stormont to articulate and problem solve the many issues they face and which I have highlighted. Mr Deputy Speaker, being an MLA in South Down, which now is an interface with the EU, it is critical for the businesses and groups in my constituency that they get clarity. They need to know what will happen next. The farmers in my constituency and the fishermen in two of the North's harbours need to know what will take place next. The work of Warren Point Harbour in my constituency will take on extra importance and workload, but they need to know what will happen next. The uncertainty is killing them, and as I said at the start, Brexit is bad. It will be disastrous, and there will be no amount of spin that will make it any better or more palatable. Some in this place advocated for it. You must now be honest with the people, with the businesses, with the community groups and with the councils who will all suffer in Northern Ireland, and explain to them the virtues of your stance. I wish you well trying to spin your way out of that one. You have let the people of Northern Ireland down. You have contributed to the creation of problems that will close many businesses and wreak havoc on many lives and communities, and all in the midst of a global pandemic, and all in the interests of supporting narrow-minded, blinkered English nationalism. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if it weren't so serious, I would call it sad. Thank you.
I call Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I have to say the opening remarks from the Chairman were probably quite useful the first 7 minutes. I have to say the last 3 was quite disappointing. I think the first number of minutes reflected broadly what some of the councils would have had to say. However, whenever we set upon this journey because we wanted a round table and because of conditions that wasn't allowed. But I have to say, what I have heard in terms of the rant from the member opposite in relation to his perspective of this, it also could be said the same for some of the councils, depending on where they came from. And I mean, that's what I feared whenever we set upon this journey and taking the evidence from those councils. I can indeed.
I don't ever want to accuse the chair of the committee of engaging in hyperbole, but apparently those of us who advocated for Brexit should have had the vision to know that COVID was coming down the line and that would make the outcome of the referendum worse. I've many talents, but the gift of foresight like that, I think, even at DUP headquarters, we don't have a crystal ball.
Members, an extra minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I agree with the point that my good friend has made. In relation to the conditions of carrying out that inquiry as we did in terms of the performance, I have to say, even after the opportunity to listen to the councils, and I mean, I only interacted with a few because the pattern was the same, Mr. Speaker. We had with questions coming from the benches opposite, continually barraging the witnesses in relation to funding. But let's be clear, the funding was never guaranteed if we stayed in Europe. And I'm sure the member for Foyle will rant on today again about in relation to the funding, as she has here tonight, and put her own spin on it. But can I remind her when I'm on my feet that there may be different conditions for Northern Ireland, but we've done it as a bloc in terms of the UK, and the UK was actually a net contributor. Yeah, go ahead.
Would my colleague agree that this was a very, very useful exercise by all the councils to hear the different views, and particularly my own Coast and Glens Council?
And without fail, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure it wouldn't go without notice that my colleague would refer to his own council. And indeed, it was useful listening to some of the councils. I represent South Antrim, my own council, my own area, Antrim and Newtonabbey, and both even Mid and East Antrim, I think, were very balanced. I listened to Mid and East Antrim, who actually have a port. They were very proactive. They said they'd got good relationships. They were working daily to get clarity in relation to these issues. Now, broadly speaking, in terms of the motion, in terms of the report, no one could disagree that clarity would be useful. But I have to say, the Chief Executive of Mid and East Antrim struck the best tone for me of them all, because of the way that she has approached this, she wouldn't have been as negative and doom and gloom as we're hearing already from the chairman of the committee. She's approaching this in a very pragmatic view that this deal has happened, we have to get on with it, and we have to do what's best for Northern Ireland. I will indeed.
When the member refers to the chair of Mid and East Antrim's Borough Council and the remarks that she made to the committee, would the member accept that she said that she did have a good relationship with the British Government and the correspondence that she had sent to Michael Gove? She then conceded that it hadn't been listened to, that they didn't want border infrastructure at Larne, and that has now happened.
Yes, the Chief Executive maybe said that, but I'm saying she had a good working relationship. She's getting the clarity and she's getting the answers that she has required, both her and the Mayor for the borough at that particular meeting that we had. So unlike the member opposite, I don't see this as a disaster. If I want to feel sorry for anyone today, I feel sorry for the chairperson of the committee in terms of his representation of all of this. I think the councils themselves came at this in a much better approach. Indeed, I took the opportunity to speak to a senior officer of another council who said that she was actually disappointed of the approach of the committee on that day. They had an awful lot of preparation that they had put into it, but they thought the focus of the committee was entirely wrong, and particularly Martina Anderson, where she continually barraged the councils in relation to the funding issue. The councils were very clear, like most of us on this side of the benches, that this funding window that we have is for a limited time. We're not guaranteed it. If it had stayed in Europe, I will indeed, yeah.
My friend Forgiving Way, I worked for Mr Allister when he was a member of the European Parliament between 2004 and 2007. As far back as 2004, the direction of funding in Europe was away from Western Europe and going to Eastern Europe. Everyone could recognise that these funds were of a diminishing value coming to this part of the United Kingdom and coming to the countries in the west of the European continent as a whole.
I suppose the other thing could be said, and I mean, the member for Foyle left Europe screaming and kicking. The screaming and kicking is still continuing on a weekly basis in relation to Brexit. But the fact is, we're leaving. You're not going back, Martina. We're leaving on the 1st January, and it's a new dawn for Northern Ireland.
I call Pat Sheehan.
I'll ask Count Corda, and I suppose I'm thankful to be having the opportunity to speak here tonight. And I think it was a very useful exercise to bring the councils into the committee. And although I have to say that the evidence we received was quite repetitive, insofar as many of the councils raised the same themes and issues. And the message from most of the councils to the TEO committee was crystal clear. Most of them are alarmed at the lack of preparation and communication as we approach the cliff edge here on the 31st of December and the ending of the transition period. And last week, I suppose, brought some clarity, a little clarity in regard to the protocol. But even that announcement contained further uncertainty. The supply of medicines has been long-fingered for a year, chilled meats for 6 months, and SPS checks for 3 months. So in reality, all that has been achieved is that the blockage has been pushed further down the pipe. As a result, many businesses will continue to face uncertainty and anxiety. New schemes for trading and movement of goods are being introduced without businesses getting clarity about new rules or IT systems and so on. So there's the Trader Assistance Scheme, there's a UK Trader Scheme, and a Movement Assistance Scheme, all dealing with different aspects of movement. And surely throwing all these schemes at traders so late in the year is only going to cause more confusion. Often in this whole debate, those in favour of Brexit blame the EU for whatever problems arise, and we hear that regularly, even in the midst of the negotiations that are ongoing. And one of the constant themes most of the councils brought up was about the lack of preparedness for Brexit at the end of the transition period, and that can't be blamed on the EU. The EU aren't responsible for what's happening here at the minute. The only thing that can be blamed is Brexit. The British government... Sure.
Just in the point that the member makes about the lack of clarity and the lack of preparedness, would you agree with me that it was a farcical situation that we have a council here in Northern Ireland where they have employed staff, and at this stage they don't know where the funding is going to come to pay for the staff, and they don't know what work the staff actually have to do. They just know that they need the bodies, but they don't know what it's actually doing. And that if that funding doesn't come through, the additional money to pay for them will have to come from the ratepayer, which means that it's a public purse that will be hit once again.
Members, an extra minute.
I thank the member for that intervention, and I couldn't agree more. And it's just another example of the type of chaos that we're facing as a result of this calamitous Brexit exercise. And as I was saying, these issues can't be blamed on the EU. It's the British government and the Department of the Economy that have responsibility for preparing businesses for the changes that are coming. And they have failed miserably thus far. And I suppose councils in border counties where a lot of trade is carried on with the south face particular difficulties. Trade in the Newry, Mourne and Down Council area, for example, faces great uncertainty. Services trade amounted to over $3 billion, yet we know services are not covered by the protocol. So service providers in border areas are at the mercy of whatever divergence may happen from next year onwards. The Council argued that the South is an important stepping stone into other global markets, and I quote, "It is therefore important that there are no bureaucratic or financial barriers to the market in the south of Ireland." And that exemplifies the difficulties that face particularly small and medium-sized enterprises here in the north of Ireland. And I want to move on to the issue of the Shared Prosperity Fund that the Chairperson mentioned earlier. And councils were almost unanimous in saying they had no information about this fund, except that it is supposed to replace the funding that currently comes from the EU. However, the Shared Prosperity Fund won't become operational until 2022, and that will result in a loss of £77 million of spending power in the meantime. And it was Lisburn and Castlereagh Council flagged up the risk to jobs and the loss of skills if funding for various projects ceases until 2022, because people currently employed will go looking for other employment and those skills will be lost. The picture this report paints for us is very disturbing. Business preparedness in the north is less than half of what it is in the south. Cross-border supply chains and labour markets are under threat. Uncertainty and anxiety are the order of the day. And it has been a feature of this. It has been, I beg your pardon?
Would the member draw his remarks to a close?
Certainly, yeah. It's been a feature of this particular British government that they've created chaos and confusion right throughout this process. And our response to this report should be realistic and cooperative effort to mitigate the destructive effect that Brexit and its surrounding uncertainty may have on council services and the local economy.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I think I welcome the opportunity to speak on behalf of this important issue. I'd like to thank the committee staff and representatives of the local councils that contributed towards this report, and to thank the committee itself. I don't sit on the committee, I sit on the Committee of Communities, and we're looking on a daily and a regular basis about the impacts to councils, so that's why I wanted to contribute this evening. This report will help inform us on the reality that's facing our councils as a result of Brexit. I think we can all agree at this point, whether you're Brexiteers or you're Remainers, Brexit is a mess. No one is getting what they want, and the outcome is going to leave us worse off, more peripheral with fewer rights and less influence. If things weren't already looking tough for our councils, bang, we had COVID came along in 2020. And I have to say, from dealing with Solus and with NILGA through the Committee for Communities, the outlook for our councils is extremely severe. It has put financial pressures on them that they did not expect. Added to the Brexit problems, we're looking at a catastrophe moving forward, and it won't just be our councils that will pay for that, it will actually be our ratepayers. We can maybe take a bit of comfort in that the UK and the EU are actually still talking at this stage. At least they appear to have worked out some of the details with the protocol, with the grace period, for instance, that we've heard about for supermarkets. And thankfully, the law-breaking elements of the Internal Market Bill were dropped. But this report highlights a plethora of issues regarding Brexit and what it brings to local government. Time's short, so I'll just hit the themes. Like, for instance, Northern Ireland's agri-food sector is a credit to us, but ensuring we have access to the same markets and compliance is going to be a challenge, and much of this will fall to our local government and environmental health departments. One of the particular concerns relates to food labelling and whether Northern Ireland producers can meet the requirements post-transition period. All of this needs to be ironed out, and what we do need for this is good local partners in local government. While we have the transition period is definitely coming to an end, 1st of January, it's going to hit businesses like a sledgehammer, and we need our local government to be there to provide the support But are they going to be able to cope with this? I don't know. I did ask the First Minister earlier this week about the common framework and how much businesses knew about that. Our councils don't even know about how to give businesses information. Our councils are in financial difficulty. In my role in communities, we are extremely concerned by the impact that COVID has had on our councils and their ability to deliver economic regeneration, employer support and to help our community come back from COVID. If they are to build back better, we need to consider how our councils can work as an effective partner with this government. And on top of that, there's the Brexit impact that's hitting them. They have made it very clear their concerns. They are worried about the funding. I know it's been mentioned by others. The Shared Prosperity Fund is something that is extremely concerning. Why in Northern Ireland do we have no details about this? Are we the poor relative that's going to get the scraps off the table? And worse still, it's not perhaps going to replace the funding that our councils are going to lose out on. There's the complexity of reams of red tape and costs that will harm businesses that our councils will be need them to support them, and it will cost jobs. So we need light touch regulation, clear information campaigns with answers and goodwill between the EU and the UK to iron out issues. I think it's also vital that good communication exists between the executive and local councils to help get messages out and engage on the problems that may arise. Look, the protocol is not perfect. It's the result of the UK seeking the hardest Brexit possible, which brings friction. The backstop was a much better situation. I would say that there are some who regret the decisions that they took and the outcome that has happened of not accepting that backstop. But for the good of our councils, for the good of this place and for the good of the citizens across Northern Ireland, we need to have stronger councils. We need to support them more and we need to be looking forward to funding them better in our next budget period. I'm very grateful for the councils who have fed into this report. They have provided confirmation on what we all were concerned about. But one thing I would like to say in closing is Ards and North Down Council, it's part of my own constituency, did highlight the uncertainty that exists with regards to the fishing industry, and I would like to thank the decision that was made today that Northern Ireland vessels can land fish at Northern Ireland ports and the
Ask
EU
the member to draw remarks to close.
without SPS checks. At least that's one piece of clarity. We need to be providing an awful lot more and building bridges, not borders.
I call Christopher Stalford.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. There is an irony in this that we'll all tear the back out of each other over the issue of Brexit, but we'll all vote to pass the motion anyway. And I suppose that's probably just the nature of what the debate has become. And at this time of feasting, it's not surprising to be served up the latest course of misery by the chairman of the committee in his remarks, although I don't think we'll choose to swallow them on this occasion. Speaking as a former councillor, someone that served for 11 years in Belfast City Council, I very much appreciate the effort and the time that the various councils put into presenting evidence to our committee. I think it was welcome participation from the 11 councils, and I do think that they made useful contributions. And there are some themes that have been raised by other members thus far that I absolutely can agree with. I think communication has been poor and that people do need to be better informed in terms of the approaches, not only that the devolved government here at Stormont intend to take, but also that the national government at Westminster intend to take. So communication could be improved. One of the areas that was mentioned by the previous speaker that the committee has been examining is that of common frameworks. And one of the things that I think going forward could be a bit of a new role for the British Irish Council would be in overseeing the implementation of common frameworks on how they operate within these islands. And up until now, the British Irish Council hasn't really had a very significant role. So if that's something that we, as a government here, maybe decide to take forward, because BIC incorporates not only the 4 UK nations, but also the Crown dependencies and the Isle of Man. So everyone in these, and obviously the Government of the Republic of Ireland, so everyone on these islands is embraced under the aegis of the British Irish Council, and the common frameworks are going to be the practical way in which the outworkings of this situation are applied. So I think that's maybe something that we as a committee might want to investigate going forward. I acknowledge and accept that the concerns that have been put on the record in relation to funding issues. But as I said in my intervention, I worked for 4 years for a member of the 3 years for a member of the European Parliament, and one of the areas that I worked in was helping groups to access funds, helping them to fill in funding applications and to get those funds drawn down. Certainly.
I think the member makes an interesting point in terms of drawing down funding, but also would the member agree a useful piece of work would be actually seeing the value that's spent to actually convert that labour into actual money that comes into Northern Ireland?
Yes, thank you, sir. Yes, I absolutely do agree with that. One of the problems that those groups, certainly in my experience, always identified was the 3-year funding cycle. So you basically take a year to get a project up and running. You take a year to actually have the time to deliver your project, and then the next year is spent trying to source the funding to keep your project going. And that was a consistent problem with the programmes that were being delivered by the European Union. Another problem was that they were diminishing. I mean, there's no point in denying that, because with new member states joining the European Union, who were in greater need of investment than we were, the money was inevitably moving from the west of Europe to the east, particularly to the former Soviet bloc, former Warsaw Pact countries that joined the European Union. So let us not convince ourselves that by the decision to leave the European Union we are going to be reduced to beggary, because that is simply not true. Now, I would also welcome further details and more information on the Shared Prosperity Fund, and I think it is important that the Government at Westminster do provide that information, because it is essential that groups know how to apply for this, how to get access to it, what the conditions will be for spending. One of the things that I think would be good would be if our community groups were not laden down, and again I'm speaking from experience, were not laden down with the burden of regulation and monitoring that was imposed upon many groups by the funds that were provided by the European Union. If people are engaged in community practice and community work, they should be engaged in community work, not filling in monitoring forms constantly. So if we can deliver the funds directly and in a more speedy way to bring more benefit to local communities, then that will be an improvement on the situation that we presently have, and I hope that everyone would accept that. 10 seconds.
Things to say that whilst he says about the 3-year funding cycle, many groups in Northern Ireland actually get an annual funding cycle here, and that's from our executive, not from Europe. And also there's more monitoring forms to be filled in by some of our local authorities.
Might I suggest he take it up with his government minister in the executives? I'm sure she'd be able to raise it for him. If you're going to stand up and criticise the executive, at least acknowledge the fact that you're in it. In terms of the worries about freedom of movement of people, the one thing I would say on that is that the Common Travel Area has existed before either the Republic of Ireland or the United Kingdom were member states of the European Union, and I have every confidence that that will continue into the future unless the belligerence of the EU prevents it. Thank you.
I call Martina Anderson.
The Executive Office Committee members, as we listened to the 11 councils, for some of us it was clearly understood that EU laws and policies and functions touch on almost every aspect of life here in the north, and it's bad enough for councils to deal with COVID and the COVID pandemic, but the Brexit transition and then the post-transition outcome, whatever that shape of that in 16 days' time, has resulted in the intensification of the significant financial pressures the councils are under. Now, those councils that represent the majority of people who voted to remain in the EU, they clearly understand the disaster of Brexit. For instance, Derry and Strabane Council in Derry, my own city, 78% of the people voted to remain because they knew there was no good Brexit, and they clearly understood and didn't want to see a hardening of the border in Ireland. And for those councils that represented the areas which voted by majority to leave in the council area, to leave the EU, it was clear listening to them the pennies were starting to drop, especially for those councils representing farmers and rural dwellers who now know that Brexit will rob their pockets and their wallets and will adversely impact on their livelihoods. Many of them were promised by Brexiteers that the British government would foot the Brexit bill. They were promised that they would not lose EU funding because the British government would replace it. And in fact, they were told there was going to be great benefits from leaving the EU. Well, let's see how all that is going. A harder border down the Irish Sea, red blood lines which were to guarantee regulatory alignment were ignored. Instead, there has been clearly defined regulatory divergence. And on top of that, officials from the Finance Committee informed the TEO Committee that farmers will actually see a reduction of 34 million of the EU funds that they get over the next 3 years. So the promise of EU funding being replaced by the British government was simply not true. And there's more. As a committee, we were informed that whilst the North is a net beneficiary of the EU funding, gaining 3.6 billion every few years, out of that sum, there are €750 million that the North has received from EU structural funds. Now, Brexiteers told councils, groups and organisations that the British government would replace that funding. Well, the British government announced a fund of only €220 million for Britain and here, which will result in a pittance of an allocation compared to what we received by being a member of the EU. The North will not be leaving the EU on the same basis as Britain. There will be divergence on SPS checks, as the North will be aligned with the EU and not with Britain. Antrim and Newtonabbey and Causeway Coast and Glens councils raised issues about agri-food and labelling. Businesses will have to start printing labels bearing the identification marks of the North, another diversion from Britain, in order to ensure that goods sold here in the North continue to follow EU rules, not Britain's rules. Councils also know that agri-food products moving from the North to Britain for onwards travel to the EU will in some cases need to be accompanied by additional support health documents. Agri-food support subject to border control posts and checks, which Minister Putz is building, will have to enter the North via designated points of entry, such as Warren Point, Larne and Belfast. Councils highlighted the impact of delayed times at ports and are working up contingency plans because of a disruption to their supply chain. And therefore, the south of Ireland has become a more attractive alternative supply chain route. Mid and East Antrim is concerned about the free flow of medicines to pharmaceutical companies here, who is very much reliant on just-in-time deliveries. Causeway Coast and Glens is concerned about the transfer of waste shipments entering the EU and is looking to the south of Ireland for alternative routes. So Brexit is without doubt an unmitigated disaster, and all who advocated for it should hang your heads in shame. Thank you all.
I call Emma Sheeran.
I suppose Brexit is a strange phenomenon in that it hasn't even happened yet, and it already almost feels like a historical event. It's been talked about so much, and we've discussed the pros and cons in this chamber to the point where any of us could probably predict what other members are likely to say on the issue. For instance, I know that the members across the benches are bored about talking about this. You campaigned for it, but you don't want to defend it now. And I think what was interesting about this particular engagement with the 11 councils was that the ideological positions and the Brexiteering and the showboating that we've become sort of used to at this point, and we've been subjected to up until this point, was largely abandoned. And we had councillors and chief executives forgetting about the political point scoring and instead giving us honest and frank accounts of the very real practical implications of Brexit for the people that they serve and the issues that they need resolution to now. And as well as that, every meeting was different. The specific interests of every region came to the fore depending on the demographics and the geography of the area, how close you were to the border. All of the things that have a factor in how much Brexit is going to impact you and who exactly within your constituency are going to be impacted became evident within these sessions. What did stay the same across all the meetings, the consistent themes you could call them, were the feelings of frustration, the need for information, the worry, the uncertainty, the various attempts to make preparations with one eye closed, and the confusion about the consequences of all of this for us. The only consistent thing about Brexit has been its inconsistency. And this was seen clearly from the meetings, even with the council areas that would be considered pro-Brexit, and the member across the way referred earlier to the remarks from the Chief Executive of Mid and East Antrim Borough Council. She told us that they had sent correspondence to Michael Gove and that they felt listened to by the British Government. But almost in the same breath, she told us that one of their biggest priorities was maintaining the current status quo at the Port of Larne, and then conceded that there was going to be border infrastructure here, which is obviously not consistent with what the UK had committed to or with what she wanted. So it's very obvious that whilst they had sent correspondence, the correspondence has been one way. It might not surprise anybody now that I want to focus on my own constituency of Mid-Ulster. When talking about funding, I should declare an interest. I've sat as a social partner on the Mid-Ulster LAG board for the distribution of RDP funding since 2014, so I know firsthand that the question about future funding and the uncertainty about whether or not even the current scheme would be able to come to conclusion was a massive worry for us and is something that comes up every month at our meetings. This programme delivered £10 million to local groups in our district over the course of 6 years. That's community halls, play parks, small rural businesses, GAA clubs, facilities which are at the heart of their respective communities, providing employment and services to local people. And the presentation that we got from Mid-Ulster Council addressed the concerns around the UK's so-called replacement in terms of the Shared Prosperity Fund, something that we don't have the detail we would like. Mid-Ulster is a border council, and a no-deal scenario poses significant issue for cross-border management of waste, something that isn't very glamorous but which has a real impact on people's daily lives. Another issue mentioned by Mid-Ulster related to our fishing industry at Lough Neagh, a community who have already been hit very hard in 2020, who still haven't been awarded the COVID relief package promised to them by the DAERA Minister in the summer of this year. 80% of the eels at Lough Neagh are currently exported to Holland and Germany, so obviously the importance of the EU doesn't really need to be explained. And as well as this, the eels at Lough Neagh have a protected geographical indication, PGI status, which is an EU indicator that needs to be maintained in order to ensure the continued import of glass eels to complement the current stock. And Mid-Ulster also referred to the worries of migrant workers in the area